We're here. We made it for the final 428 stream.
I am the reason we're late. I know it's surprising, but I am the reason.
Everybody looks surprised. Streamers, hi chat.
We have been yapping on call for like 30 minutes, but yeah, I am the reason we're late.
Yeah, the yapping is mostly my fault actually, so yeah. He was eating.
I still am.
He's still eating. Right, ads are up. Hello, everybody. We have fan art today, so we'll probably do... I've been skipping the dolls. What do you think of that? We'll do a couple of dolls, and then we'll do fan art, and then we'll probably do reality check after break again, if we feel like it. If we don't feel like it, then we won't.
I think I might kill the dolls, too. No more dolls.
None dolls.
They're not exciting anymore. They're just kind of... dull.
Thank you, Arc of Tourists, for resubbing. Month 5, and Velvet Milfman for resubbing. 11 months. I've hit the 11-month sub mark, by the way. Next month will be a year.
I had like an ability to push my sub through, and now it's gone. Where is it?
I don't know. Boulder says, did you see my tofu shrimp mushroom spinach sauce? I did, Boulder. It looked good. Dolls. Oh my god, it's a rodent. Step on it quick. Joe says, try refreshing the page. We have ads up for a minute and a half, by the way.
Show my 11th month streak in the chat message.
Whoa. Thank you, Joe, for subbing for month 11. Oh my god, hi, Miss Streamer. Is this parasocial yet? I think we've passed the parasocial Rubicon.
It's just para?
It's just para.
It's just para. Okay.
Missed a couple streams. Can you summarize what happened in Sekimea last time so I'm caught up? How much time do you have, chatter?
I was surprised when I did the tier list how much I fondly remember the Sekimea streams. They were a good time.
Like the Sekimea streams are so fun.
City. Even Troy City was good.
I think this is so 420. So when Godot was planning the streams, because Godot rules the streams, Godot's thought was we do 428 as kind of a palate cleanser, so we don't have two of like the puzzling through mystery VN things in a row. But then after this, he has one he wants us to do that is going back to the theorizing and the puzzling, which I think was a lot of fun. So
what's it called?
Remember 11.
Oh, it's that one. Okay.
Yeah. Did Psy not go through? We had an emotional support Psy redeem and it didn't go through. Uh-oh.
Gonna lob a grenade, says Dalmek, by asking if the Sekimea streams would be as good if we had the full Joe chat experience instead. I don't know. Probably not. But not many people have read Sekimea, right?
Yeah.
And usually when we have a bad experience, when a bunch of people have already come into the stream with preconceptions of what I'm going to think about it.
He likes Shibuya City now. He'll like the Umineko airport pacing by New Year's at this rate.
No. I don't like Shibuya City. I like Shibuya City stream. I don't think Shibuya City was a good time for the VN, but it was a good time on stream because we had several like very good crash outs. Yeah.
The Fata Morgana category viewers will own you. Can I leak the survey results for the VN suggestions?
I asked you to do it on Yeek, but you were already streaming yesterday. I was surprised.
Sorry.
I was like, oh, yeah, that's okay.
Over 10% of the VN suggestions were for Fata Morgana from the survey.
The clear winner, vast majority, wanted Fata Morgana.
Thank you, Large Primate, for cheering 100 bits to say sorry, even though I told them not to do it.
Excuse me. Oh, Fata Morgana is... Wait, what? This is AI. Is that true? It's a term. It's not just a name.
Yes,
really?
That is true.
Okay. A Fata Morgana is a rare complex mirage where distant objects like ships or land appear distorted, stacked, or floating in the sky. Oh, okay. Have you ever been in a car in the summer and you look at the road ahead of you and it looks like there's like a reflective mirror somewhere ahead of you on the road, or like there's ice even though it's in the middle of summer?
Yes.
I wonder if that's a similar sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Optical illusions are scary.
Kiddo was trying to
Precise
get me
9.
to play Fata Morgana the other day. Fata Morgana is my second favorite VN. Well,
Oh, you've read it
third.
already.
Yeah, I've read it already twice. I think I do like Misery Chord more than it, but Misery Chord is not finished yet. So thank you, Saracen, for cheering 100 bits to say hello, everybody. Had a nice Christmas with family earlier this weekend and made delicious food. Went well. Anybody got any big holiday cooking plans? I am getting 5 pounds of chestnuts in the mail tomorrow, and I have to hustle on being able to. I have 2 days to do the impossible and create candied chestnuts, even though you have to cook them like 3 or 4 times. So I'm really hoping I can get them done for Christmas Eve, and then I have Christmas salad to make for my grandparents, and I every year bake a Yule log. This year I'm doing raspberry chocolate Yule log. So I'm going to make raspberry gummy candies. I think I need to go get pectin from the store. I'm going to make raspberry gummy candies, and I make meringue mushrooms, and then I have to make the ganache and do the Swiss rolls. So I have a lot of baking to do on Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, it is a 2-day event.
I'm hoping to clean my sink.
There you go. There you
probably won't.
go. 5 pounds of chestnuts is a mighty endeavor. Chestnut cooking stream 1. So I honest to God, I don't like having single-use kitchen tools. I have a chestnut opener that puts the X in the chestnut and lets you just pop the shell open. Honest to God, for the holidays, I get it out once a year, but there's no better single-use tool in my kitchen. Yeah,
How do you
please
feel
post
about
your
air
thoughts.
fryers?
How do you feel about air fryers? I would love to have one if I had the counter space, but I don't have the counter space.
Okay.
I do not have a
You should
cooking
get
opener.
the portable Ninja one that I have.
You have a Ninja. It's still big. I saw it.
But it wraps up. It's just like a big lid that goes somewhere instead of like, taking a permanent counter space.
Did you
I
get?
don't. Go.
Did you get Gatsby Christmas presents?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
Okay, in my defense, his Christmas present might be a very expensive nose biopsy to see if he has a zinc deficiency, okay? So that might be his Christmas present. Yeah. I put his eye drops in. He's been a very good boy about it.
That's good. I got for my cat. I got a new feather toy and a self-heating sleeping pad because he's been sleeping on the spot on my floor where the pipes go past, so he wants a warm place to sleep. And I got him catnip. And for the chinchillas, I got them a foraging mat that's shaped like a little flower so they can dig in it for treats. And then I got them 2 pounds of sticks and some of the
2 pounds?
2 pounds of sticks. And then I got them the flower treats that they really like and a new kind of flower treat to put in the rummaging mat. No wheel. They have a wheel.
Oh, they have a wheel. They have a wheel. When Gatsu's at the vet, one of the technicians to calm him down, so we could put the paper in his eye to see how his tear rates, how many fucking tears a minute does he make. That this was the measurement they were doing.
Tear rates?
Turns out, yeah, it's 15 on one eye, by the way, and 16 on the other one. So he's right on the borderline of being okay. 15 is the minimum that they look for. That's the tear rates. And he didn't like it because it's like having like a piece of paper like under your eyelid. So of course he didn't like it. And do you know that the technology that we have in 2025 for being able to keep a dog that weighs 125 pounds steady in order to put something in his eye, his own in there, is simply to get 3 people to just hold him down. That is the technology that we have. Anyway, that wasn't working, obviously. So the technician went and got this this plastic kind of Kong mat that had like a bunch of like little nubs all over it, and got a bunch of I don't know if it was peanut butter or if it was just some sort of meat paste that gets all between the little like bristles almost, and it's like something that the dog can lick, but it takes a long time for them to get them out there. So I was like, okay, maybe I'll get him that. He might like that. He was 30 seconds into it before he started picking it up and eating it, like the whole plastic thing. So that's a no-go. He will eat it. Yeah.
I love Gatsby.
He's a good boy. I still
I
need to
should
send
send
you
him
the picture
Christmas
of him
presents. Yeah, I mean the cone picture.
with the cone. He doesn't have the cone on right now. Yeah,
Oh.
he hates it. He hates the cone. He hates it. Oh,
I knocked my microphone. Sorry. Big Countertop doesn't want you to know this, but you can put microwaves and air fryers on the floor. I don't want to put I don't want to put a food device on the floor. I also don't have room. I have a really small galley kitchen. It fucking sucks. Next time I move, I want to get a big kitchen.
is your kitchen smaller than mine?
My kitchen is smaller than yours.
Really? My kitchen feels very cramped.
My
Because
kitchen
there's
is
not much counter space.
I have a galley kitchen. It has about as much counter space as yours, but it doesn't even have, you know how your counter has like a bend in it?
Yeah.
I don't even have that. I have in order to hold all of my pots and pans, I had to mount like a thing on the wall that I could hang them off of hooks on. It sucks. Counter
I did that at the house, and it lasted 4 years before it just fell off one day.
Wow.
I'm good at things.
Mine has lasted 5, so
No, you're better than me. That's good.
I don't think I'm better than you, but maybe my walls are sturdier and I hit a stud.
I got a stud finder, and after putting it on myself, I put it on the wall, and I found. Sorry, I legally have to make that joke every single time I talk about a stud finder. I found it on the wall, so I did put it into a stud, and it's still, I don't know, maybe I didn't do it right. I'm not sure.
Right.
Yeah.
You want to put out your stream announcement, and we'll.
Yeah, and I also have to go heat up my coffee, which I was supposed to do before, and I didn't do it.
Yeah,
okay. I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
That's okay. So, just so everybody knows, we had the game jam conclude in the Discord this week, and I thought it would be nice to stream some of the game jam games, which I mean all of the game jam games, but I don't have time to do it this week because I'm already overscheduled. I have 0 free time, so we're gonna try to split the games between today and tomorrow. One team made a longish VN. By longish, I mean like an hour and a half long, maybe, of reading. That everybody's ranting and raving about. So we might do that one tonight and have a little extra VN on top of our VN, and then do the other ones tomorrow after Kingdom Hearts finale. Assuming I can get through the final area of Kingdom Hearts fairly quickly, which is a. I've been doing pretty well on the bosses. I've been usually it only takes me a couple of tries on the bosses. I've one shot a couple of them. Leah's just ran into my room and yelled, "Yo!" Yeah, Mouse Viewer was the artist for the VN tonight. Weebgast was the best gas variant. It's really good. You just need to prep a bunch of questions. Oh, good. Okay. Let me know when you unofficially invade Poland and I'll be there. Okay, I'll do that. It's a children's game. You'll be fine. It's a children's game, but it's quite janky in places. It's not really about difficulty. It's about figuring out how to cheese it, basically. Favorite food? My favorite food is mushroom risotto. Funny stream name. Thank you. Thank you. Tried really hard. What risotto rice though? I usually use arborio at home, but I have had what's the kind that starts with a V? Oh shit.
What's this about invading Poland?
I don't know. Oh, Violo Nano. Violo Nano is so fucking good for risotto. Violo Nano was the best rice I've ever had for risotto, but it's hard for me to get around here. Mushroom risotto.
Is it a British thing to call it risotto?
I think so. What mushrooms are your favorites for it? I really like I don't like shiitake mushrooms in it. A lot of recipes want shiitake mushrooms. I really like some of like the shelfier mushrooms, like hen of the woods. I really like those. They have like kind of a milder, more earthy taste. I really like it. I prefer that to shiitake. And I also like to get some of the dehydrated mushrooms and rehydrate them and have a little of that in it. Do you have risotto
I wish I
opinions?
was also a witch.
What do you mean?
You're doing mushroom-mancy. I don't know anything about mushrooms.
You've never rehydrated a mushroom?
No.
Oh, something is dehydrated, you can soak it in water to rehydrate it. Worst food? Probably. I mean, I think the worst food is that people around here, especially in like the 70s and 80s, loved to make like Jello salad, which was like Jello with pretzels and grapes suspended in it. I think that's probably the worst food I can imagine.
Probably good topped with some mayonnaise.
No. Hello, Mouse. Hello, chat. Hello, Sebastian Phillipson. Gonna Google aspic. Oh my god, aspics where they do. I saw a Reddit post of someone who made an aspic recently that was just a giant trout. Oh, it was horrible. I like to use anchovies and cook them till they melt in the risotto while rehydrating mushrooms with the oil. That sounds really good. My favorite. I'm a cheese finisher on my risotto, and my favorite cheese in the world is. I'm just gonna roll right through it, buddy. My favorite cheese in the world is Taleggio. And if you just have a little bit of Taleggio, like I did a risotto with Vitello Nano, and I finished it with Taleggio cheese, and it was really good. It was really good. Ambrosia salad sounds similar to that. Yeah, it's very similar to ambrosia salad. Making an aspic of a full uncut salmon that looks like it's swimming in a circle. It was really similar to that I saw. My ears. Oh, I'm sorry. Should we leak any other of the survey results to them?
I'd like some aspics. What could we leak?
We could leak that QuoteChan sent you a message.
Yeah, we could do that. QuoteChan did. Yeah, I feel bad about that. Actually, we were supposed to do that this year. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if people submitting those thought that someone was gonna go through them all and read them individually, but the crazy thing is I did. So I saw each and every entry into the open field.
QuoteChan comes from the user on Reddit, on the subreddit, that used to do a quote of every single day until the Witcher 3 video is out. And then we had a negotiation for them to stop. And the negotiation involved Merrick drawing a picture, which Merrick did. And also, I have to play 2 games, or they have to be locked in. I can't remember if it was like play them this year or locked in. And I didn't play them this year. So now QuoteChan is threatening to return to doing the quotes unless I play them very soon. So we should probably move them up to it was Golden Idol,
And the Forgotten City.
and Forgotten City, yeah, which are games that I'm more interested in Forgotten City than Golden Idol, but Golden Idol might be my jam. I don't know. It just has that repulsive Ren and Stimpy art that I don't really like.
Yeah, the art isn't the prettiest.
Yeah, but like Alex and Yeek, it's bad on purpose. So it's you're supposed to just fight with it.
Yep. Yep.
I told Mouse, by the way, spoilers for the first couple hours of Yeek. I told Mouse before we went live, by the way, about how Yeek told a man who had just lost his little sister, 12 years old, who killed herself by jumping over an overpass. Happened 3 weeks ago, and Alex told this guy, "Shut the fuck up! No one cares about your dead sister right now. There's more important things or whatever." And people still were arguing in the chat, before that, who had played the game, whether or not he's supposed to be a bad person on purpose or not. Like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. You Gatsby.
I've gone into the Yeek chat multiple times. Oh, there's someone doom posting. It's like Umiden all over again. There's someone doom posting in there about how you're gonna drop it.
There is a way I would drop it. I would drop it if I have to do like an entire stream of the combat. I might drop it. Yeah, an entire stream. I think about Mouse's comments on literacy a lot. I think about how I said that it's a literary test about the end of Expedition 33. And then people made that into, I was calling people illiterate. It's like, no, you're not illiterate. You just didn't pass that one particular test, which in and of itself is kind of a test as well. So yeah, that's how I feel.
It's so unfair that I can go on your stream and tell everybody that gamers are anti-intellectual, and then nobody makes a Reddit thread about me. Oh, so you hate waffles. Yeah, pretty much, Boulder.
Maybe like a little illiterate. We're all a little illiterate. I'm a little. It's hard to say. I can't even say it. Look how illiterate I am. Holy fuck.
Not me. I'm different.
I want you to play a sexist game so I can say this game is sexist and I won't play it.
I played Snatcher. Go watch Snatcher.
No, it's Nexus to men. Snexus. Yeah, I want
Nexus. Oh, sexist to men.
Yeah.
Oh, how do we play a game that's sexist to men? That's interesting.
There's gotta be at least half a game. Like, yeah.
Well, he didn't call them illiterate. That's the point. He said it was a literacy test. What's a game that's sexist to men? All the Men in Stray Gods or wet noodles or weirdos? Yeah. There has to be some yaoi
after the patch.
Well, we could stream Atome, which is almost all sexist to men, but most of them can't be streamed.
I think Yeek is sexist to men.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeek is sexist to men, and here's why. Guest starring H-Bomber guy. I'm gonna rope him into it. There we go.
Jesus.
Here we go. It's gonna be the collab of the century.
Oh Jesus Christ! I'm looking at my Steam list. I'm looking at my Steam list for a game that's sexist to men. I'm scrolling. Nope. 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 Nope.
Does it have to be only sexist to men? Some Christian games that enforce gender roles might be sexist to both. Maybe that's the best we're gonna get.
Oh, yeah. Back to Consume Me. I'm just kidding. Consume Me is not a Christian game. I shouldn't joke about that. We had a long discussion about sexism during the Kingdom Hearts streams, which was miraculously not inspired by Kingdom Hearts, but a comment in chat. It was quite interesting. Similar to what you and I talked about KCD2.
Oh yeah? Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. If we can't think of a game, I'm starting to realize what the subject of the next Mouse Cord Game Jam could be. Make a game sexist to men is the next game jam.
I think that we didn't talk about very much, but I do think the conversation we had would make a really good essay topic, and that is comparing the approaches to women in Pentiment versus Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Yeah,
because they both have two totally different approaches, even though they're both trying. I would say Pentiment's trying maybe a little bit harder to be. No, is it trying to be more authentic than Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? I don't know. They're about equal. I would say they're trying to be authentic to the time period.
I think they're trying to be authentic in different ways. The KCD2 is very is very like focused on the things it's trying to be authentic about, like stuff like and there's also like both authenticity and immersion. Like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is trying to be more immersive in terms of like the armor and stuff.
Sorry to interrupt, but do you agree that a lot of people in chat were getting those mixed up during those streams? Because I feel like that was just the same word to a bunch of people in chat. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like hiring that one Captain America fan artist from Mouse Cord Game Jam. Oh my god. We brought up Pentiment as a really good example of it, because what I was trying to articulate and maybe partially succeeded at is that there's like a basic level of humanity that everybody in Pentiment gets treated with equally, and The medieval guys in Kingdom Come talk like those demons from the Has-Been Hotel. Like, that's crazy. There's like a basic level of humanity that everybody in Pentiment is treated with, right? Like where
Yes.
like with the women, like you get the scenes of them with their like where they have like the festival every year where they spin the yarn and then they explain how that works, and you get like all the attention to the nuns and their stories, and that doesn't really feel like smaller or diminished by the main plot of the story or like what's going on with everybody else. It just feels like everybody is getting an equal amount of attention paid to what's going on with them internally, basically.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even need to be. We were puzzling through like it doesn't even need, like, you can have a game where it's mostly about men and the activities of men, but like when a woman is on screen, you can be treating her with basic humanity in a way that a lot of media doesn't. So
I would say that to me, it's very telling that I can't remember his name, the Miller character in Pentiment, who I only had one hunting scene interaction with in the whole entire game,
mhm.
felt to me to have a much more realized, rich, implied life in that village. With like, I really felt like he existed. Lenhart, yeah, Lenhart. I felt like he existed more than any other character in Kingdom Hearts Deliverance 2 that I've encountered so far, except for maybe Henry. And even that, I haven't even played the first game. I feel like what the difference between approaches and characters between Pentiment and Kingdom Hearts Deliverance 2 is that Kingdom Hearts Deliverance 2 assumes that every single character had some bullshit, boring peasant life until you showed up, and they just did whatever until they showed up, and here's the story that they're doing right now. Whereas in Pentiment, they really tried to with pretty much every single character be like, okay, what was their life up until this point? How did they overlap with the different families in the
Mhm.
village? Like, how would they actually talk about this sort of thing? And that's so much work. It's so much work, but
Mhm.
it really shines through with like some of the aside comments that you might not even understand until like your third playthrough, where you're like, oh, I understand those two families know each other and they have like a feud going on, and maybe they married in like a couple generations, by like that sort of thing. Whereas yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 doesn't have that, but it shouldn't be expected to, because the scope is much larger. But yeah, I think they took that to too much of an extreme with the women characters, especially in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it is different if you have a big open world where you're going to multiple places. Like obviously it's really hard to have that kind of relation building if you have like multiple settings as opposed to like laser focused on a single town and their relationship with a monastery and you have like a limited cast. But I don't know. Like, sorry to go back to The Witcher 3, but
What's that game?
Sorry to go back to The Witcher 3, but in that place you have a bunch of different locations, but even in those different locations you get a really good sense of what at least a number of the people in those places have to do with each other and like their relationships and their relationships with Geralt if they met him before, and so it just feels really I don't know, feels similar.
Oh, is Witcher 2 the same way? Maybe Witcher 2 is the same problem with women that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 does.
I would say more
With them just
so. Yeah.
because like there's so many characters, like Flotsam is just an amazing location, and I feel like the women are just kind of like, well, women would just be doing boring women shit that they didn't have a lot of agency during this time, so therefore they're not worth the shit. And it's like, well, like no, that is way too close minded for how they would exist. There's still whole ass people, man. Like anyway, I'm sorry, we're ranting about shit.
Okay. Yeah, we've now been just yapping for an hour, half of which was on stream.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a KCD2 level environmental art effort put toward a game that takes place in a single location. Yeah, that would be really cool. Be really nice. I guess we should.
Are we doing dolls first or fan art?
Do we want to do dolls? Do we want to skip them? Do we want to heretically skip
dolls.
the dolls? We could just do fan art now, and then do the reality check after the break. And then that could be it.
Will your chat riot if we skip the dolls, or are they fan of them, or are they sick of them too?
I don't know. Chat, how do we feel about dolls? They didn't seem to mind when I skipped them the last 2 days, but no, we don't do that. My chat tends not to riot, yeah.
I was watching Joe's Witcher 3 video with my sister, and every time there was a stream meme in it, I realized how impenetrable that would be for her. Okay, did she understand that there was a joke that was going on, or a meme that she didn't was that she wasn't privy to though, or was it just like just words to her? Because my attempt, whenever I do that sort of thing, is that it's only a joke if you know it's a joke, and if you don't know it's a joke, it just sounds like the script is continuing. And I don't always do that very well, but that is what I try to do. Sometimes I do go out my way to make it a joke, though.
Mm.
Excuse me, I'm coughing a lot.
Yeah, one is interesting but a bit long. Yeah, maybe that one's run its course too. I don't know. They have to have something to bet about. They bet on the reality check today, so we should let them stimulate the channel point economy. Let's just do fan art now and then do, because we're running late anyway. Let's just do fan art now and then do reality check after the break. And
sure.
It's the new year. She's getting listless and wanting to change it up. Fortunately, Nasu is here. Oh god. Now that you said you might skip it, so many people bet for we don't do it. We're gonna do reality check. Don't incentive the gambling. You should reward abstainers.
Oh, no. Are we going to do reality check? You said a couple times now. We're going to do reality check. Are we going to do Yeek 1.5? Is that going to happen? Like, what are we doing?
Okay, I'm going to share my screen with you before I share it with chat because I'm really nice like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, here we go. Are these not going through again? Because these should be going through. These are not going through again. Okay, the channel point redeems are not going through, and I don't know why. So sorry. I don't know what to do about that. There we go. Welcome to fan art. We have 7 fan art. Here we go. You can see it, right, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
You see it, right, chat? You can see it.
Joe?
Joe? What do you want me to call you?
Joe?
You've never been offended by me calling you Joe before.
No, it's fine. I'm not offended. I just can't remember the last time you called me Joe. It kind of caught me off guard a little bit. I'm like, whoa.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right. You can see it, right, Thomas?
Yeah, I can see it. Thank you.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. All right. From Ribco. It had to be done. Wasp-chan and Wasp-kun have arrived to destroy your enemy. Cloth moths spent far too long on this and delirious from fever, but I need to create. There's no other choice. Kingdom Hearts fan art will come through, though. Don't worry. So here are the sexy wasps. What do we think?
Sexy wasps.
We get 2 of them because it's a bisexual stream.
Okay. Okay. Which antennae do we like the most?
The left one reminds me too much of moths, which I don't like, so I have to go with the right here. But I think
I actually prefer the left ones.
The left ones are more they're more aesthetically pleasing, but I think I have to pick the ones on the right.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. These look really good though. You don't like moths? I'm afraid of moths. I'm realizing how straight I really am, I suppose, says Jelly. What do you mean? You don't like Mr. Moth on the right here? You don't like Moth-kun? So chat, if you weren't here for this, Ribco recommended that for my moth problem, because they keep eating my clothes, you can get a kind of parasitic wasp that you put in your drawers, and the wasps eat the moth eggs.
Oh yeah, yeah. This was a weird suggestion.
Yeah. It's awesome though, and now they're sexy. Why would you do that? Because the moths the wasps don't bother you. They just like chill out. They have their whole life cycle in your drawers, and then they die, and then that's it. And they fix the problem. They fix the problem. They're so small, it doesn't matter. It's a whole thing. Yeah. Shouldn't it be tagged with the wasps? I guess I could tag it with the wasps. You're right. Sorry. That's like that one post about freezing a bee and putting it in your mouth. Like, okay, but now there's a different problem. Yeah, but it solves it itself because the wasps just die and then that's it.
There was an old lady who swallowed a fly.
Oh my
I don't know
God.
why she followed a fly. Perhaps she'll die. There was an old lady who swallowed a spider that wriggled and wiggled and tiggled inside her. She swallowed the spider to catch the fly. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll
Perhaps she'll
die.
die. You're not going to give us the song version?
I don't know the song version.
There was an old lady who swallowed a fly. I don't know why she swallowed the fly. Perhaps she'll die. I tried. Okay, chat. I would not be thinking about wasps if I hadn't already tried bags of lavender and cedar blocks, which I sanded and put cedar oil on religiously for like 2 months. And then they came back anyway. They got into my cedar chest. It did nothing helps. All that's left is the wasps. All I have is the wasps. Have you tried gunpowder? No, where am I gonna get gunpowder? All right, Ripka, they look great. Thank you for the banger idea and for the sexy wasps. I thought we were going straight to DEFCON 1 for the moths. This one does. It's okay. I have tried everything else though. I'm not getting mothballs because they're poisonous to cats. All right, from Mega Geeko, here we go. I'm declaring this one done. I wanted to do a version of the Kingdom Hearts 1 cover, but between sad holidays and wanting this done before the jam starts, this is where we landed. I like it. Well, happy holidays. Sorry about the sads. This looks pensive mouse staring into the distance with the fucking key.
About to go on the hero's journey.
To go on the hero's journey. I hate, not your version of these shoes, but generally speaking, I hate Sora's shoes so goddamn much.
Is the negative space on the Keyblade blade meant to be a crown?
Yes, because whenever you meet fucking Riku later in the game and he's got his evil Keyblade, it's a heart.
Oh, okay. I played these games. I don't remember them.
Mouse has been having some weird thoughts lately. Like, are any of these streams for real or not? I sang Simple and Clean at karaoke. I nailed it. I have news for you, by the way, about tomorrow's Kingdom Hearts stream.
Usually do. You're a very good singer. What's the news?
The news is... Chat... I didn't read any of the lore entries at any point while I was playing Kingdom Hearts. And
Kingdom Hearts' lore entries?
Yeah, and chat said I had to wait for you to be there to read them. So we're going to go on a little Kingdom Hearts lore adventure tomorrow.
What did I do to chat?
They just want you to be there for it. They want you in the picture. They really want to include you. Mouse, wake up. You have to wake up. It's almost time to start the long-anticipated Kingdom Hearts streams for the first time. No! You said Alex is bad on purpose. Oh, you're getting punished for Yeek. You're getting punished for Yeek in Expedition 33. They're putting you in purgatory for calling chat illiterate.
Yeeking out.
Yeah.
Yeeking out.
You're yeeking out over there. Thank you, Mega Geeko. Next, we have from Ribco again. I added a must-needed cloak for peak villainy. Oh, the chinchilla sidekicks.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah, this is really cool. I love the ear is so strong.
This reminds me of the mouse game that you streamed to me the demo of by the Shovel Knight people. I think was it?
Oh, Mina the Hollower. Yeah, it does have Mina the Hollower vibes. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Looks really cool. I love a good cloak. I've always said that cloaks should be socially acceptable. We need to be able to wear cloaks.
No capes.
It's like there was a wing-shaped ear attachment there in the past and it was removed. It's so stylish. It could be. Did you guys hear about how that company is in rough shape financially? Which company? I don't know if I don't remember if we said a company. Yacht Club? Oh. That sucks.
I did hear that.
Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, that sucks. It sounded it was interesting. It sounded like like as someone who works in the games industry, I've seen a lot of these situations where like somebody got put in charge of a project and it was like biting off more than they could chew and they had to get swapped around. It was interesting to see them being so candid about it. Because it was like some guy got put in charge of Shovel Knight 2 and then he was just underwater, like he didn't really know how to manage it. And they swapped him off, I think. Something like that.
Have they made another game since Shovel Knight?
I didn't they make one? I think it said they made one. I don't remember.
Didn't they make
spin-offs.
like a Ninja Gaiden sort of game? Or am I thinking of someone else? Jump King? I don't think they made Jump King, although I see why you thought they made Jump King. It's the same kind of style.
Is this Mouseified Gundam Tanaka? You take that back.
What's the company that made some retro games that followed up their game with like a Ninja Gaiden sort of game? What the fuck was that? It wasn't The Messenger, no.
Sure. Those blasphemous devs.
Was it? I'm thinking of something else then. I don't know what I'm thinking of.
I don't know. I don't know.
I still need to play Last of Us 2. So I like to stream the first one.
Well, thank you, Ribco, for a very powerful villain mouse. Next we have from Large Primate.
Aww.
Mouse Poco after fucking up the trumpet in the process of getting dropped out of the Golden Clown Land. If you have like an hour and a half and you want something to just charm you with whimsy and happiness, you should play Poco. This is for Joe and everybody in chat. It is free on Steam. It is like a student game, and it is like probably one of the best games I played this year. It is so good. It's just this cute little adventure game, and you play Poco the Clown. Oh my god, I didn't know I was getting put up here. Everything that goes in the fan art channel goes up here. I didn't know that's how it worked. It's in the pinned comments.
No.
That's where your mouse is ascended at the end, right? Poco does ascend, but the mouse that ascended at the end is Spirit in the Mouse, actually. I have it downloaded, gonna play it soon. It's really cute. The art style is so cute. The music is astoundingly good. It's got a cute, like, tight little story. The environments are really fun to play around in. It's like a classic point and click adventure. It's really cute. So,
have you considered though that I dislike being happy? Have you considered that?
It might have come up a few times, but I'm wondering if maybe the Christmas spirit can invigorate you as it invigorates me. You can have a whimsical, fun little time.
Okay, all right. I'll try.
It's maybe the best published student project I've ever seen. Yeah, me too. It's amazing. Someone who was on Blue Sky saying they were making a list of little games to recommend to their coworkers, and I said you have to recommend Poco, and they were like, okay, we'll recommend Poco. I'll do it. What's that? Shit. I don't remember. Anyway, this is a very cute mouse, Poco mouse. So thank you very much, Large Primate. Sorry you got stun locked by seeing it on the big screen. Next we have from Colton, inspired by the accidental guy Mouse posted the other day. Here's Breakfast Coon. I made my hold on. Well let me hold on. We can explain this. I made my breakfast and then I looked at my breakfast and it was a little guy.
It was little guy.
It was a little guy. I promise it's real. Look, it's a little guy.
Okay, it is a little guy. You're right. Okay.
Colton,
did you think of Kajiwara while you had the banana?
I did, yeah. Colton says it looks like I pressed the randomizer button on breakfast 3 times, but I feel like eggs, a carb, and a piece of fruit is like the most normal breakfast you can have. So I don't know.
I think so too. Yeah, this is a pretty normal breakfast.
Yeah, with the hair. The egg hair is crazy. That's a sad breakfast? What do you mean?
What are the standards that you're having?
What kind of breakfast do you have?
You
think
got
the
so irate that you broke Discord there. You
I
cut
think the
out,
banana on
hard.
the plate
Yeah.
next to the sausage makes it look randomized. That isn't sausage. That's whole wheat English muffins with butter and a little honey. It's eggs, whole wheat English muffins, and a banana. English muffin looks
I had
less
honey
tasty
for
than
the
it
first time
probably is.
recently, and it was actually pretty good. I put it in a tea.
You had honey for the first time?
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know you'd
Like real
never
honey.
had honey. Whoa.
I had like fake like packaged honey, and it was
Huh.
like whatever. I had real honey. Yeah.
Wow, that's really amazing. Yeah, I love honey. I used to go to there were little festivals here, and there's a lot of beekeepers here, and they would bring the honey sticks where they fill up little sticks, like plastic sticks with honey, and you just eat the honey. Love a honey stick. A strawberry nose would have gone hard. It would have. It's sad that I read your message after you suggested that. Yeah.
I think I would enjoy being a bear.
Well, you gotta get back to the gym.
No, not like fucking
Invasive thought. He's so polite. Look at breakfast skin. He's so polite. He has a little flower bouquet.
Joey, even I know that one. I thought bears didn't even go to the gym. I thought bear meant something else. Okay, all right, my bad.
Why do you think you would enjoy being a bear?
Just just wander around the forest, have some honey. No one fucks with you because you're like the apex of the area. Like no one really eats bears.
Women would be less frightened of you.
Yeah, I think especially if there's a man next to them. I also think they sleep well. I'd like to sleep well. Yeah, like it'd be good. Yeah, comfy bear life. Yeah.
He wants to scratch his butt against a tree. Probably more pleasant as a bear than not.
Exactly. Yeah. You get a really good brand of toilet paper. Like it's good. Yeah.
You would. Chat makes a good point. You would have to eat berries off the bush, probably. If you were
but I'm a bear, so I can tank that. I'm fine. Yeah,
you think so? You would have the worst minigame in Kingdom Hearts. That's true. I told Joe about the 100-acre woods incident.
I did. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you showed the clip. It was a perfect clip. You were tempting fate with that clip.
I was. Yeah. Did you redo it yet? No, not yet. That's a tomorrow problem. Oh man.
You'd always be harassed by horseflies, but I'm a bear. I'm not a horse.
Thank you, Colton. Now from Iska, the magic of cutscene part ? It's E-Mouse, which I guess is emo mouse or evil mouse, perhaps Riku. It's too late, mouse. I'm about to start my evil arc. Steals the keyblade. Yoink. Goofy back here saying friendship is so cool. Do you want to let them hear your Goofy voice?
Gosh, friendship is so cool.
Thank you very much. Donald says yay for friendship. We've got a Gorge here. A quack. Hey, there's quack. Little Joe saying...
As a child, this part really pissed me off.
Little Joe is here to say...
Little Joe's here with the point. Enry, sword. I'm in Kingdom Hearts now. I'm Kingdom Hearts, Enry. Why do people like that bit so much? It's such a stupid fucking bit.
It's funny. I am the key holder now. Then Goofy and Donald go, friendship with Mouse is over. Now E-Mouse is my best friend. Dingo and Donald. I was so fucking mad at Donald Duck in this moment. I don't know, you don't remember Kingdom Hearts, but there's a moment where, sorry, Kingdom Hearts spoilers, cover your ears. There's a moment where evil Riku or whatever appears and yoinks the Keyblade from Sora, and fucking Donald goes,
oh,
well,
this did piss me off as a child. I remember.
We follow the Keyblade. So sorry, Sora, bye. After the whole game up until that point is about the power of friendship, and the whole point, the whole reason that Riku is mad in the first place is because he's throwing a baby tantrum because Sora found a second friend group. Instead of just all working together or whatever, Donald's immediately like, okay, fucking bye. Goofy did that too. Not that I would expect you to see that through your bias, but Goofy changed his mind. Goofy said, you know what? Actually, the power of friendship is important. I'm going to go help Sora. He's the good guy. And then Donald was like, oh, I guess I'll do that too. Donald only did it because of peer pressure. Goofy is also stupid, but he was still, he still decided to go back to Sora. Goofy was just following orders. Goofy's like Gatsby, he would eat the plastic, probably. Anyway, Donald fucking sucks. I hate Donald. I hate Donald Duck. I take him out of my party at every opportunity, but then for no fucking reason, you have to have all three of them to do the Trinity thing, which doesn't even make sense since Donald's a little duck traitor.
Everyone hates Donald Duck.
Not everyone. August fucking loves Donald Duck. Every time,
really?
Yeah, every time I say shit about Donald Duck, August is in chat being a little defender.
Hold on. You still prefer Goofy over Donald, though, right?
I don't know if August is here. He's traveling for family stuff. Yeah.
Not here to defend his thesis.
Yeah. You'll have to demand answers on your stream.
The seed has been planted now. I'm going to activate like a sleeper agent the next time I see August's name in my chat. I'm going to be like, hold on.
Is it true? You're a Donald Duck defender. Oh. Anyway, thank you, Iska. This is awesome. This is Iska's first fan art entry. We've had a couple of firsts today. Thank you, Iska. And thank you, Large Priming. Finally, from Ripko again. Flashing lights and annoying audio warning. Enjoy this manifestation of Mouse versus Kingdom Hearts. So this is all the way back at the first stream. If you didn't come to the first Kingdom Hearts stream, I had to quit without beating Trickmaster in Alice in Wonderland because I was getting so motion sick. But also, during the Trickmaster fight, I got so fucking mad at the low health sound in Kingdom Hearts that I turned the sound effects all the way off. It is the only time I have done that in any video game ever because the sound effect is so fucking annoying.
Wow.
And they decided to memorialize this moment. So here we go. That was muted for the first part. I'm just gonna play it again. Fucking caramel dancing. It fits so well. It's so fucking evil. If you go back and watch the VOD, you can just hear me crash all the way out over the sound. And then later I died because I didn't hear the sounds, and we were all like, if only there was a loud beeping that told us we had low health. That's true. That did happen. So then I had to turn it back up. But then they started one-shotting me from half health anyway, so it didn't matter because fucking Cloud, for no reason, suddenly does 3 times as much damage as anybody else. So I had to fucking LARP like I was playing Dark Souls and fucking roll around the arena. Like, holy shit, why is that fight like that in the middle of the fucking Hercules Cup or whatever? And then you fight Hercules, and somehow Hercules is like half as difficult as fucking Cloud. What are these games?
It's not even close to the hardest fight that you're going to do in that arena. I'm sorry to tell you.
It's not about being hard. It was about the bizarre difficulty spike. And I'm not doing any more fights in that arena. I'm not doing the fucking Hades Cup. We're doing the last part of the main story. And then we're moving on. I'm done with Kingdom Hearts 1. We're getting to the end. We're done. That's it.
Wasn't there a decree that backseating was legal?
Yeah, but they're not going to backseat me into doing the fucking... Oh my god. So in other words, Sumari, Kingdom Hearts made Mouse feel emotions. Yes, if the emotions are rage and despair, it did. Okay, alright. Mouse didn't show my Sonic fan art because she hates the Sonic 06 conglomerate. I thought it got shown on Joe's stream. Usually I just don't cross-show stuff. I'm sorry. Mouse, you should be Sephiroth in the arena. You need it to get Dalmatians, and it's a super good Keyblade that's totally worth it, 100%. In fact, it's mandatory. Yeah, we're gonna get the secret true ending of Kingdom Hearts, which apparently exists. No. No.
Yeah,
No.
unlock the secret move set that takes hours to do, and then it's not very good against the last boss, and then chat will tell you not to use it after making you take 10 hours to get it. Yep, that's what you should do. Yep. Not referencing anything at all.
Alright. Oh, Joe remembers Yakuza 0. I see they did. Listening to you slightly enraged about the experience really makes me wish to see you play a FromSoft someday. I also understand why it's so expensive to put a Souls-like in your agenda. Yeah, I would just fucking... I said it during the Riku fight. I was like, chat, should I play a Dark Souls? And I think someone was like, you should stop playing this like it's one. And I was like...
Oh wow.
It was less mean than that. It was something along those lines. It's really funny. I was like, okay, my bad. You know how it is.
I do. I know exactly how it is.
You know how it is.
I do. Yeah.
Watching you fight Sephiroth at least once would be funny, and then just immediately quit. I don't want to fight Sephiroth. Well, that's it. That's it for fan art. That's all it was. And we're at the same part of the stream we would be if we started at this time and did the doles. So really nothing was gained or lost if you think about it. What are you willing to bribe me for the Sephiroth cheese? I'm not fighting Sephiroth. Oh my god. Anyway, we're here for cheese. We're here. Cheese. What's your favorite
cheese?
What's your favorite kind of cheese?
Really? We're gonna do this?
Yeah.
Okay. Cheddar and mozzarella mixed together in a marble. That's it. That's my favorite cheese.
I don't think I knew that.
Why are you laughing? It's great cheese.
I've never heard of that.
You never heard of marble cheese?
I have heard of marbled cheese, but I've never heard of that specific combination.
Oh, maybe I'm assuming that it's cheddar and mozzarella. Maybe it's different. It's just marble cheese. Marble cheese is my favorite. I also like Gouda. I like Havarti. I don't have it very often. Usually only around Christmas, actually. What's the other one that I like too? Cheddar's all right. Cheddar's not my favorite. I prefer mozzarella over cheddar.
Have you ever had fresh mozzarella?
I've never had fresh mozzarella. No.
It's mozzarella but round, so he thinks it's a marble. Give him a marble of cheese.
True.
Oh.
I don't really like feta.
You don't like feta? Feta's
I like
salty.
it sometimes, but I don't usually like feta. Yeah, I don't really like cottage cheese very much either, unless it's in lasagna.
Since Joe's going to be on stream on a weekday, does that mean Joe also gets a PNG tuber like your brother did, or is the setup like on Sundays with no PNG avatars? Weekday doesn't really factor into that, I think. We don't have avatar for Joe. Don't get him a bear avatar because he wants to be one.
Fucking hell.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Listening to Joe list his favorite cheeses while being a Frenchie, enjoying a lot of them, is like listening to a child listing nuggets as the most gastronomic meal he could think of. Oh, it's not that bad.
They just love making fun of how I was abused as a child. They just love it. They love making fun of it.
Oh,
every single time. They just love it.
Oh my goodness.
It's catnip. That's what they just go for it.
It's catnip. Oh.
Catnip is one of my favorite jokes. I don't pull it out very often.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure.
It's a good one. Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't.
Oh, do you have the game on? Oh shit.
I do have the game on. Yeah. You have to put the game on at some point. Kanan's dead stare is selling this. It is, yeah.
Abstraction games.
How do we get to... So, Godot said with witnesses that we should do the white bookmark story first, and then do the black bookmark story.
What do you mean Godot said it with witnesses?
I don't know. We were talking, and he said there are multiple witnesses here. I read the title wrong
Okay.
and thought we were doing Scrandle this whole time.
So we're gonna go Suzune first instead of Kanan?
I don't remember how we get to the right side stories. Is it we do tab for bonus? You're already on them? Which one do we do, Godot? Is it Suzune before Kanan? Is that the right thing? I'm gonna head out, but have fun and good luck. You have all the pieces. You can Shibuya the Scramble. Thank you, Yasuhira. This is a bad idea to tune in if you haven't seen a single Shibuya Scramble stream yet. This is a bad one.
We already finishing and now we're in some post-game side content that's probably going to reference the ending.
Yeah, this is the worst time to be here for it.
Especially Suzune's one is probably going to reference the ending.
Behind you, mouse.
I'm surprised that the heart thing was left unresolved. Maybe this is what it's going to be.
Yeah, maybe this is what it's about.
Yeah.
This is quite odd looking. This is my first scramble. This isn't the stream to start tuning in.
Suzune before you. Okay, I desperately need some water before we start.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gatsby.
I got some.
Oh, you were there.
I'm sorry that the maybe if we try turning streamer bot off and on again, the redeems will magically work while Joe is gone. Let's see. Here you go. Mouse. Streamer bot. Skitter, skitter. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll leave Sai. I mean, if you don't think you're ever gonna watch any of the other streams, then it's okay to be here. But this is post game, so you could spoil yourself on things. But it's post game. Sorry, 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can fix my my connection on my streamer bot for my redeems. Let's see.
Nope.
Broken. All broken. It's all useless. Well, I guess don't redeem things today. Let me go turn redeems off so people can't do it and waste their stream points. Annoying. I'll have to troubleshoot this later. Sorry, everyone. Mouse, I'm sorry about the sad breakfast thing. I didn't notice the chocolate buns in the scrambled egg omelet. What did you think was on the thing? All right.
Sad breakfast.
But it was
Such
just a banana?
breakfast.
I thought it was a nice breakfast.
I think it was a nice breakfast too.
Does chat think it's sad that a lot of mornings my breakfast is yogurt with granola? Is that sad? No, it wasn't chocolate. It was whole wheat English muffins.
Sometimes chat has like the craziest food takes where like you show them something that's just perfectly fine to eat and they're like, "Wow, this is garbage to you." It's like, what do you eat then? What kind of gourmet life are some chatters living?
I don't know. You thought it was overcooked or dark buns and mayonnaise? No, it wasn't that. Well, are we ready to do what we came here for?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Do you wanna read or you want me to read?
Ready or not? Oh, did you already hit Suzune?
I did hit Suzune. Yeah.
Oh, they hit her with the leaf blower. Holy shit. Okay. It was almost 1 o'clock. Which means Joe have to be on stream soon. Takuya Kazuma? What do you think?
I think.
Kazuma watched the orderly collect his meal tray, waiting for the door to fully close behind him before slipping out of bed. He dragged the folding chair closer to the window and sat down. Oh, I thought we were going to be Suzune. Okay. Then he meticulously scanned the entire length of the vast central courtyard outside. From up here on the second floor, he had a great view of the whole open space. The hospital building was shaped like a boxy U, enclosing a promenade that wove its way between the trees, where pajama-clad patients and visitors from their families were enjoying the first day of sunshine to come along in a while. This is hell to me, by the way. I would hate being stuck in a hospital. Absolute hell.
It was not pleasant when I did it.
I am luckily. I've never been hospitalized. Never had like a really big serious medical issue. That's why I'm due. So yeah, I'm very lucky. Not yet. She still isn't here. Sorry.
Oh, you weren't here when I explained the Dr. House episode that was the resolution to my health problems. I'll have to tell you about it another time.
Oh, you should.
Mm.
I love House. I seem to be doing okay today. If she does show up in the courtyard, I'll sneak out for a walk myself. And then I'll make sure I go and talk to her.
Oh. It was not lupus.
Hey, what's your name? No, I can't just up and ask her like that. Maybe I should tell her my name first. I'm Takuya. Who are you? Or is it silly to tell her what my name is when she hasn't even asked? So, what's wrong with you? No, she's been here at least as long as I have. Whatever it is, can't be anything small. So, yeah, no way I can open up with that. That comes later, much later. Nice weather we're having. Nah, what am I, 90 years old? I need to say something hip. Come out here all the time, huh? No, that's terrible. I might as well say, I've been watching you. She'll think I'm a stalker. Are you from Brazil? In the midst of his internal debate, Takuya happened to cast his gaze back out into the courtyard, and there she was, standing right under his window. She wore a white cardigan over her pajamas, standing with her head tilted back and her eyes closed, basking in the light of the sun. The angle finally gave him a good look at her face. The wind caught her evenly cropped bangs, blowing them back to expose the delicate curve of her forehead. She looked deeply happy as she stood, breathing, a gentle smile across her face.
This is cute.
The side content gets a video. It is cute, yeah.
Mm.
Heartbeat of spring. Okay.
Sorry, but the way that they did like a little bit of the story and then brought in the title card reminded me of like gotcha events.
Oh shit. What's the 5-star poll this time? Takuya felt as though I'm gonna sneeze. I'm not? Oh no, don't do this to me. Oh fuck. Takuya felt as though she were smiling at him, and it brought a tightness to his chest. He'd always thought that it would make him impossibly happy were that angelic smile ever to turn his way. So why did it hurt so much instead? He saw her open her eyes back up, and he hurriedly backed away from the window. She saw me! Or did she? No, there's no way she could see and hear with the glare. But what does it even matter? I was going to talk to her anyway, right? So go on, get out there. Fighting his nerves, Takuya moved back to the windowsill. She was gone. Where did she disappear to? Takuya scrambled out of his room and rushed to the elevator. It'll be alright, my muscles aren't too stiff. Today's a good day. Takuya, where are you going? He recognized the voice of a familiar nurse calling out from behind him, but he ignored her and jammed his thumb on the close button. I wonder what's wrong with him. Once he was down on the first floor, he made his way to the courtyard exit, slipped on some sandals, and headed outside. He pretended to be out for a walk as he wandered in search of the girl, but went the length of the courtyard and back to the spot under his window without finding her. That's odd. Usually she stays out here a lot longer. He has been stalking her.
Mm-hmm. You look a little pale. Are you all right?
Asked a voice. Oh. Huh?
Oh?
It's her! He turned and saw the girl sitting on a nearby bench. Takuya took half a step back in surprise. Somehow he missed her in the shadow of the trees.
I'm sorry, she said. Did I startle you?
No, not really.
You look like you're in pain. Should I go get a doctor?
She was right. He wasn't used to so much walking. I'll be alright. I just need to rest for a bit, he said. Relieved, he managed to answer. Lately, his words hadn't been coming out all that well. The girl stood up and reached a hand out to him, but Takuya couldn't bring himself to take it. Instead, he simply sat down on the bench. Not too close to her, but not too far away either.
Oh my god, they're just like Shibuya. That's cute.
100 years after this bench, his heart had suddenly begun pounding, but he couldn't tell if it was because of his exhaustion or because he was so close to her.
No, it's not seeing relationships because they're sitting on a bench together, Godot. So you're the boy from that room up there, right?
She pointed to his window on the second floor, and Takuya had to stifle a gasp.
A little earlier, we made eye contact, didn't we?
Did we? Takuya mumbled, averting his gaze. I was just spacing out. I didn't notice.
I've seen you up there from time to time. You look lonely. Are you not able to leave your room much?
She didn't notice that I'm always looking at her. Good. Yeah, I get tired real easy.
I see. I'm not able to get very much exercise myself, but they told me that when I'm feeling well enough for it, I should get up and walk around a bit so my leg muscles don't get weak.
You have a problem with your legs?
No, with my heart. And they say the legs are like a second heart. They play an important part in blood circulation. So
True.
if my leg muscles get too weak, it's bad for my health. You know how when a racehorse breaks a leg, it winds up dying? I guess it's sort of like that.
So it's Usumusumi Gotcha that we're doing.
Oh.
Her tone was cheerful enough, as if she talked about this all the time, but the thought filled Takuya with sadness. So, he began.
Yeah?
Do you mind if I ask you your name? As he fumbled the words out, the girl broke into a beaming smile, that wonderful smile, the one that until now he had only seen from afar so many, many times.
Suzune Endo. The Suzune is written with the characters for bell and sound, so like the chiming of bells.
Suzune, the chiming of bells. It was a name that suited her soothing voice perfectly. Suzune Endo, Suzune Endo. Takuya repeated the name to himself over and over.
What's your name?
Takuya Kazama, fuck.
Takuya Kazuma, huh? That's a
Not
pretty
even
cool
the
name.
Can't pronounce anything. See? A little illiterate. I guess it means tough guy or something. Not that I live up to that. The truth is that Takuya was always embarrassed to tell strangers his name.
I don't know about that. You seem pretty cool to me, Takuya. So, how old are you?
Takuya's heart sank. Only kids have to be told they were cool. I'm 14. What about you, Suzune? From afar, he hadn't realized how tall she was, taller than him and probably older.
I'm 17.
You thought the difference would be less. 3 whole years apart? Takuya's heart sank further. Now she seemed even more unattainable. I thought she was younger than that. As he tried to think of a way to nonchalantly ask Suzune where her room was, he heard the slap of sandals approaching.
Achi talks about her like she's way younger. Suzune!
A boy came running up. He was young, maybe in 1st grade or so.
Hi, Ken. Long time no see.
This your brother? Takuya asked.
No, he's in the room next to mine. Who's this?
The boy clung possessively to Suzune's knee as he peered at Takuya.
This is Takuya Kazuma. He's a patient like us.
Huh. Oh.
Oh. Hey, I got some candy. Want to eat it?
The boy tugged on Suzune's hand.
Oh, yeah? All right then, Takuya. I'll see you later.
Yeah, later.
Oh.
Later? Later when? Am I actually going to get to see her again? As Takuya watched the young boy drag Suzune back inside, he felt a bitter surge of resentment. He thought that finally getting the chance to talk to her would make him feel a lot better, but instead he felt worse than he had back when all he could do was stare at her through the window. The sunlit garden suddenly struck him as cold and desolate, so he trudged back inside, his muscles faintly shuddering with each step. I can't see the word desolate without thinking of Desolace from World of Warcraft.
I remember that place.
Good zone. It was a good zone.
Yeah.
Yep. He made his way back toward the elevator to find the head nurse waiting in the corridor, glaring at him. He kept his head down and tried to slip on past her, but she snapped at him as he drew near.
What were you talking about with Miss Endo?
Huh? Takuya blushed at the idea that she'd been watching them, but he soon realized she was being serious.
You shouldn't get too close to that girl.
Are we doing the mean nurse trope?
I guess
Why
so.
not? He asked.
She may not look it, but she's seriously ill. Neither of you has the ability to fend off a major infection, and we certainly don't want you to go catching anything.
The nurse looked away as she spoke, rattling off the words. But they let her go outside like that, right?
Yes, that's true, but Takuya, why in the world did you go out? Did the doctor tell you to go for a walk?
No, but I thought that since I was feeling pretty well and all.
You expect me to believe that? You're shaking. Come on, let's get you back to bed.
All right, maybe she has a point. Maybe it's not mean nurse. Maybe it's
Yeah.
responsible nurse. The nurse ushered Takuya back into the elevator and escorted him back to his room. He was actually quite exhausted, and so he quietly got back into bed. Nurse? Takuya called out to her as she was leaving.
Yes?
Suzune, Miss Endo, I mean, she's got a bad heart, doesn't she?
Did she tell you that?
For whatever reason, the head nurse seemed quite shocked that Suzune had shared this information. Yeah. What is she sick with?
It's something very serious. That's why you ought to leave her alone.
But she's going to get better, right? Takuya regretted the question the instant he asked it. The nurse's grim expression was answer enough. A sweet and cheerful girl like that had an incurable illness? For a while, Takuya couldn't even believe it. After the nurse had left, he stared at the closed door in a daze.
I'm real glad my medical tests turned out the way they did before reading this. This could have been really bad.
From that day on, Takuya kept up his vigilant watch on the courtyard, sneaking out of his room whenever he caught sight of Suzune. Bit by bit, the two of them began talking more. Sometimes she'd come out 2 days in a row, and sometimes he wouldn't see her for nearly a week at a time. Other times, he would wander the hospital corridors in search of her room, only to be intercepted and sent back to his own room by the head nurse. Suzune was quite popular, most especially the old men, old women, and young children at the hospital all seemed devoted to her, their faces lighting up whenever she was around. Yeah, okay. She was kind enough to listen to all their grumbling or trifling conversations. Takuya was equal parts impressed and baffled by her ability to relate to them. I could never put up with that sort of thing. More than anything, though, her popularity was frustrating. He would have had much more time alone with her if all these people weren't always around. He felt like he was the last in a long line of supplicants waiting for her to grace him with a few moments of her time. Oh boy. After she learned about Takuya's condition, perhaps out of some strange form of camaraderie, Suzune seemed to develop more of an interest in him.
Oh, I hate when guys think like this. Wilson's disease.
Wilson's disease. Oh, that's...
Yeah. Also known as hepatolenticular degeneration. A congenital abnormality of the liver cells in which the cell's ability to eliminate excess copper from the body is impaired, leading to copper accumulation in the liver, basal ganglia, corneas, and kidneys. The disease can cause difficulties with movement and neurological problems, and often leads to further complications such as acute hepatitis and cirrhosis of the liver. It is in season 1 of House.
Yeah, I was about to read that comment too. I remember this from House. I don't remember it being from season 1, but yeah, I remember it.
I've never heard of it. Is it serious?
Suzune's concerns seemed entirely genuine. For a brief moment, Takuya was almost happy about his rare and grave condition, but he couldn't say that, of course, and so he just nodded. Isn't that they shine a light in the patient's eyes and they can see some copper shining in the eyes or something like that? Is that the episode? Yeah, if you look, you could. Yeah, there you go. You can see that my eyes have turned kind of brown. Takuya pointed at one of his eyes to indicate the pale brown ring in his cornea.
Pale brown ring, an abnormal buildup of copper, can cause brownish rings to appear along the edge of the cornea. These are known as Kaiser-Fleischer rings. I believe they are also said that in the... It's something you're born with, where copper builds up inside your body. I'd get really tired super easily. Oh, this is you. Sorry.
It's okay. I get really tired super easily, and when the doctors checked me out, it turned out I had a hepatitis caused by Wilson's disease. My liver was already seriously damaged, and the only thing that'll fix it is a transplant. That's why I'm in here. But finding a compatible donor has been hard.
I guess we're in the same boat.
You need a transplant too, Susanne?
Yeah, I'm still waiting. I have what's called dilated cardiomyopathy, a condition where a structural change in heart muscle cells causes the ventricle walls to become thin and distended. This decreases heart function, and as the condition progresses, it can lead to heart failure, arrhythmia, and other issues. Victims of the disease have a high probability of sudden death at a young age. At present, a heart transplant is the only cure for the disease. They've tried other forms of treatment, like limiting food and water intake for long periods, putting in an implanted defibrillator, and other things. An implanted defibrillator, a device implanted within the body that delivers an electrical shock to a heart that has gone into cardiac arrest due to arrhythmia caused by ventricular fibrillation or ventricular tachycardia. These implants are an effective defense against cardiac arrest, but when triggered, it can also cause intense pain in some patients due to the electrical energy involved.
And anything to do with like
Yeah.
hearts and stuff makes me uncomfortable. Like
Yeah.
I don't even like feeling my own heartbeat. It just makes me really, really, really uncomfortable. Yeah.
I find it reassuring now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But it looks like a transplant is the only real solution. Like I went for a really long walk up a hill today, and my heart was going boop, 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 and I was like, "Oh, thank God that thing's working."
Thank God that thing's working.
Yeah,
Really? Okay.
yeah.
Dilated cardiomyopathy, defibrillator. What are those? Takia didn't understand all the vocabulary, but it sounded like her condition was even worse than his own.
But the biggest problem, Susanne continued, is that there just aren't a lot of heart donors in Japan, and moreover,
Abruptly, she fell silent. A look of loneliness crossed her face. Then she turned back to Takio with a reassuring smile.
you'll find a match soon, Takuya. Everything will be fine.
And you'll find one too, Susanne. Isn't that right? Is he going to get her liver?
Oh,
Is that what we're going
God.
to do right now? Takia felt like something was caught in his throat. It was hard to get the words out.
Yeah, if I'm really lucky.
Susanne hesitated before continuing. Oh, sorry.
But it's okay. But even then, I doubt I'll be able to get the surgery.
Her tone was so matter of fact. Why not? Takuya asked.
My family doesn't have much money, so we can't afford to get surgery overseas, but it's all right. I don't really like the idea of being saved by getting some poor brain-dead person's heart. I mean, that's what it comes down to, you know? Unless someone else dies, I can't be saved. If I had to think of some family out there grieving over their loss, I wouldn't be able to be happy, even if it did mean I got better.
Susanne, what the fuck are you talking about? Takuya had never thought about that. Just imagining part of some stranger's body getting put inside of his own was more than scary enough. Still, if you had to choose between that and death, well, it wasn't even a contest.
Yeah.
But if you don't get a transplant, then...
Everybody dies. That's just how it is. For some of
Thanks,
us,
House.
it just happens earlier than for others.
Balder says, did you know that the heart can be unwrapped into roughly a single strip of muscle if all the connective tissues are dissolved?
Right after you said you don't like thinking about heart things.
Yep. Thanks, Balder. Now I'm thinking about the connective tissues weakening over time and my heart exploding into little strips. Thank you. You can't just give up like that, Takia cried. I won't survive unless I get someone's liver. But if I'm lucky enough to actually get one, I'll be happy about it. The doctor told me that people only give their organs on death because they want to. They want to save lives. Is America opt out now instead of opt in for organ donation?
No, you have to check a box on your driver's license, I think. Pretty
I
sure.
think Canada is opt out now instead of opt in, which I think is how it should be. Yeah. I don't. It just makes sense to me. Susanne appeared flustered.
I'm sorry. I know that's the way I should be thinking about it. I'm sure that things will go well for you, Takuya, and they'll find a donor for you. And you shouldn't hesitate to get that surgery. By getting better, you'll be honoring the dead in a way. But
She let out a sigh.
it's not going to happen for me.
Why not?
My blood type is really unique. I don't think a compatible donor is ever going to turn up.
A unique blood type? Takia stammered a little as he asked. You mean like Rh negative? Susan shook her head. Rarer.
You've probably never heard of it. It's called Bombay. They say only a few dozen people have it in all of Japan. One of that little handful of people would have to happen to go brain dead, then they'd need to get that person here before their heart stopped. And then the surgery itself would need to go well enough. It's too many coincidences to hope for, you know?
She's being a hipster about blood types.
Yeah.
Tokyo was too surprised to say anything at all. August would love this.
I'm not about to live what's left of my life expecting that I'll win the lottery like that, Suzune said. It's better to focus as best I can on what I can do.
On what you can do? What do you mean?
There are a lot of patients here like you and me who have been here for a really long time. Most of them are senior citizens whose families rarely, if ever, come to see them, and I kind of enjoy listening to older people talk. They've all got plenty of interesting stories to tell, but more importantly, it brings smiles to their faces having someone who will listen to them. This is why we stream. They tell me that for a little while, it's like they're young again, like their pain has gone away. And seeing them smile, it makes me happy too. I want to make friends with as many people as possible, to learn about as many people as I can. I don't have time to wallow in my own misfortune.
Takia had assumed that, unlike himself, Suzune was as cheerful as she seemed to be because she had hope that she'd get better. He had been suffering through his own illness and had thought day in and day out about how unlucky he was to have been born with it. Though he hated to admit it, he had long since discarded any hope that they'd find a donor and give him a successful transplant. Until he met Suzune, he'd lived every day cursing his fate. Their circumstances were so similar, so why were they so different? My understanding is that you can donate half of your liver to a transplant, can't you?
Yeah, you can donate a partial liver to someone.
Does he need a whole liver though, because he's so young, maybe, or because of the maybe it's more complicated than that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Suzune was like an angel. Yeah, we know. Takia felt like a miserable excuse for a human being.
I have to spend a lot of time resting in bed, Suzune said, so I read a lot. Novels, essays. Sometimes I try reading more difficult books on philosophy. I don't always understand a lot of it, but sometimes it just clicks, you know? And I read high school textbooks sometimes too. Well, except for math. I've given up on that.
Takia didn't like reading. When he was in his room, he just watched TV. A lot of the time, the only shows that were on were garbage, and he knew they were garbage while he was watching them, but there wasn't anything else that caught his interest. His motivation to study was non-existent, and he certainly didn't have any textbooks in his room. It wasn't like he was going to go on and live a full life, get a normal job, have a normal family. So what point was there in studying? That's what he always thought, at least. Am I just wrong? If you give a liver transplant, does the donated liver also grow, or does it just give time for the original liver to heal? My understanding is that both parts grow anew. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah,
I have no idea how it works.
It's kind of like insane when you think about it, how doctors can like hook up different organs to different people, like their computer parts, like just squishy like cables with the veins and everything like that. It's just crazy that they're capable of doing that. Halfway through her dinner, Suzune found that she'd lost her appetite. Her mood was bleak. Why did I get so high and mighty with Takia like that? All I ever do is pretend to be the person I wish I was. In reality, all I do is worry about just when this heart of mine is going to stop. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. And do you want to take over narration now because it's her?
Sure, maybe. I know it's normal to be afraid of dying. I practice smiling for my father and my brother. I don't want them to see my fear. I was happy and a little bit shocked when I realized that my fake smiles actually worked. My smiles might have been forced, but the ones I got from those old men and old women and all the little kids, those were real. Oh, hey, Suzune. Hello, young lady. Everyone's always so happy to see me. At some point, Suzune had realized that she was no longer able to tell if her own smile was fake or not. She wasn't lying when she said that the smiles on other people's faces brought her joy. But every now and then, the loneliness returned. She wished she could tell someone how scared she was, finally let herself shed the tears she'd held in for so long. but she'd never be able to do that to either her father or her brother. She didn't want them worrying about her any more than they already did. Pulse grew erratic. Her intense heartbeat hammered like the hoofbeats of a horse at full gallop.
Intense heartbeat, a type of abnormal heartbeat known as a gallop rhythm, instead of the normal 2-beat lub-dub rhythm. See, I hate that I can hear the heartbeat sound right now. Rhythm of a healthy heart. It consists of 3 beats resembling the sound of a galloping horse, an indication of potential heart failure. This is also how a baby's heartbeat feels on ultrasound.
A sensation she'd known since childhood. Then she felt an intensely painful electrical shock course through her. Her implanted defibrillator had activated. Someone in chat said a defibrillator in your body is terrifying, and it sure is.
Mm-hmm.
After suffering through the pain for about 10 seconds, she felt her heartbeat stabilize. I'm all right. My heart is still pumping. But despite her relief, it was impossible not to think about how her time was drawing ever closer. If you're in pain, just say so. It's okay to admit it. What's the nurse?
Oh, thank God. I thought it was Archie.
With a start, Suzanne looked up and saw a nurse in her doorway. She hadn't even noticed the door opening. Was it time to have her temperature taken again? She hurriedly put on the mask of a smile. Oh no, I'm okay. It's all calmed down now. You're the nurse now.
Your illness isn't the problem. Hiding it is. If you need a little comfort, just ask.
Suzanne was at a loss for words. It was dark outside, and with the lights in her room turned off, she couldn't get a good look at the nurse's face. The woman was tall and slender and had a rather nice build. Was there a nurse like that on staff in this ward? She couldn't remember. What are you talking about? Suzanne felt her smile warp as she struggled to conceal a sudden upwelling of sorrow.
Is this death? You're facing your condition like an adult, but from your father's perspective, you're still his little girl. It's completely natural for your family to worry about you.
This person knows who I am. This does feel totally disparate from the main game, yeah. I'm not sure how, but she knows everything. Suzanne let her mask fall. She looked down at her hands, balled tightly into fists, and she let the tears come.
Aw.
I want to be a strong person, but I can't do it. Everyone tells me what a strong and cheerful girl I am, but it's all a lie. The words spilled out as her emotions came rushing to the surface. I'm afraid of dying. I'm afraid of getting surgery. I'm even afraid to go on living. What scares me more than anything is when night comes. I'm afraid every time I go to sleep that I might not wake up again. I thought that if I kept pretending I wasn't scared, that eventually I'd be able to fool myself. That didn't happen. I'm the only one I can't fool.
I think you're plenty strong.
Huh?
Everyone's afraid of death. That's why they try their hardest to look away from it. Why they try to forget during the day-to-day that it's coming. But you face it every day. Face it head on. You're a stronger girl than you think. Everyone else probably underestimates your strength.
The nurse's voice was smooth and soft. Her words flowed over Suzanne, washing away her darker emotions.
That's why you shouldn't push yourself so hard. If you keep trying to face all your fears by yourself, then one day you might break. It's okay to let it out every now and then. Vent your frustrations. You're fighting so hard every day. There's nothing wrong with asking for a little help.
As we're playing Persona 3 tonight. The nurse sat down on the bed and began to gently stroke Suzanne's hair.
If you're ever afraid to go to sleep, call for me anytime. I'm always here for you. I'll watch until you wake up in the morning. That should help, yes? Wow, you're just offering that? What the?
I couldn't ask you that, is what Suzanne had meant to say. But the comforting woman that enveloped her stopped the words, carrying her gently toward sleep. It was a feeling she'd nearly forgotten, like something from very long ago. But from when, exactly? Oh, is this her mom?
It is giving mom vibes, yeah.
Yeah, dead mom vibes. This adds an interesting perspective that Suzanne gave Achi a go help people quest because she doesn't want to risk dropping the facade in front of him if he's sticking around all the time. Yeah, it kind of sucks that this is stuck into a side story. It's like, I don't know. I guess it's
Probably because then there would be more of an expectation of either she gets a transplant or she dies.
Yeah,
Maybe they
that's
didn't want to
true.
do that
That's true.
with the end of the main story. Yeah,
Yeah, fair enough.
I do agree that it'd be better to place that. Like, there's a lot of things like that. Like Hitomi is just like, what was the point of Hitomi? Like, Hitomi just did
Yeah.
nothing really for the whole entire story. Yeah.
When Susanne woke the next morning, the nurse was gone, but she didn't despair. If she ever needed her, the nurse would be there for her again. Of that, she was sure.
Good morning, Miss Endo.
The nurse who came to take her temperature was the usual one, not the one who'd been there in the night. Good morning. A natural smile came to Susanne's face. She felt deeply grateful that she'd gotten to live to see another day.
Getting big mom vibes. Person who has a mom. Joke's on you. I don't have a mom. Ho ho ho. You're on.
Got him.
Got him.
Hey,
Got
I don't
him.
have a dad. Between us, we have a full set of. Nope, you don't have one. You don't.
He's still out there somewhere. Yeah.
The weather was nice, so after lunch, Susanne headed out into the courtyard. More than anyone else, she hoped to run into Takuya. She'd understood his outlook on the world the moment she'd learned of his condition. Plus, it was kind of cute, seeing how hard he tried to hide the way he felt. The fondness she felt for him was like that for a younger brother. Uh-oh. At some point, she'd realized they had a special bond. There was a sense of solidarity, knowing that they were both waiting on a transplant for an otherwise incurable disease. She wanted to say that the things she told him the day before, that was just her searching for an ideal, something to live up to. She wasn't philosophical, she wasn't enlightened, she just wanted to be honest about how hard it was every day. Surely he would understand. But
I'm sorry, Joe. You don't have to be sorry. It's okay.
don't donate bits to me to apologize to Joe.
You got nothing to apologize for. It's fine. It's not a problem whatsoever. I intentionally read that knowing that I had the joke to follow it up. So I took that as fertilizer. There you go. Boom. I opted into that. You don't have to apologize for a single thing.
Mouse tell Joe that they're sorry. A large primate donated 100 bits to say they're sorry to you.
Okay, good. Thank you. I feel better now.
But Susanne didn't see Takuya in the courtyard that afternoon. This is like the 5th time Large Primate has donated 100 bits unnecessarily to apologize on this stream. Hello, August. Nice to see you.
So they make these kind of jokes all the time then. All right, cool.
Yeah. It's sort of like an indulgences thing.
Oh, hello, August. Donald Duck Defender. Ha ha ha. Oh, hey. You still like Goofy more than Donald, though, right? I accept some amount of Donald Duck defending as long as you concede that Goofy is still better than Donald.
Hell
no?
Send him to the stocks.
Hell no?
I'm demoting him from lead mod. That's it.
Wow. Oh, he does have the hammer.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he's got the hammer.
Is it a hammer or is it an axe?
It looks like a Mario hammer that goes bonk.
It has to be a hammer because a band hammer. Yeah.
I think so.
Donald Duck is my little guy. Oh, like Mouse's breakfast, really? Okay.
A good breakfast. But Susanne didn't see Takuya in the courtyard that afternoon. She made small talk with several other patients like she usually did, then headed back to her room. I come back from a lovely car ride with my dear sister to get insulted and dragged for my tastes in men. You're getting dragged for your tastes in ducks?
Taste in men? What?
You can't just drop like indulgences and assume Joe knows that. Do you know what I mean when I say indulgences?
Yeah, from the church. Yeah, paying back something, right?
Yes. I just gestured at my microphone as though chat could see me. It was like see, Boulder, see.
You think I'm stupid? What the hell?
Joe, what do you think a furry is? At Anderson JPH. At Anderson JPH.
First of all, Donald Duck has feathers, not fur. Secondly, just because he's defending like something that's furry adjacent doesn't mean it's taste in men. I thought it was taste in cartoon characters, not taste in men. What do you mean? Is the dream to have like some short king who's like grumpy all the time and will quack at you, August? Because if so, okay, I learned something, but that's fine.
I mean, without the quacking, it's kind of...
Joe, you get it. Oh shit, really? Okay, all right. So like Psy is just the dream for you, huh? Okay, all right. Huh.
I could deal. I'm one of those people that I'm not a furry. I could deal with like up to 20% animal. So if it was like a short little guy who was cranky, and then also he had like wings and like some feathers on his, if he was like rakan shaped, maybe he had like nice wings and like a tail. I could deal with maybe bird legs. I don't know.
Whoa, that is
Stop talking about this. My sister's in the room. Sorry, August.
that's way further than I would go. Holy shit! I think you're at like 33%. What is that furry spectrum image that people post on Jazz sometimes, where it goes like where do you fall on the line?
Maybe not like full bird legs, but if they had like bird feet, I could be okay with the bird feet because I don't really care about feet anyway. I don't care about feet anyway. If they had bird wings and bird feet, then they could fly me places and then perch on things, which would be cool.
Okay, I need to ask: are we dragon rules or wyvern rules
talons
here? Do the wings replace the arms?
No, they would have arms too. They would need to have arms.
Okay, so they have wing. Okay, all right.
Mouse wants the Baba Yaga. I mean, the talons would scratch your hardwood. Whatever. I don't care about that. My cats have ruined my hardwood more than anyone else did anyway, so. Well, you know. Now that we've taken care of that.
How furry will you go?
Good luck, August. Like an angel with talons? Yeah, I'd go for an angel with talons. Actually, like if they were immortal. What about a vampire who had bat wings and talons and could also turn me into a vampire? That would go hard.
I think wings are hot. So
yeah, wings are hot.
I would accept wings.
Yeah, wings are hot. Yeah, wings go crazy. All right, I'm glad we got through that during this incredibly emotional story.
Sorry, this is just like our transplant hospital side story, and we're talking about how far into the furry waters we would wade.
Takuya didn't turn up the next day either, nor the day after that. She would look up at his window from the courtyard, but she never saw him. Where was he? Had his condition taken a turn for the worse? Was he no longer well enough to go outside? Suzune had never been to the second floor where his room was, but she knew the first floor well enough that she could guess the layout well enough to avoid getting lost. With that in mind, she decided to pay Takuya a visit. She went up to the second floor, walking slowly as she eyed the nameplates for the rooms along the courtyard side. There, right about where she expected it to be, she found it, Takuya Kazuma. She'd been afraid that his nameplate had been removed. If it hadn't been there, that would have meant he'd been discharged, that his room had been swapped for some reason, or else...
Expelled.
As Suzune was about to knock, a voice called out from behind her.
Miss Endo?
She turned around to see an unfamiliar nurse standing there. Perhaps she was in charge of the ward, or had seen Suzune walking around before, and that was how she knew her name. Yes? Suzune asked.
Were you looking for Takuya?
Yeah. I hadn't seen him in a while, so I was wondering...
I'm sorry. Takuya wants to get out more than he does, but honestly, he's not in any shape to be moving around much. We're worried about infection as well, so we've limited his visitors. You probably shouldn't be wandering this far yourself.
The nurse pointedly pulled the sliding door to Takuya's room closed. If I could just see him real quick.
No, the nurse snapped.
Jeez.
Yeah.
No, the nurse snapped, then hurriedly cleared her throat and spoke more softly.
You wouldn't want his condition to get worse, would you? I should have kept reading it. Fuck.
Suzune saw that she'd have to back down. She returned obediently to her own ward.
I don't trust the nurse. I don't either, but like so far it seems like everything she's doing has the best interest of him at heart. So it's hard. Yeah, it's difficult.
Their diseases.
Sometimes you need...
Sorry, go ahead.
So sometimes you just need someone to do the harsh thing, but it's good.
Their diseases aren't contagious, but they're both like both of them have conditions where if they got sick on top of it, like just like being too close to people or like sharing, germs with people could get an infection that could make their lives a lot worse really quickly. So I think that's the idea. But she had a hard time accepting the fact that she couldn't visit Takuya. Does that nurse have some kind of grudge against me? Not only does she know my name and know about my condition, she must also know that I've been talking with Takuya in the courtyard. Does she think I'm the reason his condition has gotten worse? Suzune knew that his health wasn't as good as he might have claimed, and she felt a little guilty that she hadn't been as considerate as she perhaps should have. How do you guys like this story so far? I like it a lot. It feels more in line with Asawa's in terms of tone and stuff.
I definitely think it's like okay to good, but it's laying it on that Suzune is like a beloved angel a little thick. But I did like the reversal, and it's like, you know,
Yeah.
she's faking a lot of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought without the reversal it would be obnoxious, but I thought just
It's a bit
setting up for that was
saccharine
okay.
at the
Yeah,
beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. After that, whenever Suzune went out for a walk, she made a point of swinging by Takuya's room, asking several nurses and doctors about his condition. They'd always say he was doing fine, but staunchly refused to let her see him. Is he maybe already... Suzune couldn't help but imagine the worst. Is everyone just working together to keep me in the dark? But why would they do that? Do they think I'm his girlfriend and they're trying to keep me from the shock of finding out or something? No, that was ridiculous. Besides, this is a hospital. Suzune knew full well that they didn't have the time to put on some weird piece of theater after a patient had passed away. There must be some other reason. Some reason they don't want us to see each other. Willing to do whatever she could to discover the reason, Suzune tried changing the time of day that she stopped by Takuya's room. Maybe if nobody was watching, she'd be able to sneak a peek inside. If someone happened to be coming or going, she might even be able to get a look at his face. But Suzune never imagined the way she'd finally wind up seeing him again. On that day, she had been hiding behind one of the heated metal carts used for delivering dinner to the patients. She followed the orderlies as they brought the cart toward Takuya's room. They'd have to open his door in order to bring his tray inside. But before she reached his room, the door swung forcefully open, and a bed was swiftly pushed from inside. Doctors and nurses, their faces pale, ushered it along, pushing the meal cart out of the way as they raced down the corridor. Takuya lay on the bed, his eyes closed, his face severely jaundiced. He didn't appear to be conscious. Takuya! Suzune cried out without thinking. One of the nurses glanced back at her briefly before disappearing from sight with the others as they brought the bed into the elevator. Takuya? As Suzune stood there dumbstruck, her eyes strayed to the open door to his room. With shaky footsteps, she went inside. Takuya's room was largely the same as her own. There was a locker by the entrance along with a small refrigerator. Over by the window was a TV stand. Next to that was a bookshelf packed with books. She picked up one of the books atop the bedside table. It was a beginner's primer on topics such as organ transplantation and brain death. On the bookshelf were other, more difficult-looking medical volumes intended for experts. Takuya's been studying up on diseases? I wonder if he's been holed up in here reading these the whole time. Maybe he'd overdone it, studying. That would be a cruel irony. Suzune prayed to a god she'd never before believed in. Please, save him.
Bro was planning his own surgery. I think he was planning her surgery.
Mm-hmm.
Large primate. Okay, negative Nelly to me. Oh, wow. There's another 100 bits coming, right, Mouse?
Takuya
blearily
want to do
opened
it?
his...
Okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Blearily opened his eyes. I like the word blearily. This wasn't his room. An artificial respirator was fitted over his nose and mouth, and several tubes ran between his body and a hemofiltration... Hemophilia... Hemoglobin... Hemofiltration machine. Vinyl curtains enclosed the area around his bed.
Hemofiltration machine. A machine that regulates electrolytes and removes waste products from the blood in lieu of the kidneys, used to assist patients with decreased kidney function. Purifying the blood too quickly can, however, result in a collapse of the body's electrolyte balance, leading to headaches or muscle spasms.
He was in an ICU.
An intensive care unit, a clinical facility that allows for focused around-the-clock treatment and monitoring for patients with severe and life-threatening illnesses or injuries. Also used for patients whose conditions might potentially become critical, or for patients requiring an extra degree of care following surgery.
Also, just as an aside, in my experience, ICUs are like little fortresses. It is incredibly difficult to get into an ICU if you're not being guided through. Like, the checkpoints in there, it's like way more like than even going on an airplane, airport even. It's like they're crazily guarded. Several people bustled frantically about. The last thing Takuya remembered was being in his room. Was that minutes ago? Or has it been days? Excuse me, could someone... Takuya paused. His voice didn't even sound like his own.
Doctor, he's regained consciousness.
A nurse announced. At that, the face of his attending physician, Dr. Psyche, suddenly came into view. He was wearing an operating mask.
Takuya, the doctor said, please hang in there. Takuya!
It sounded like his father and mother were there on the other side of the curtain. If the staff had called them here, did that mean he was on the brink? What day is it?
What was that?
The respirator was making Takuya's voice hard to understand. He struggled to form the words. Today, what day is it?
It's April 5th.
April 5th. There was still over 3 weeks to go until his 15th birthday. What was going on? It's too late to save me, isn't it?
You mustn't say things like that.
How much longer do I have? Will I make it another month? Psyche lowered his eyes. No guarantees then. Please, doctor, I just need 3 more weeks. Please do whatever you can to let me live for just 3 more weeks. I can't die yet. Dr. Psyche nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. Is there something you can do? Please, I don't want to die yet. I haven't done anything yet. Please, just a little more time.
Oh my god, his birthday is 4/28. Oh. There's a life-prolonging procedure, highly experimental. However...
I don't care about the risks. I just don't want to die yet.
There's something called an artificial liver system. Clinical trials have only just been concluded in Japan. Artificial liver system. Although a liver dialysis machine can be thought of as a sort of artificial liver, an actual liver carries out much more complicated metabolic reactions that dialysis cannot completely replace. For this reason, biohybrid liver replacements combining mechanical functions with active live liver cells from pigs are currently under research, with clinical tests have been conducted in the United States. The hope is that these bioartificial devices will someday be able to keep those with failed livers alive until the necessary transplants are available.
Is this me or you? Who's talking?
You? Oh, it's me. It's me. It's me. Sorry. It's a device that uses cells harvested from pigs. If things go well, rather than just 3 weeks, it might be possible to keep you alive until a donor turns up.
The mention of pig cells was startling, but right now was no time to be squeamish. Please, doctor, if there's even the slightest chance, it's worth it.
They did use a pig as a dialysis machine in house one time. I remember that. Oh man.
This movie I watched called it was the Mr. Nobody, and they go to the future. And in the future, almost everyone has like a pet pig that's hooked up to them as like a disease management system or life prolonging system. Like in Death Stranding, everyone just has like a pig hooked up to their bodies all the time. It was weird. After Takuya was rushed to the ICU, Suzune went to check up on him every day without regard of her own well-being. This might be you now. I'm not sure.
Day after day she visited, only to be told that he was still in an unconscious state. I guess so. 3 weeks went by without a change. Then one morning, while passing by the kitchenette on her way to the ICU, Suzune overheard some nurses talking.
Did you hear? Takuya's regained consciousness. For better or for worse. Poor kid, sorry. He keeps saying that he doesn't want to die yet, that he wants to live. He's only, 14?
The young nurse's voice was tearful. Suzune felt a new kind of pain in her chest.
He's running out of time for a transplant, and with that rare blood type.
Oh, shit. Rare blood type. Suzune stopped in her tracks, then rushed back to the kitchenette.
Oh,
Excuse
does she
me?
get his heart?
What do you mean by rare blood type? The moment she saw Suzune, the nurse clammed up and tried to slip away. Please, hold on. That rare blood type. Is it Bombay? Suzune shouted. The nurses exchanged an awkward look with one another, and though neither of them said anything, Suzune knew that she was right.
Oh, does he want to live until he's 15 because then he qualifies for some sort of the transplant? Or maybe the heart is big enough at that point? Or
I don't know. Takuya has Bombay blood too. This was a hospital with high-end facilities that drew patients with incurable diseases from all over the country, so maybe it wasn't such a remarkable coincidence. Transfusions for rare blood types such as Bombay were difficult to come by at regional hospitals. There were some advantages to having another such patient on hand nearby, but there were downsides too. Now the inexplicable behavior of the doctors and nurses made sense. They'd been trying to keep Suzune and Takuya from each discovering that the other had Bombay blood.
Okay, this is good. I like this. I wasn't expecting this. Okay, that's good.
It was unsettling enough to know that someone else with a blood type only possessed by a few dozen other people in all of Japan was hospitalized right alongside you. But when both of you were waiting for compatible donors in the hope of receiving a transplant, that was enough to upset anyone's composure. How Miss Takuya felt when she told him that she had Bombay blood as well. If I die, she could live. Something like that must have crossed his mind. The fact that he'd started studying up about transplants again must mean he'd been thinking of something. What in the world was he thinking? If our positions were reversed, what would I have done? Suzune knew what she had to do. She headed for the ICU. She got there just as Dr. Saiki, who was her own attending physician as well, emerged from inside.
Miss Endo.
The doctor stopped, surprised. Suzune drew herself upright and looked him right in the eye. Doctor, please use my liver for a transplant for Takuya. You can perform a living liver transplant, right? If you need to take half or even 2/3 of it, then please, by all means. For a moment, Dr. Saiki looked as if he'd taken a punch to the face, but soon his expression resolved into a sad smile.
You heard about the blood.
Suzune nodded.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. A living liver transplant is dangerous enough for a healthy person. Someone in your condition would never be able to tolerate the surgery.
You can do it when my time comes then, Suzune said.
Regardless, Miss Endo, I can't carry out a living liver transplant between complete strangers. The law doesn't allow it. If the two of you got married, that would be a different story, but
Lord
that's
Almighty.
not possible either. Neither you nor Takuya can legally marry until you're 18.
Married? Suzune had never thought about such a thing, but if marrying Takuya would make the surgery possible, she'd do whatever it took. But apparently the law wasn't going to allow for that either.
Why would he even say that? What the fuck?
I don't know. Well, I don't care what the law says. If I'm the only person who can save Takuya, then please, take my liver. Doctor, please.
I'm afraid what you're asking simply can't be done. You need to focus on your own condition and on getting better yourself.
I'm beyond saving anyway, though, right? So please, I'm begging you. Takuya needs... As Suzune grabbed hold of the doctor's gown, pleading, a sharp pain shot through her chest. Whoa. The galloping heartbeat was back. No, her pulse had never been quite this erratic before. Her mouth opened and closed reflexively. She was unable to breathe. Doctor, please. An electrical shock went through her from the implanted defibrillator. The world faded as she slowly collapsed to the floor.
I like how they justified the coincidence that someone else would be here with Bombay blood way more than they did in the main story with Hitomi just having it Lamayo.
Agreed.
This makes way more sense to me that they would have them in the hospital and everything like that. Yeah.
Yep. Suzune had a long, long dream. Her father was in that dream. And though Suzune couldn't clearly remember her face, her late mother was there too, trying desperately to save her. And then there was Takuya. Takuya was smiling. And no Achi. A genuine smile. A smile that Suzune had never seen. Takuya's mouth was moving. But no sound came out. She tried to read his lips. Thank you? Thank you? Wait, what do you mean? Suzune cried out as she woke. She was staring up at a familiar ceiling. She was back in her own room. She spotted her older brother Achi sleeping in a folding chair nearby. What do you mean there's a jump?
Why is it red? Why is it red? No. No, 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 no,
Achi.
no, 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 no.
The word creeped raspily from her throat.
No.
Oh, god damn it.
Suzune, you awake?
Her brother rose from the chair, then excitedly scampered out of the room. With a start, Suzune realized something was attached to her chest. She felt a peculiar sensation, 6 distinct tingles all running from the center to the left side of her chest. Electrocardiograph electrodes, my beloved. She followed the leads. I've gotten like 4 EKGs in the last couple of weeks. She followed the leads that ran from her chest to the monitor by her pillow and was surprised to see the waveform moving across it. It was her pulse, and amazingly, the rhythm was solid and strong. Nothing like the one she'd been familiar with for so long.
Uh-oh.
No, that's not my pulse. Suzune realized what she was seeing. She understood instinctively. This heart, it was Takuya's. Hachi returned with Dr. Saiki, who proceeded to check the various monitoring devices by the bed, nodding and smiling with satisfaction.
It's good to see you awake again, for now. For now, there don't appear to be any signs of rejection. Of course, we'll need to be vigilant, but this new heart seems to be a good match for you, Miss Endo.
It's Takuya's, isn't it? Please tell me it's not. I told you I wanted him to have my liver. Takuya was dead. If she had his heart now, there was no way he was still alive. Dr. Saiki looked away, and for a while he said nothing.
When it comes to who your donor is, I'm not at liberty to say anything. You understand that, right? What? So instead, let me tell you how things went for Takuya in the end. You two were friends. Boyfriend and girlfriend, maybe? Either way, you have a right to know about his passing.
Takuya's passing. This takes place a couple of years after the main story. That's why she seemed younger. Oh, that would make sense then.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
Suzune had already imagined as much, but now she couldn't hold back the tears. Takuya is dead. He's dead. Dr. Saiki went on.
Takuya begged me to help keep him alive just a little bit longer. His family agreed, and so he proceeded with an artificial liver system, a treatment that's relatively untested here in Japan. For a while, his symptoms abated, and he even regained consciousness.
There's a line in the main story of a woman breaking down about her son Takuya. Oh, so no? Oh, okay. Never mind. The doctor took a breath.
Well, maybe he was in the hospital for that long too? Years, maybe? Oh, no. But it was already too late. He lapsed into a coma due to acute liver failure and then developed complications, a condition known as DIC, which causes clotting in blood vessels throughout the body. Initially, we thought he might have a hepatic encephalopathy? Halopathy? Encephalopathy. There we go. One of those. But thank you for the bits. Encephalopathy. But a CT scan of her head revealed cerebral edema. It's edema. Isn't it internal bleeding? He was declared brain dead 2 days after his birthday. He was 15 years old. Encephalopathy.
Dr. Saiki gave her a significant look. Suzune wondered what that implied.
He was insistent that he make it to 15. Saiki continued. He said there was something he absolutely needed to do. On his birthday, he called for his family and told them, "I want to register as an organ donor." Ah. Okay.
Huh?
Here in Japan, individuals under 15 years of age aren't allowed to give consent for organ donation. If Takuya had died before he turned 15, then his heart, all of his organs rather, could not have been provided to a patient in need. And that was something he wished for very much.
Takuya had been reading up and studying, and he learned that he needed to survive until he turned 15. And he asked for life-prolonging measures to be taken, all so that he could register as a donor in order to give me his heart.
And, I don't know who it was, but apparently a surgeon was able to perform a transplant for a patient believed to be an ideal match for his heart. Evidently, this patient was also comatose and in an extremely dire state, but from what I hear, the surgery seems to have gone quite well. Of course, I do not know the identity of the patient either.
Suzune strained to move her right hand, setting it atop her chest. Underneath the layers of the bandages, she could feel a heartbeat, steady and strong.
Achi's probably super confused right now.
Takuya's heart is beating within me. I don't know about all this science stuff.
He left a letter for you. I haven't looked at what's inside. so I'm not sure what it says.
Dr. Saiki set a white envelope down on the bedside table, then left the room. Wow, Achi, see? Recycling works? Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh.
Oh. Achi, read
Oh.
it to me. She didn't feel strong enough to read it herself, but she didn't want to wait.
You sure? You know how hard it is for me to read? Achi asked. All right, then. Let's see.
Achi opened the envelope, slid the letter out, and began to read.
Suzune, if you're reading this letter, that means everything has gone well. Congratulations. And also, thank you. Ever since I became sick, no, even before then, I hadn't known what it was like to be happy. I hated the world. Really? I went through my whole life just thinking about how pointless my existence was, an excuse for a human being with no reason to live. What did it matter if I was here or not? I hated that I was going to die so young, but at the same time, it seemed pointless to try to live any longer. And then I met you. I fell in love with you. I love you, Suzune, with all of my heart. With you in this world, I wanted to go on living a little longer, because living would actually have some meaning. Oh my god, Rodney. When I found out that we had the same blood, I was shocked. It had to be fate, right? Neither of us was going to be able to survive on our own, but if one of us sacrificed ourselves for the other one could go on living. And I wouldn't be able to bear any world without you in it, Suzune. The answer was clear.
Godot, teeing these stories up in this order is devious. Sorry, go ahead.
I want you to have my heart, Suzune. That's the best possible thing for the both of us. You're probably a little sad, knowing that I'm gone now. I'll be happy if that's the case. But will you please be happy for me, now that my heart is inside you? That would make me even happier than anything. Thank you so much for taking my heart. It'll beat for you as hard as it can. I hope. I wish we could have talked more. If it had only been possible, I would have liked to have gone somewhere with you. But it's okay. This way, I get to be with you forever. I won't be lonely anymore. Goodbye. I'm looking forward to our future together. Takuya Kazuma.
Alright, they got me a little bit. Achi's voice grew gradually more hoarse as he read. By the end, he was struggling not to weep.
This is damn it, did it really have to be like this?
Suzune was more astounded than she was sad. Of course, she was upset that Takuya had died, and she was glad that she was going to live. But above all, she was amazed by the fact that Takuya had cared for her as much as he had, that he'd fought so hard to prolong his own life just to save hers. That moved her more deeply than anything she'd ever known. Maybe a young crush couldn't be called real love, but that didn't make it any less pure. It is fucked up they put this in the side bits. Thank you. Goodbye, and I'm looking forward to our future together.
What's the Achi jump for?
I don't know. Just to scare us, I guess.
Oh,
Jesus.
Okay.
It lets you see it from his side. You don't need to do it. Oh, okay.
This was good, but I think that if this had been properly integrated into the main story, and maybe if they were a little closer in age, and if we saw more of the interactions, I think it could have absolutely destroyed me.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. I agree. Yeah.
I think this could have been a really good inclusion if they had managed to do that.
Yeah.
But I see why they didn't. I think this might have even overshadowed the whole entire ending that's actually in the game.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
And also
if they were rich, that's true.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it was poignant because he didn't really know her. Yeah, I mean, I think they could have had the same story, but just shown a little bit more of them getting to know each other. You know what I mean? Like, it felt like they wouldn't really know each other either way. But we only got to, like, we got an illusion to them talking frequently. It did the thing where it was like, and then he went out and met her all of the time, but we didn't see him meeting her all of the time. We just got told that. It didn't get built.
Yeah, like imagine like we saw the opening as it is right now.
Yeah.
And then throughout the whole entire story, like not always, maybe not its own line, but we saw something that was happening to them throughout the whole entire days. Oh, that's why, because you can't do it in one day.
Yeah, it's one day. Yeah.
That's why. Yeah. Sure. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
There's no way you could do it in one day. Yeah. It would have to be on the last day, and you're just seeing a bunch of flashbacks like throughout the day, and at that point, it doesn't really fit in the lines very well. Okay. Fair enough.
It couldn't have worked in the main story. Imagine.
Yeah.
So we're reading the same thing.
Like
yeah, I was gonna say Asawa is exactly like this. Like this is most close to Asawa's route and tone. I think it's fine as a side story, but I think even within a side story, they could have done a bit more with.
It's wild when you have a more focused. Oh, sorry, I thought you were sorry.
No, it's fine.
It's wild when you have a more focused, compact structure with a bunch of interacting threads. It's easier to write something that just does a job. Actually, okay, so first of all, because of the way that Shibuya Scramble is structured, you're almost certainly right, actually. But in my experience, writing a short story, and not just my experience with my own writing, but also reading other people's writing a proper, like really, really great short story is so much harder than writing a good novel. It's a much more constrained medium. It is really hard to do it well. It's easy to just write a short story because it's a lot shorter than a novel. But a lot of people struggle with the limited word count to actually get it done properly.
This is actually why I love writing poetry. I love writing within the constraints of like a poetic limitation. I write a lot of poetry. I used to. I don't anymore. I should again.
I used to write poetry as well.
I like poetry for this. Yeah. So we're not done with 428. We have Nasu side story, and then if we're feeling up to it, we'll do a game jam, Jan.
Time for anime.
The reason I said to do this one first is because ending on it can be devastating, but now you get to do an emotional cleanse. You know what, Godot? Fair enough. All right, so we're gonna take a break.
That is not the F word I thought you were gonna say. Okay.
We're gonna take a break. We're gonna take a break. I need to get something to eat, so it'll probably be like a 10-minute break or something, maybe a little longer. So.
I'm gonna make a tea and have one of my Fit Crunch protein bars that I found at Walmart today.
I'm so happy for you. I love the Fit Crunch bars.
I'm so happy.
So it'll be a little long. We'll make some tea and have some toast, and then we'll come back and do Nasu, our second side story of the night. Not only are they doing it, we're streaming it. That's right. So we'll be right back in a minute. Does anyone have any money? Asks Large Primate. You probably would if you stopped donating apology bits.
Apollo gems?
Apologems.
Apologems is a phenomenon that is in Genshin Impact, that when they did something wrong, they gave free gotcha gems to the community. Apologems.
Apologems. Interesting.
Apologems.
Am I getting apologems? Is that what this is?
It seems like it, yeah.
I guess it could be worse. All right, yeah, Fit Crunch is a protein bar. Fit Crunch is a protein bar that I get. It's my favorite brand, and he couldn't find it in Canada, so when I came to visit, I brought a whole box of Fit Crunch bars in my luggage. 2 kinds.
It's true. It's true. She did.
I did. So finding Fit Crunch bars are very exciting. Yeah, Fit Crunch is awesome. Yeah. PB&J is my fave. Oh, I haven't had the PB&J one. Oh. I like the mint chocolate one. It's just dessert. Did Customs grill you on the protein bars? They did not. Why is there a fake character on the screen? Welcome, Paddle. The last bit of 428 we will be doing is the side story written by the one, the only, Nasu. So all of the Fate fans should be excited because this is Joe's first and probably final exposure. Any thoughts before we
shoot.
go into it? Don't shoot. Oh,
Don't
we
shoot.
were gonna do the AI thing. Oh, should we do the AI thing?
We don't have to if you don't want to.
I don't want to, but then all of the betters who I misled are gonna get mad.
You did promise them. You could just cancel the bet. You have that power.
I could cancel the bet. How do I do that?
I would never. But
I would never cancel the bet?
Never ever. I would never get in the way of their
There's
bet.
80,000 channel points in the pool.
I have a side bet that the bet's going to get canceled. So.
I know the bet has they don't do it option, but I misled them.
Baldur, is there any good Factorio mods for Space Age? Reward the doubters. This is a good tea. Wow.
I'm gonna refund it because I misled people. I'm sorry.
All right, let's do it now.
Let's do it now? Oh shit.
Yes.
Well, I didn't refund it yet. I don't know how to refund it. Can a mod who knows how Twitch works refund the bet? Streamer misleading people is surely built into the odds. I feel too bad. Yeah, just refund the bet. I'm sorry, everybody. I really don't want to do it. I want to see Nasu bullshit. This is my first time reading anything by Nasu as well. Thank you, Double Jumper. I can't get reality check to load.
Look, sorry, I'm sure Angel's Petrochem is updated for it. There was a mod that I saw like maybe like 8 months ago that added a whole new planet to Space Age that you have to be in a submarine the whole time. And apparently that was just the beginning of that mod, and it looked quite polished. And I'm curious if that's like anywhere along the line or if anyone's played it. But yeah, I still have to go back and finish a bunch of the base game mods that I wonder if they don't even work anymore. I didn't finish C Block. I got like halfway through it.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Is this Genshin?
Factorio.
Factorio. Oh, okay.
Factorio, yeah.
It'll be funny if after this we end up reading Nasu's best work, Tsukime. There's negative possibility of that happening on this stream. Bless your soul. Remember that reminder that pre-Fate Nasu works inspired Ryukishi 07 to start writing VNs. That's true. There's a lengthy essay on a website that I like on a blog that uses a lot of big words, so Umiful doesn't like it. That is about how Ryukishi's fight scenes are just worse versions of Nasu fight scenes.
I love big words.
Yeah, they're pretty good. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, thank you, Kaylee Gal, for cheering 100 bits to say, I have money to send bits, and I want to apologize for making a Kyrie joke in my head after the end of Suzune's story. Okay. All right. Alfard al-Shua, the solitary serpent. The snake has lost 8 of its 9 heads. In the Middle East, the snake is seen as an ill omen, and those who take it as their name are said to be both wicked and extremely cunning. You can read if you want. It was just going. Loading.
Do. If I give in to sentimentality, I will have lost my light all over again.
Whoa.
Huh. Is this gonna be more expensive than the main game? The blue sun rose into the sky. Blue sun? As the girl rushed through the airport, she was met with the... Oh, not again! Not another airport intro! She was met with the intense light of the summery dawn. April 28th, 8:21 a.m. Singapore Changi Airport? Changi? What are these She let out a weary breath. A shaft of sunlight blazed across her face, and she squinted her eyes against the glare. The night had been a long one, and she could feel exhaustion taking hold. She wanted to stop and sink into one of the sofas in the airport lounge, but she didn't have time for that now.
BA. Do you want me to read her lines?
Sure.
Was that all just a diversion? Who the hell does she think she is, just tossing people away like that? Are the fringe groups of her own organization nothing more than halva to her? Halva, also known by other names including Halawa and Halawe. A popular confection throughout the Arab world, typically made with ingredients such as sesame, apricots, or grains, kneaded together with sugar and some type of oil or fat. It is said to have originated in ancient Mesopotamia.
Mesopotamia.
Mm.
Muttering curses that seemed at odds with her young face, the girl wove her way gracefully through the sea of travelers. Time was of the essence. All she had under her hidden back pocket were some dollar bills.
The dollar is the unit of currency in several countries, including Canada and Australia, but here it refers to the United States dollar, controlled by the Federal Reserve Bank. At the time of the story, it's frequently used alongside the euro as a standard currency for international transactions.
She was just going to have to acquire the gear she needed on site. It galled her to be so under-equipped. The only consolation was that at least she'd been able to arrange for a boarding pass in time.
Al-Anisa.
Al-Anisa. Kanan refocused instantly as an unfamiliar man addressed her in Arabic. Was he a thief or some more dangerous third party? This was a country where both one's money and one's life could easily be at risk. She had one way to find out what kind of threat she was dealing with.
日本行きの便はどれ？
Which gate is the flight to Japan?
Her voice was sweet and girlishly soft. The man gasped. He hadn't been expecting this. They hadn't told him what he was really in for. This girl was a natural enemy of the Serpent, a steely soldier in a proxy war.
Sorry.
You okay?
I already see the bullshit this is heading towards. Sorry.
All right. Okay. A professional freelancer who took any requests and who always carried out her mission. A mere hour earlier, she'd taken out an armed syndicate 30 members strong, the red flowers of blood left in her wake a testament to her rumored capabilities. Why is she so strong? The man was dumbstruck. What kind of twisted fairy tale was this, with mercenaries who looked like sweet little girls?
Twisted fairy tale.
何？手配はできなかった。
What's wrong? Were you not able to make the arrangements?
搭乗は6
No,
番ゲート。
everything's fine, he said hurriedly. The flight is departing from Gate 6. If you're looking for your pass and your ticket,
右のポケット
They're
で
in
しょ
my right pocket. That was
すごいな。
impressive. I didn't notice until you'd already handed them off.
the man gasped again. His surprise shifted to caution. With all of the bystanders around, it should have been easy enough to make a handoff without even the recipient ever noticing. He was proud of his skills, but still she'd seen right through him.
落ち込まなくていいよ。
Don't
I
feel
hate
bad.
this.
あなた、
At least I
入り
didn't
口で
spot you in
私はあ
advance.
なただって分かってたのに。
This is what all of the Fate supporters want you to read for like 200 hours on stream. You're the man I spoke to on the phone outside, right?
それってすごいこと
Kanan
だ。
asked. That was quite the feat. I don't offer praise like this lightly, but I'm legitimately impressed.
She's known since the moment I arrived, he thought, and she hadn't figured it out from his appearance. She just intuited it somehow. She had also immediately sensed that he was ashamed, even though he'd kept his face a perfect blank. And also, she hadn't even looked at him. Nicely done. I see why they call you the natural enemy of the serpent.
一度も殺してない
That
の
seems
に
a little
天敵という
premature,
のは
seeing as how I haven't
すごく
killed it yet.
First, the girl had acted deliberately blasé. Now she was being downright cynical. She's a little unstable and totally adorable. What the fuck? He had to remind himself that this was her. How many soldiers must she have killed? How many battlefields had she survived? Hers was the life of a professional assassin. The fact that she had retained apparent normalcy in the midst of such disorder was more than a little unsettling. The man was astonished that this was the famed rival of the serpent. One did not strike at the snake without exceptional cunning and skill. My name is Sosuke Bosuke. I have a post office, a job at a post office or something. Hers was the perfect I have a post office. Hers was the perfect camouflage, a mercenary in the guise of a child.
Well, so long as we're on the same page. Did you look into that story I asked you about?
確認は取った。
Yes, I was able to confirm it. The director of Okoshi Pharmaceutical, Osawa, his daughter has indeed been kidnapped. We should consider the increase in cell activity on our end to be a mere diversion.
In case anyone was curious about the stream title. Cell. In order to avoid being compromised, anti-government organizations that carry out illegal activities, as well as terrorist groups, frequently organize themselves into smaller subgroups known as cells. Typically, only the leader of each cell knows how to contact the upper echelons. Thus, rank-and-file members who are exposed and arrested are incapable of leaking information about the larger organization, the outsiders. The name cell is taken from the biological structure.
Weeb shit. Unapologetic weeb shit. Kanan gritted her teeth. Her latest mission, concluded just an hour ago, had been to meet with this armed group, the Serpent. Whoa, that was fine. Everything had gone off splendidly without a hitch. She just killed like 30 people. It's fine. It's whatever. The job had been even easier than she'd imagined. There was no cause to get her bent out of shape. But the info she'd gotten her hands on had done quite a number on her mood. This is in the same world as Yanagashita? Fucking hell.
The serpent herself.
The serpent...
Oh, this is not me.
Oh, it's you. It's you. Is it?
It could be you. Maybe?
Okay.
I don't know.
The serpent herself is on the move. Japan, Shibuya, Akoshi Pharmaceutical, possible CIA involvement, presumed large-scale urban terrorism at work. Oh, so is Alphard just one of the heads of the serpent? I guess.
I don't know. You sing that to the tune of DuckTales? Weeb shit.
Yeah.
Woo!
Every day you're out there streaming weeb shit. Woo! That message had lifted the veil from her eyes. At long last, Alfred herself was out in the open, the head of the snake exposed. What a perfect opportunity to cut it off. But of all places to set the stage, Japan? CIA involvement could pose a problem. She wouldn't be surprised if the serpent had already coiled itself around the Americans. When it came to the serpent, not even the US government could be trusted to keep itself free of influence. Not even. Okay. And the target was Akoshi Pharmaceutical. If that wasn't a sign, she didn't know what was. Was that just a coincidence? No. Allah was Al-Qadir, all-powerful. Okay, I don't know how to say Al-Qadir, all-powerful. Yet the girl frowned in disappointment. What need would he have to go so far to pen such a perfect tale? She had thought such grand acts of fate were a relic of the distant past from a previous night, but she could sense its hand in these events. She hurried to get the intel confirmed at once and had quickly arranged a flight to Japan. Maybe she was a freelancer, not aligned with any particular organization, but she still had connections. She had many tools in her arsenal. People were often the most convenient. If they excelled at what they did, so much the better. Many individuals sought to curry her favor. Sympathizers like the man who'd made the handoff here, who would intervene on her behalf.
Sympathizers, groups or individual activists who favor a particular political organization or ideology, and to demonstrate support without directly participating in the faction's activities.
ありがとう。
Thank you, she
じゃあ
said.
行くけど。
Is there anything else you need to tell me before I
現
go?
地に一人ワキールを用意した
Sorry, I'm behind you. A wakil has been arranged to act as your representative on site. Wakil. Apparently he's put together a way to get you to Shibuya. After you've landed, drop out of the hold. You'll be able to head off directly from the runway, the man said. I pray this will not be a fool's errand for your sake. I admit surprise that our Emir holds such respect and fondness for you, Rafik Kanan. He hopes that you will not fail, of course, but should you do, that you will at least go down fighting. She sighed.
Wakil is Arabic for agent. Thank you. Go down fighting? Oh, I'm sorry, I guess. Do you want me to read her internal monologue?
Of course.
So it's okay to die as long as I take the target down with me.
The man thought of nothing but his honor, his pride. No reconciliation, no negotiation, no submission. 3 tenets that mattered more than preventing bloodshed. Whatever designs these two organizations had on each other were of no concern to her. But even so...
I don't need the warning. I have no intention of dying a 3rd time.
Weep Stanley. For once, her client's wishes aligned perfectly with her own. Her flaxen hair trailed behind her as she went to board her plane. She didn't look back. You okay?
Yeah, I don't know if Discord filtered it, but I think chat actually heard me choke there.
The flight from Singapore to Japan was roughly 7 hours. Is it really?
Whoa.
Damn, that seems really long. The serpent had surely anticipated that her enemy would pursue her there. In all likelihood, there would be a minimal window between Kanan's arrival in Japan and the serpent's plan coming to fruition.
She really does love sinking to new lows.
The serpent would be so clumsy as to let someone from back home in the Middle East, especially a foe like Kanan, find out about this by accident. If she'd let the plan leak, that meant it suited her purposes somehow. It would seem she wanted to entice Kanan to risk hope before trampling her underfoot. You won't lay a finger on me?
I guess
Who's
so.
this? Is this you? Is it? I guess it's you. Okay, sorry.
You won't lay a finger on me.
Yeah, the voice sneered at her, a backstage murmur in her mind. She dealt with the enemy's diversion, learned of the plan just in the nick of time, and rushed off to Japan without a second's hesitation. Nick of Time was my character's name in the MMO City of Heroes. He had a clock on his shirt. Japan was where it would all be decided. If she didn't do battle with the serpent, she would lose yet another close friend. Had the serpent engineered the situation simply to torment her?
けど
But things aren't going to go how you think this time. Shibuya is a poor fit for you.
She spoke to herself to calm her gnawing impatience. The time it took to write Shibuya and the time it took to write Alphard were nearly the same. But the youthful and complex nature of the city of Shibuya won out. Her instincts were something akin to fortune-telling, a tendency to reimagine the world around her in a way that was neither wishful thinking nor sour grapes. She had a sense of conviction that hovered near the truth, but she knew she couldn't let herself be optimistic. The serpent possessed a powerful venom. It was possible that, even if Alfred's plan were foiled, the life Kanan hoped to save would still be lost. There was truly no time to spare. Crushing the fringe group in Singapore had gone more quickly than she'd anticipated. She had planned on obliterating them at the break of dawn, but she had been struck by a sudden familiar sense of urgency and had acted an hour ahead of schedule. That change of plans had led to this. She had obtained the intel just slightly earlier than Alfred might have anticipated, and had put speed above all else in arranging the trip to Japan. Right now, she could only hope that the single hour she brought herself would let her save her friend's life. This is making me think of a movie. I think it was a David Fincher movie. It had the guy that played Magneto in it from X-Men, and he played like an assassin, like Kanan, and he had a very high opinion of himself, but he kept fucking up. He was still capable. It wasn't like full on comedy, but I really appreciated like the turn on that kind of character trope that he just kept making mistakes, even though he had this inner monologue of being like, I'm so fucking cool and I get the job done, blah blah blah, and then he would shoot and he would miss and he'd go fuck. Like it was really really funny. I recommend it. I can't remember what the movie was called though. Maybe someone in chat will know. It came out like a couple years ago. Was it called The Killer? Is that what it was called? That sounds familiar, actually. I recommend the movie. Maria. Sorry.
Maria.
A warm red flooded her mind. They'd met 2 years ago. She remembered the day as an ordinary one. An unassuming tourist was getting hassled by the same sorts of guys that caused trouble all over the world. Kanan's stash of her favorite snack had just run out, and it left her in an irritable mood.
Relatable. Hashtag relatable.
Out of Fit Crunch. Maybe that was why she'd stopped at the sight of the scuffle. Not that she had any interest in helping. The men just gave off an eyesore of a color. Their scent was far too noisy, and she wanted to be rid of them.
Shukran Jazalan,
said the grateful tourist, her hand outstretched. She asked if Kanan would be her guide, which Kanan tried to ignore, but the young woman persisted. This girl was a person raised in peace, from a peaceful country. Kanan wasn't the kind to hold that against her, or rail against the unfairness of the world. It didn't mean she wanted to put up with it either. A Yabania? Like her, was practically a different species. How could they even understand each other? Kanan was closer to an animal herself, and respectable people didn't get close to animals that were still untamed. She also loved Donald Duck. Humans had overcome their feral side. They had become creatures of intellect. When such intellect was fostered over the years, the benefits were clear. And yet...
What is bro yapping about? Let's be friends, Siddiqui. How about it?
This tourist approached her, oblivious. Kanan could recall the warm color from that moment. It still triggered her memories. It was a pleasant color, one that she had been touched by before. This tourist, Maria, was not so remarkable as to draw the eye. Nothing about her seemed especially worthy of admiration. There was just... You shut up! There was just something special about the wholesome smile she offered to the dangerous creature she should never have approached.
I meant to bring this up, not that I think it's always done well, but this is touching on it too. The thesis statement of 428, if you want to pull a theme out, is different people can overcome differences to resolve their problems. You talked about that a week ago. Oh yeah, when you were like, is there any deeper meaning? And I was like, nah. Which I later amended somewhat because I don't think that's entirely fair. Also, thank you, Hasaniko, for translating words as we go because it's interesting to me. Yeah.
Is that really a theme, or is that just like a part of like almost all fiction when it comes to like people working together to solve a problem? Like, I don't know, that's very ubiquitous in fiction, is it not?
I mean, so like I can understand feeling like it's front loaded here. I think it is a theme. I think that it is one of the most common ways that we resolve plot friction. Like that's how we resolve the problem of a story. But I think here, the interesting thing about what they're doing is that they set up non-Japanese people as such an other, that the differences they have to overcome is like largely being Japanese and not being Japanese for at least this part of it, which feels inflated by like the fundamentally kind of xenophobic aspect of the rest of the work. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like they've created artificial differences and then written characters overcoming the artificial differences.
I can see that with Kano and Stanley.
Yeah. Kano and Stanley and Maria and Kanan both have this going on. I think that some of the other people overcome that a little bit. Like there is other manifestations of it, but for me, it's the fact that they created this weird divide that they didn't need to put there, and that isn't necessarily like a real thing. Although I understand that in Japan, there is like a political strain of people who are very like Japanese nationalist. So like it's not completely imaginary, and it's not like differences between cultures are completely invented or something. I'm not saying that, but it feels like the way that non-Japanese people are treated in this visual novel is strange. Especially Dawn is talking about like the Orient, as in like Edward Said's Orientalism. Like this is there is like profound othering happening for Kanan and other especially like Middle Eastern people, which feels weird. A note system that explains these words would be interesting. Maybe the game should have that feature. It is crazy that they explain everything except words.
It's a universal undercurrent. For example, immigrants are called foreigners no matter how long they've lived in Japan. Yeah, I just don't feel like like when they were doing that in the base story, it felt like it was always when they were they were part of the heist. Like I don't know. I feel like it didn't explore that enough for me. But maybe I'm misremembering some stuff. Like we've been reading this for weeks now, so maybe some stuff at the beginning. I guess there's the professors there too. The professor's one of the foreigners. Stanley and Kano definitely have some amount of that. I feel like because we never really see Kanan and Maria interact all that much.
I mean, like I guess that's what this is about to be, right?
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. It mostly happened around dudes in black suits versus right now. Yeah, the dudes in black suits is where it's the most severe. There's a whole political climate that's going on right now in Japan. Maybe the sentiment is more directed toward Japanese people so they can recognize and get over artificial differences. Yeah, I mean that's totally fair. Like we're an American and a Canadian person reading this in 2025 was not the audience that this was written for. Like either temporally or geographically, probably. So it is
never stopped us before.
No, it's never stopped us before. But maybe what I should say is, reading this, my experience of this is that saying that the message is that overcoming differences is a good is like a positive thing is strange to me when it feels like the differences are like almost clownishly represented at times.
Yeah. Stanley Works as a token, one of the good ones. Says Green. It's Viscount, isn't it? It's not Viscount. Viscount.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that. Actually, I feel like they didn't get along very much at the beginning, and it was also both-sided. I feel like Jack Stanley also felt like he took a lot of shots at Japan, and this is how Japanese attempt to do this shit. Like I feel like that was the two-way flow between Kano and Jack Stanley. Yeah.
I mean, he is the only non-Japanese person who gets his own storyline, I guess. And also at the end, he's like the one good cop, right? Like he's the one good CIA member who isn't in on it. And so in that way, he's kind of a token one of the good ones, in that he's like he receives a story like that isn't like a cartoonishly evil personality, and he gets like to be his own person. We understand his motivations. He interacts with the main characters in a positive way. Like he's allowed to participate in the plot. That kind of thing.
I love the idea of a good CIA member. It's like a good chatter. Anyway, let's continue. Did you read Spontaneous?
No, I didn't. You're very spontaneous, aren't you?
Kanan smiled. There was something powerful about people who can get a read on their own situation. It was the first time she'd smiled earnestly in a long while. The first time she'd seen since she lost her light a second time.
I think I'm insulted. I'm sorry. Don't be insulted. My chat's good. My chat's good. You're not allowed to insult my chat. We insult your chat.
All right.
We insult your chat.
100 bits to Mega Geeko. Sorry, Mega Geeko.
You're gonna have to get a ukulele. Mega Geeko's got an artist icon next to their name. You're gonna have to get. You're gonna have to do it. Yeah, thank you.
Every stream, I'm sorry. It would still be several hours before the plane landed in Japan. She did her best to ease her inner tension, to let herself rest in preparation for combat. Her orders were simple: save her friend, capture the serpent. Her objective was the same as it had been before: fight the serpent. That summer, 4 years ago, when she'd gotten the tattoo on her left arm. That very long day when she'd been reborn as the Kanan she was now. I should get a tattoo of a snake on my arm.
Really?
Just a big snake.
Can you pick a better midlife crisis?
I was gonna get video game swords on my forearm. Snake's better, right?
I want to get an Umineko tattoo, but I don't know what. Don't say the wing.
Of course not. Of course not.
Maybe like a little golden butterfly flying across like my sternum, like across my heart. It'd be cute. This is a flashback? Oh, okay, thank you.
It's not in black and white though. The rumbling of a diesel engine sounded in her ears. The color that went with that sound indicated the engine was running well. Okay, does she have synesthesia or no? What's the fucking? That's a different one. What's the condition where people associate colors with memories and moods and stuff, where they can taste colors or something?
That is synesthesia. Yeah.
Oh, that is the right word. Okay. The interior of the compartment was ripe with the smell of ramal, F sand. A dangerous blue, a gentle red, a painful yellow. Those, the colors of the many people aboard the train as it chugged along.
You can see their auras.
The train had set out from Al Haditha, northwest of Baghdad, and after a journey of 300 kilometers, it was approaching the Jordan border. At the front of the train was an antique diesel locomotive. This was followed by first-class carriages, coach-class carriages, and hopefully not Nathan Drake, and also by several of the women-only carriages unique to the Middle East. It was a long train, though not exceptionally so.
Women-only carriages. In some Islamic countries where men and women are prohibited from sitting together for religious reasons, women-only train cars are common. Depending on the country, the sexual segregation may be so strict as to apply even to children. Sometimes even young boys must separate from their mothers in order to ride in the men-only carriages. Is this before they got women-only train cars in Japan? It's weird that they're writing about this like it doesn't happen in Japan. Is that like a recent development? I thought that was a long time thing. It's a recent development. Oh, okay. Interesting. They have women-only train cars in Mexico too? Huh.
I have a question, but it might be an insensitive question, so I don't know if I should ask it or not.
Roll the dice.
Roll the dice. Is this like a recent thing? Is it because women weren't safe on unisex train cars? Or I found a way to ask it diplomatically.
Yeah, women were pretty frequently harassed on trains in Japan.
Okay.
Don't you know about the subway slammer?
No, I don't know about the subway slammer.
Okay, the subway slammer. So subway slamming in Japan was a thing that was a problem for a while. I don't know if it's still a thing, where people would like basically bodily shove people or do some other stuff, and it was often done to women or non-Japanese people. Like you would be sitting on the subway and someone would just plow into you and knock you down and keep going. It was just like a microaggression. Like they just felt like doing that. Although sometimes I think it's because they felt like you were in your way or something. The subway slammer then became I don't even know what chat help me. It was in the Persona mobile game. They made the subway slammer an evil villain, basically.
Siri, what is the subway slammer?
He's the villain of Persona 5X. So they took this serious problem in the trains and made it into a Persona villain. But anyway, yeah. So women were. There were a lot of reports of women getting like groped and stuff like that on the trains. If that's what you're asking, yeah. So that's why they implemented.
So it's for a different. Well, maybe it's not for a purely different reason than this implementation. But okay, all right. This actually broke Google. It's not answering.
Oh, okay.
Cool. It was remarkable that there was a line running between Iraq and Jordan. Traffic between the two countries, especially via railway, had been drastically reduced as a result of war. Many of the lines had long since fallen into disuse, but now that the West was working towards the reconstruction and stabilization of Iraq, Japan had also helped to plan a railway between Iraq and Jordan and had laid down a temporary rail line. The train's final stop was not the border, but 300 kilometers beyond it in Amman, the Jordan capital. This trip would be a turning point. Sundown would see the venerable old train service come to an end. Compartment where Kanan rode was boisterous with noise and human energy. Wind and the sound of chugging wheels rushing together through windows with no glass. As the only rail service currently linking Iraq and Jordan, the new line drew passengers from all walks of life. A freelance journalist returning from Baghdad, an Indian peddler carrying a piece of luggage larger than himself, a group of women who appeared to be members of some Scandinavian NGO. No one seemed bothered by the clamor. The passengers shouted and prattled on as they pleased. Various sounds, miscellaneous colors, profuse scents, myriad textures, manifold flavors. I actually like the color thing this is doing. All of these sensations mixed together as if in a stew pot, and Kanan gulped them down. Yet the stimulation they provided was weak. It was like lamb without enough salt, and so she reached into her pocket for a dose of her favorite pick-me-up, crunching it between her teeth.
By the way, I've said this on stream before, but I don't know if I've told you this. Everybody, maybe I haven't said it on stream. Maybe I just said it in my Discord. I'm a well-known English major, as we know, but I actually was a double major in political science in undergrad, and my undergraduate thesis was about women and politics in Japan. And I wrote about like how women got the vote, female representation in the cabinet, stuff like laws around abortion and stuff. And so I directed my feminist fucking lens toward Japan. It was quite interesting. That was like 15 years ago though, so I haven't retained a lot of it, but some of it. That's cool.
It's because we're 40 now. It's true. Yep. Kanan was in a foul mood. She was on this train to do a job, but nothing had happened for 3 hours now. So far, the journey had proceeded without incident, and she'd had no opportunity to act. Siam, the man she called Sharik, had assigned her this mission. They were traveling together. Theirs was a rare team. No longer were they Mudarib and Mutadarib, master and student. They were partners now. See, it's not just Japanese words I can't pronounce, chat. It's all of them. Still, there was a complete letdown. The atmosphere on the train set her on edge. Despite the instability of present-day Iraq, there were no soldiers aboard, only several policemen. Supposedly, this limitation of the military presence was all out of concern for the complicated political situation. I don't think I have ever read a story about the Middle East or based in the Middle East at all, except for something like, let's a Western movie that they just go to the Middle East at some point. Yeah. I don't think I've ever been exposed to a story from that. Huh. But you cannot but wonder if it was more a concern for saving money on soldiers' pay. Major powers touted peace while enforcing virtue when they could be bothered. This railway was just one more example of their dubious policies, supposedly established to help foster interpersonal exchange and economic revitalization. It had originally been used for military transport until public travel was more useful for somebody's agenda.
Somebody in chat asks, I know this isn't related to the topic, but what do you think about the statement, not everything has to be political? I can answer this question, but it will derail the stream for an hour.
Well, it's your turn to read, so it's up to you.
Is that a threat? It's a little bit of a threat.
I promise to not talk for the whole hour.
Well, they're asking because they want to know what you think too. Please no.
No, they're not.
Please no. Okay. My answer to this, that once famously displeased someone greatly in Jads, so strap in, is that pretty much everything is always already political. And I say always already with like the weight of the philosophical background behind that. Even something like the definition of a pound, okay? If you go back through history, there were like wars fought over how we define metrics, like things that we take for granted in our everyday life. I have an iPhone here. God knows that's a political object, okay? Like the food that we eat, like my computer parts, all of those things are tied up in manufacturing and consumerism and like a system of production that is always already politically charged, right? And so to me, saying that not everything is political, like not everything has to be political, is just a nonsense statement. Because everything in the world already is. Like, we live in a world that is politicized. So, like, I can walk into the fucking forest in the park near where I am, and I am well aware, because I volunteer with an organization there, that there is an organization dedicated to replanting trees there, because one of the administrations in this city knocked down all of the natural environment there. And now there's an organization called Upstream that plants to reforest everything, right? Like, not even the ground we're walking on is apolitical. Most of the United States was like stolen, like geographically, right? Like literally nothing we interface with on a daily basis is apolitical. The people who say they don't want politics in games, like, all games are political insofar as there were politics in the decisions of what to include in the game and how they created it and the mode by which it was created, right? So to me, saying not everything has to be political is just a denial of reality. And reality is hard. And like, I'm not saying everybody has to keep all of those things in their head all of the time when they're like looking at the world and engaging with the world. But I think that saying that not everything has to be political is a nonsensical statement. Now, if you're saying not everything has to have an explicit political statement, that's true. But also, like, when we get into like creative objects, when we get into a piece of art, the choice not to include something is still political. Like, if you say I'm going to do this and it's not going to have any politics in it, that is a political choice. Everything is a political choice because it has whatever system by which you govern the way you think built into it. So I don't think anything can be called apolitical. Joe thinks he's playing an Undertale soundtrack, but we can't hear it.
You can't hear it? What the fuck is the point then?
Sorry in advance. What about not every work has to be about U.S. election politics? That I think is fair. I think I think you could say not everything has to be about U.S. election politics. I would say that the especially online, like in the English speaking internet, like the dominance of U.S. election politics is quite obnoxious. As someone in the United States who frequently references it, I agree that there is like quite a myopic focus on it, and I think that part of it is because we have people, for various reasons, like purposely making everything about it, right? So, yeah. Any thoughts, Joe?
I'm not gonna. No.
What Joe just did is a political choice.
It's a political choice. I don't disagree with the content what you said, but I would disagree. But it would be a semantic argument.
Yeah. So one of the arguments I had about this was people who were like, I don't think that should be called politics. And my answer to that is that like a whole bunch of people have called that politics for a really long time. So it's like a technical term that a lot of people use. Like, it is not the same definition of politics that people normally use necessarily. But this is just like,
My middle ground response, and then I'm not going to say anything else, which is something I've said on stream before, I think it was during Life is Strange 2, is that I don't agree with the statement everything is political, but I do agree with the statement everything can be interpreted politically. That's what I think. So, like, I agree with the content what you just said, but I think that for a lot of people, politics doesn't always mean what you just said. Yeah, which you already countered by saying that's what it means for a lot of people. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is a semantic definition. Like, I think that, talking about an iPhone or whatever. I don't know why I'm picking it up. Like, people can see me. I'm already like becoming a person on webcam before I even do my fucking side stream. So like an iPhone, for example, like and maybe one of the lines that gets drawn is like, okay, like I'm a freakish little Marxist Leninist or whatever. And so for me, stuff like assembly lines and factory conditions and working conditions for people, those are obviously political issues that are political stuff being like political stuff is happening there. For some people, that is not politics. Like, for some people, that is not included in their definition of politics. So even if they might disagree with like how those factory conditions are, they don't consider that something that is related to their politics. Now, I would strongly disagree with that, but like, people can self-define however they want to. But for me, that's a political thing, even though it might not be for any. Oh my God! Finally, not a centrist. Are you just learning this? Sorry, I know that that you don't like to go too far into this stuff, but yeah, yeah. For some people, politics is electoral politics. Yeah.
I don't like to go too far into it, almost 90%, because I don't feel like I'm informed to speak about any of this. So I don't like to say anything that could be more harmful than good. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, this is chat has correctly identified that I went into professor mode, and this is the kind of thing I used to talk about when I taught. So yeah. How can my streamer be this centrist? I know. Thoughts on Trudeau? So I don't know if you guys know this, but the Canada has its own version of the Onion called the Beaverton, and there was an article. It's full of bangers, and there was an article on there today that was like Katy Perry not sure how many signed headshots of Trudeau she wants for Christmas. That's all I care about with regards to Trudeau right now is the Katy Perry gossip. Yeah. Oh, it was the other way around.
As long as Katie's happy.
Yeah, as long as Katie's happy. I think it's pretty inarguable that trying to restrict or push back against certain types of speech is political, which is exactly what people are trying to stop people from talking about politics and X are doing. Yeah, that's a good point. That's true. Yeah. It's one thing to say that you prefer stuff that doesn't have explicit political discussion in it, and then it's another to like harass and attack people who are producing things that have explicit political messaging in it. Yeah. I like how we're doing this instead of reading Fate Light. It's almost as much of a banger as discussing feminism over Kingdom Hearts. I'm not gonna lie. This week has been a trip on this stream, huh? What's the political messaging of your two streams? I don't know the answer to that.
I think Cookie Clicker is more political than my stream.
You think so?
Oh yeah, Cookie Clicker is super political.
I think putting that degree to use on like Alex Eek. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think my stream is pretty explicitly political a lot of the time, but like in like a quirky, fun way. All right.
You're doing a bit, but Cookie Clicker absolutely has an ideological statement. So I'm not doing a bit. I meant it. Yeah, Cookie Clicker does have yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm not doing a bit. I mean it.
He means it. Is this a good time to start talking about Death of the Obser? Absolutely not. This is so boring. Here we are, the carefree passengers of a modern conveyance operated by a well-intentioned international cooperation. Whoever owns this outfit has grown fat on peace.
Don't be so cynical, her companion said. Do you really distrust the intentions of others so much?
The game command is so funny. The only one I trust is you. I just figured having you around would make our jobs a lot more fun. I'm not mad or anything.
It's a good thing, not being too particular. Just keep in mind that whether we align with the good guys or the bad guys depends on the job. So-called virtue has no value unless it provides some real benefit to somebody. Otherwise, it's just a bother.
Virtue.
Kanan sniffed. Virtue is just another name individuals gave to their own biased sense of justice, a rigid and fanatical concept subject to any number of arbitrary beliefs. One man's virtue was another man's depravity. The very idea made her think of those interminable meetings between political factions. People puffed themselves up as wise and sat at the conference table without the slightest interest in the other side's values. To them, all that mattered was that they had already decided what was good and right. Sorry, what they had already decided was good and right. Okay.
Thank you, Kaylee, for continuing your gift sub. Thank you very much. Some real benefit to somebody, so they know how to profit and how to survive and still manage to not go for the money that's right under their noses. Can someone really keep living their life like that without eventually stumbling?
客観的に見れば
You need to look at things objectively. Simple moral philosophy is like cheap booze. It's easy to get your hands on and easily makes you sick. You can't expect to get through to someone who's dead drunk. Before you can convince them of your point, you need to beat the alcohol out of them.
Like by up and putting a bullet between their eyes?
Perhaps, if it's the brain that's drunk. The man named Siam curled up the corners of his mouth. Though he wasn't a fundamentalist Muslim, he still detested alcohol as a tool of the devil. But his use of booze as a metaphor now was inspired less by his inner demons than by his unique sense of humor. He's so funny.
He's so quirky. I told you to stop smiling. It makes you look creepy.
Harsh, yes, but it needed to be said. Siam's smile was a rare bird newly come to roost. The two had known each other for several years now. Back in the day, she had never... You okay?
Yeah.
Back in the day, she had never known him to smile. As a change of habit, it felt unsettlingly like a sort of surprise attack. I know, I've been trying my best not to ever since you first gave me that bit of advice. Anyway, our employer values austerity. Not smiling ought to be our general policy. Kanan herself was equally guilty of a rare display. Her own sour expression had completely turned around. Save. The only time she expressed human-like joy was when she and Siam were alone together. Her name was Kanan. Trained by Siam, a veteran mercenary, she had just turned 14 years old. Kanan was not her real name, but a nickname given to her 2 years prior. Hers was a familiar story, that of a child who had lost her parents and her village to the ravages of war. Unlike most who shared such a beginning, however, she'd had two major strokes of luck. The first was the ability she had been born with. The second was that she'd met someone who taught her how to foster that ability. What do you mean ability? As a girl orphaned by war, she had almost inevitably taken up arms. Making herself useful to the powers that surrounded her had been the only way to survive. The only people she could depend on, the only ones who gave her anything, were them. The moment she didn't meet their expectations, she would go back to being a mere orphan. And so, this girl, a victim of war, fell under the protection of the warmongers and was trained to be one of their soldiers. First up, eating cement. But then, she was picked up by a man, Siam, who freed her from those who had robbed her of her past. He had no ideology. He was unlike the others she had known in her broken world. The wandering people who had formed a new nation to be their promised land. And the ones they had driven out, now wanderers themselves who styled themselves liberators. Siam was a mercenary who had been hired by those would-be liberators, but he paid no heed to the ideologies of either side. He was a soldier who lived to fight, knowing he was unlikely to see the conflict's end during his lifetime. Kanan didn't know how long Siam had been working as a mercenary. By the time she wound up in his care, he was already a veteran worthy of her confidence. He told her that he'd been kicked out of the army, that he preferred solo missions where he could focus on his objective without worrying about fellow operatives. In that sense, he was something closer to an agent provocateur. Really? Than an ordinary mercenary. Siam was well aware of his distinct style and position. He sometimes revealed a hint of shame at the fact that the assignments he was given were not officially missions, muhima, but instead were referred to as jobs, imal. Still, he was known as a valuable asset on the Liberation Front. They were a guerrilla organization facing off against superior Israeli forces. A lone mercenary who could carry out major operations by himself, he had fit in well with the guerrilla strategy. The fact that he was disposable if and when the time came was also quite appealing. And Kanan, once Siam took her in, had grown not as a soldier, but as a specialized covert operative. That was her good fortune. The orphan's talents weren't particularly well suited to acting as part of a unit. She was far better at being a solo diversionist, acting against the enemy organization.
Do you ever read a book, and even while you're actively reading the book, you don't pay attention to anything in it?
Yeah, all the time.
Yep. I feel like even with Sekimeya, when it was getting really boring, I was still able to listen to the monologues and understand what it was saying, even if I thought it was repetitive. But I'm just literally listening to the sound of your voice reading this, and I retained none of that.
She had a super special upbringing and learned how to fight in a weird way. There we go.
Thank you.
There we go. There we go. I've had to. Do you ever realize that you've done it and you flip back like a couple pages and you're like, oh shit, where
Yes,
was I?
and then
Even though
sometimes I do it again anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, she had ceased to be a soldier instead of training as a diversionist. She fulfilled her new role adeptly. CM and Kanan, they worked in concert as secret agents, infiltrating, gathering intel, conducting sabotage. She learned to operate without backup. Typically, one of the duo would sneak into enemy territory alone, while the other acted in the logistics or liaison role. Here and now, however, with their objective aboard this moving train, responding to an urgent request from their employer, the two were working together as a team.
This is how I feel when I listen to your streams to fall asleep. I might.
Nice.
So.
You're excited for Metaphor then, huh?
Yes, no, because you're gonna crash out and then I'm gonna go. I'm so
We'll
ready
wake you
for it. Yeah, I'm so ready for it. I'm so excited for the Metaphor streams. I'm more excited for the Metaphor streams than I am for the Near Replicant streams, and that's one of my favorite games in the world. It's just so bad. Anyway. So if this train is the transport, the objective must be something big, right?
No,
what we're after is apparently small enough to be carried on one's person. We're not authorized to look at the contents. The first task is simply to confirm whether it's really on board or not.
Do you want me to take over narration for a while so I don't fall asleep?
Sure, you can do that.
You can listen to the sound of my voice instead. It's equal
No, I'm gonna
opportunity.
be the one that's lost.
Yep. Well, in that case, the job's done. We've both been looking around, and I think it's pretty clear. This train is a bust. Kanan sighed. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it, and it doesn't feel wrong either. Either they're moving our objective at some other time, they got word that we would be here, or there was no such plan in the first place.
No, the intel's solid. I trust the person who provided it, Jack Stanley.
They'd received the intelligence just 2 days prior. Even by their own fast-moving standards, this job was inordinately rushed. Member of American military deployed in Iraq has contacted a Mossad agent. Indications suggest plan to deliver and hand over weapon.
Mossad, the Israeli Institute for Intelligence and Special Operations. Mossad conducts foreign intelligence gathering and counter-terrorist operations along with covert infiltration and the like. It is one of the arms of the Israeli intelligence community, along with entities such as the Shabak, that was Shabnak in Pathologic, right? Israeli Security Agency, which handles domestic counterintelligence. Historically, the director of Mossad has acted as the governing chairperson of these agencies. Mossad is regarded as one of the premier intelligence agencies in the world.
Board Iraq-Jordan railway and gather intel, recover payload if possible, destroy if not. Weapon to be transferred, enemy escort, and loadout all unknown. No logistical support will be provided during operation. It was uncertain why the enemy had chosen to move the mystery weapon along such a dangerous overland route, but the information came from a source that both Siam and the Liberation Front trusted absolutely. And the source had made it clear that the enemy forces were in a hurry to transfer this unknown new weapon. This was a tip that the Liberation Front could not overlook, and they directed Siam to act immediately. The situation was somewhat delicate because the enemy had decided to use a train that crossed the border as their means of transport. Given the tenuous political balance in the region, the Liberation Front couldn't risk open military action targeting an international train running from Iraq to Jordan. Does fate take place in the real world, or is it like some weird alternate reality? I'm anime Henry now.
I'm anime Henry. I'm in an anime now. I'm anime Henry.
It's more or less the real world, except that like King Arthur is an anime. All right. Political pressure from Israel and the U.S. might have led the Jordanian government to give tacit consent to a weapons transfer, but if the freedom fighters intervened on a large scale, it would surely invite a military response. Is King Arthur like diegetic King Arthur? Like, is he king? Like, is it she? Is it a woman? Like, is she Arthur in it, or is it just a character who's named after? Can you say puppet with its strings cut in the Henry voice?
I'm Henry. I'm a puppet with its strings cut. I'm off the leash, Henry. Now she's King Arthur.
So she is King Arthur. Okay. The real King Arthur in the Fate universe was a woman and fathered sons via magic. Okay, moving on. Worst case, things might spiral out of control and trigger yet another full-scale war in the Middle East. Thus, the job at hand required utmost secrecy. The enemy would disavow involvement in any clandestine transport, and those who moved against them must be similarly able to deny any involvement. Stopping and destroying the secret payload was a job for covert agents.
And for Gale.
And for Gale. And so Sion and Kanan had hurriedly boarded the train, where they'd been spending their time staring out the window. 4 hours had passed without any incident aboard, and nothing had happened in the story. Now they were arriving at the halfway point in their journey, the Jordanian border.
What are we doing?
There, abruptly, things began to change. Without warning, the train, which had hitherto seemed like a promise of safe passage, grew thick with the dangerous scent of an escort convoy. What does this smell like? They're making adjustments to the train? What's up with that, Siam? I didn't hear that announced. I've never heard of that happening mid-journey.
The problem is with the rails. The ones we've been running on are standard gauge. Past this point, the tracks are all 15-24mm broad gauge that were installed with assistance from the Russians.
Not the Russians.
Standard gauge. Railway track with a 1,435mm, 4-foot, 8.5-inch space between the rails. It is the standard in the United Kingdom where it originated, and due to the internationalization, an estimated 60% or more and due to internationalization, an estimated 60% or more of the world's railways use standard gauge. Okay, I was fucking wrong word and it ruined that whole entire sentence. My fault. Broad gauge. Railway with track spaces farther apart than standard gauge. The broader gauge offers some advantages, such as improved stability for cars and better resistance to the crosswinds. Russia, India, and Finland are among the countries that use broad gauge, along with some parts of Spain. In order to run on the new rails, each of the train cars needs to be lifted up in sequence so their wheels can be replaced. Wow,
this is kind of true.
Pain in the fucking ass.
Yeah, the wheel exchange made for an extended delay. Each car in turn had to be removed from its couplings, then each car was loaded onto a lift and refitted for the broad gauge tracks. This is going to take a while, Kanan grumbled. I wish we could just transfer over to a train that could head on from here.
Well, the passengers on this train aren't rich enough to complain about a delay in the schedule, and this way the rail company doesn't need to change up the cargo. So long as the train and the passengers arrive safely to the destination, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I suppose we of all people have no cause for complaint. But Sion... Kanan sensed that there was more going on than just the switching over of the train's wheels. The train was being expanded. How upset would both Kingdom Come Deliverance fans and Metaphor fans be if Joe actually named his character Henry Swordupon? Sadly...
Oh, I'm in the bad game now. I'm bad game, Henry. I was gonna name the character Pancakes because it's metaphorical waffles, but I guess that's not. I guess it's has to be something else. Oh well.
A freight car clearly meant to carry goods of higher quality was being added, sandwiched between a new pair of passenger cars. Sometimes my chinchillas make a sound that sounds like somebody coming up my stairs to like come attack me, and it makes me really nervous. I don't know why they do that. A total of 3 new cars were added. The only passengers in the 2 compartments surrounding the freight car were armed soldiers.
I love how when we're bored, we just key jangle ourselves constantly.
Why are we having this flashback again? I forgot this was a flashback. Oh my god, it went on for so long. I forgot it was a flashback. We're not even in the present day. They're all the same shade of blue. 7 soldiers per car, a total of 14. Were you expecting this?
No, I hadn't thought this far ahead. Adding a new freight car, huh? Honestly, this would have been difficult to prepare for ahead of time.
They were seeing a complex plan unfold, one that would be traceable after the fact, but which might be impossible to stop while it was in motion. They now faced a significant... Should I ASMR? They now faced a significant force of enemies that they might have to neutralize, using only the firepower they had on their persons. Is that better?
So much better.
Based on the orders Siam had received, there was 0 chance they'd receive any backup. Pull out the VTuber voice. They're definitely soldiers. Can't tell what army, though.
They're soldiers disguised as passengers, and if they're here with the freight car, it won't be an issue. The contents of those cars will tell us if they're Israeli soldiers or not.
そっか
I see. So all we know right now is that they're not onto us? It looks like they've decided that everything's safe.
そういうことだ。
Our only stroke of luck so far.
The freight car transfer cast everything into doubt. It seemed to confirm that there was indeed a weapons delivery taking place, but recovering the payload was going to be more difficult than anticipated. Why are you reading this again? Godot wanted us to, and Godot is running the streams. The train transfer process finished without a hitch. The other passengers paid it little heed. Evidently, they were accustomed to this sort of delay. I think Godot wanted
with
Joe
everything.
to,
As with everything, it's to own Steins Gate.
Yeah, I think Godot wanted Joe to see what Nasu's writing is like, so he would know what he's in for if he listens to the Fate people, basically.
Oh, so this was written by someone completely different from the main Shibuya Scramble.
Yes, yeah. This was written by the guy who wrote the Fate series. So this is basically what you would be getting into in the Fate series. I don't feel Nasu's writing is like this. Oh shit.
Do anything in 428 at all, or no?
I think just this one.
Just this? Okay.
Yeah.
It's odd.
It's reparations for making fun of me one time. Okay, it could be reparations for the Sekimeya streams. I think that's plausible.
And on the train, under the chair was...
Quite the fix our client has put us in. We can't call for backup and we don't have a chance to resupply.
後先考えてない計画は
Fanatics never are very good at planning ahead, I suppose. Oh, the localizers are different, so the voice is slightly different? That makes sense.
Or even stopping to sniff the air once in a while. Damn hardliners.
At last, the train left the border behind. There were no planned stops between the frontier and Oman. Kanan and Siam needed to complete the job before the train arrived in Oman, which meant within the next 4 hours. The odds were 2 against 14. A difference of power so great, it seemed absurd even to consider a plan of attack.
ザイームの配置ミスだよ
Your Zaim messed up in assigning this mission, Siam. This isn't a job for 2 people. Given how black things are, we should just destroy the whole payload. We should have planted some Semtex back when the train was stopped.
Semtex, plastic explosive developed in Czechoslovakia. It is clay-like and easily formed into different shapes. A similar type of explosive, composition 4, C4, used by the US Armed Forces, is perhaps more famous. It is used by many military organizations due to its durability and ease of transport. I was in the grocery store the other night. We were walking down an aisle, and Leo stopped me and asked me, why do they sell C4 at the grocery store? It was the energy drink powder.
Oh my god.
乱暴だが効率的だな。俺たちの仕事が殲滅ならそれで
That would be dramatic, but effective. If annihilation was our job, I'd have leaned that way too.
They had checked the cars pretty thoroughly before they departed. Sneaking something aboard the freight car would probably have been close to
じゃあどう
impossible.
するの
So what do we do? Taking on 14 soldiers head on is a bit of a tall order.
いや
Apply directly to the forehead. No, we're not going to take that big of a gamble. If you're worried about our numbers, that's going to change. Someone else is joining up with us here. Oh,
Huh? Kanan was shocked. She felt an unfamiliar kind of fear. As far as she had known, Siam never teamed up with anyone but her.
wow, they actually use a semicolon. Please be in Nagashita early years. No.
失礼同席するよ
Do you want to read this character?
Is this Alphard?
Maybe. Yeah.
Pardon me, but I'd like to share your seat.
他
The
の
others
席
are
は
all
男
occupied
ば
by
かりで
men, and I
どう
prefer
も
not
居
to
づ
sit
らい
with them. And also, I've been listening in your conversation for the best time to go over here dramatically and introduce myself.
As soon as the stranger spoke, Kanan saw Siam's color shift to a pale, pale blue, a bad sign. So she does like see people's auras or whatever.
同席する
Yeah. There's red around her right now, but that's just from the outside. Pardon me, the newcomers repeated. I'd like to share your seat.
Her voice was low. The muscles in her arms were like taut, like corded rope. To Keenan's eyes, her visage was a complex meld of shifting colors. Is this? It went without saying. This was their sole reinforcement, their third teammate.
構わない。座ってくれ。
We don't mind. Please, sit.
どうも
Thanks. Say,
No.
mind lending me have your spot,
Basho
miss?
yuzutte
Children
kurenai ka,
should sit
Ojo-san.
next to their guardian. I should be in your place.
Keenan sighed.
シャームお嬢さんは
Oh,
耳がそれと
damn.
もアラビア語はわからない
Siam, is this young lady hard of hearing, or does she not speak Arabic? Kanan, come sit next to me. This is one of our employers. The one who provided our intel. She's an old friend of mine.
Kanan said nothing. But she did get up from her seat and sit next to Siam. She'd do as he asked, although she didn't trust this woman. She didn't like the way he'd said old friend. It brought up all her natural cynicism. See you later, Troy Tales. Happy holidays.
シャム、この子がお前のバックアップ。
Charmed, I'm sure. Is this kid your backup, Siam? No, I'm the protection this time around. She's more suited to offense. Her skills are the real deal. So is her attitude. But she's not lookout material. She only really gets going when there's someone to
それ
fight.
はそれは。
She's basically a ninja turtle. Well, so she's still in training?
The woman regarded Kanan with a cold gaze. She gave the impression of a snake, trying to sense the body temperature of potential prey.
可愛いじゃないか。
She's cute, I approve. How's her left arm? Could she move it alright? Or has your little lady in training not learned how to take care of herself yet?
Kanan
Fuck you
glared,
talking about?
I don't know. Kanan glared sidelong at the woman. She wasn't offended by the remark itself. The fact was that her left arm was still in pain. What unsettled her was this woman's powers of perception, able to detect Kanan's injury through the heavy cloak she wore.
動くよ。
Just a scratch. It won't be a problem.
そう。ならいいが。
Okay, but how did it happen? Did you get injured before or after you boarded the train? That'll tell me whether you're just half a soldier or simply a fool.
Kanan did not reply.
だんまりか。
Silent treatment, huh? Hey, Siam, which is it?
He didn't answer.
Hmm?
Had she seen something in that silence?
は
Of course.
The stranger could read Siam's silence better than anyone, better than his own partner. The woman's stoic face grew just a shade brighter. Her smile was entirely sarcastic, but at least it was a display of human emotion. It was a smile as if to say, well done, as if Kanan's injury were some fated thing. Fate!
あ。見た
Capital
ところ
F.
戦争孤児か。
I'm guessing she's a war orphan. Seems you don't learn either. How long since you started working on her? I took her in 2 years ago.
2 years ago, 2003, the Middle East, a war orphan. All that information taken together left no question about just what battlefield she'd seen. The Iraq War. She had lived through the long night of a war that for the winning side had been little more than a display of overwhelming resources and overwhelming technology.
安心したよ。半人前だが心
That's a
構えがあ
relief.
るわ。
She's only half a person, but at least she's ready.
では技術は
I'm
これ
looking
から
forward
見
to
させ
seeing
て
her
もらう。
skills in action.
お前が連れてくる
If
以
you
上
brought her along, Siam, her training must be sufficient.
Now that she'd inferred Kanan's background, the woman's enmity seemed to abate. Shirk! Their initial reluctance to trust each other had apparently been mutual.
I dislike some writers have this idea of what a really smart perceptive person is, and they're basically just psychic. It's like she just knows shit. She just knows that you hurt your arm, you know, because like you just flinched a tiny minuscule amount that no one else would even notice and probably wasn't even perceptible, but she caught it. Don't worry, she caught it. She knows you have like is going to make 5,000 conclusions about this right now. They're probably all wrong. Oh, God damn.
It reminds me of that fucking TV show. What is it? The one with Mandy, what's his name? The one where with the micro expressions and shit. Yeah, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. I was gonna say, my other thing I was thinking was Arthur Conan Doyle has much to answer for, because the same thing happens in Sherlock Holmes, where he's like, oh, I noticed that your hat band was greasy and that meant that blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Not psych. Yeah, Lie to Me is the one I was thinking of.
At least they justify it though with some amount of deductive reasoning and showing how they're doing it, and sometimes it's cringe.
Yeah.
What's the one? The really bad one in Sherlock is like I deduced that this phone used to belong to an alcoholic because there's a bunch of scratches around the charging port. So when you plugged it in at night because you're drunk, there's lots of scratches.
Some
Like
shit
apparently
like that.
I'm an alcoholic because like I have a bunch of actually mine's pretty clean. On my old phone, it was pretty scratched up, you know, because you fiddle with it a bunch. Yeah.
Yeah, Lie to Me is complete fucking nonsense. Yeah, Lie to Me is like maybe the worst, probably worse than Sherlock to me. For them just like micro expressions being like a pseudoscience that they then made into a whole TV show and just like completely invented whatever.
The Mentalist was okay about it, I think. Mentalist was also a comedy for the most part, so it was funny.
Sherlock with Benedict Cumberbatch. Sorry.
Yes.
Kanan wasn't necessarily happy, but if this was the team Siam wanted, she would accept it. As the woman had observed, Kanan had been trained by Siam after all, and Siam's judgment was absolute. Kanan knew him as her instructor and mentor, the ideal soldier, utterly reliable. She turned her gaze away from the woman and looked out the window. Passing scenery drew out her memories of the life she lived over the past few years. Flashback in a flashback? A girl who had lost all her relatives to war. The tale of a child. The tale of a child who had never held a gun before, becoming a full-fledged soldier at the heels of a veteran mercenary. All of it came hazily drifting back into her mind. We have been reading this for an hour and a half, and nothing has happened.
Nothing has happened.
All the life I'd had, but I was told Nasu writes unending fight scenes. What are we doing? All the life I'd had before was taken away by the war.
It's against us.
God damn it. The echoing of gunfire in the distance, the sound of buildings ablaze, he really did inspire Ryukishi. I couldn't help but think how much smaller and simpler those sounds were than I'd imagined them to be from stories. No place had seemed safer to me than my house, and it was reduced to ruin by a single artillery shell. Whoever told you that didn't tell you about the other type of scene he always writes? A few moments after that blast...
Let me know when you want to take over, by the way.
Alright. Maybe we'll go till the break, and then you can have after the break. A group of strange men came barging in. I could hear their heavy footsteps, their hoarse voices muttering. They're dead. They're dead. We've killed them. We've killed them. Luckily for me, my father had been thinking quickly and had sent me into the basement. Unluckily, he and my brothers were still in the living room when the blast hit. It wasn't just the furniture that was now gone without a trace. I sat in the basement thinking. From the men's conversation, I realized that they were looking for my father's corpse, my older brother's, and my own. I can remember every word those soldiers said. Something had clicked in my mind as I listened. I committed to memory how many men there were, what their voices sounded like, what names they called one another, so that I would never, ever forget. Focused on hearing their every word, for the next hour I felt neither fear nor boredom. I gathered that there was no trace of my father's body, but they had found my older brother's. Satisfied, the soldiers left. Oh. All of this happened when I was 12 years old. Trapped under the rubble, it was days before I was rescued. I'd lost my family and any place to belong. The adults who found me realized that I'd suffered emotional scarring, but they didn't have the time to bother with that. They're dead, they're dead. We've killed them, we've killed them. Ah, yes. There are too many things one needs to do in life. In my case especially, I expect I'm going to be overworked. It was quite simple, the reason I took up arms. It was not atonement that I sought, but equal compensation for what I'd lost. Unjust usurpers, deeds whose cost was reckoned in blood. I have still not been paid what I am owed. Balance must be settled. I only ask as much as they took from me. The gun in the background is crazy. The gun scene with the gun. That is why I carry on, never resting with the relentless precision of a machine. It's just a fucking gun.
This too is Princess Bride.
It is simply a tale of sorrow, giving way to resentment, giving way to cold reason. Was it odd that I never felt malice? Perhaps
do you like that book? I think it's a really great book. I haven't seen the movie. I've only read the book. The book is so good.
Oh, the movie's iconic. Oh my god, we have so many movies we need to watch. No way you haven't seen The Princess Bride. Oh, that movie is incredible.
But even the forward of the book is good, where he's talking about being on around a swimming pool, talking to his wife on the phone. That's a really good book.
It is such a good movie. We gotta watch Princess Bride. It's so good. There's so many fucking moments in that movie. Oh my god. You don't even know Millage. You don't? You don't know Billy Crystal. You don't know he's not quite dead yet. You don't know. Don't know all that.
I've seen some scenes from it, but I haven't seen the whole thing. Yeah.
Almost dead isn't dead. All right. Perhaps I could see too clearly. I could see things on a broader scale than others. Could see where the evil was, where the flaws were. Could see it all so clearly that I was dumbstruck into sheer objectivity. What the fuck is this, right? The weak are evil. My family, my father, people I should have been proud of had too many flaws. People of conscience. Who esteemed a righteous society, who embraced complicated and contradictory things, who tried to become good sheiks.
Sheik, an Arabic word denoting the leader of a tribe or a wise man, an honorary term of respect for someone who commands trust. In the modern day, it is often used to refer to scholars, community representatives, and people in high-ranking management positions.
Their many failings created enemies, invited war, and brought on their defeat. Violence was a vulgar thing, far beneath the cultured behavior of my father and brother, but it still had the final word over them in the end. We may have been cruel to those who would shame us, yet we had tolerated too many of these foreign invaders. Balance is key. One must clad oneself in complexities, yet be simple at the core. Taking action always requires a first step. If someone takes from you, you take it back. If they kill you, you kill them back. Action and reaction. Jesus fucking Christ. We should have thought more simply. By perceiving everyone different than ourselves as our enemies, we brought on the war long before it was inevitable. Even if my father and brother had been operating in a vacuum, they probably would have done the same. But every family has so many kin to hold dear, so many others who cloud their perspective. Except for me. Ha! My family and my kin are utterly gone.
Everybody died, except for me.
Apart from the determination I already possessed, I knew I needed to hone myself. My line reads are going to get increasingly more deranged. My growing skills as a soldier were necessary for me to achieve my goals, and more basically, necessary for me even to survive. My goals. In the beginning, that was all I really thought about. Once I'd become an orphan, I resolved not to rely on anyone. My trauma wouldn't let me trust anyone else. And yet, eventually, I wound up feeling a sense of trust for this man who found me and committed 2 years to training me. It was something I'd never thought I'd feel again.
There probably isn't anyone around with the patience to train a complete novice. When did we find out that he was actually one of the people that killed her family or whatever? I wasn't qualified, but I wound up sticking with you.
Siam was always more freelancer than soldier. He belonged to a liberation movement, but he made his living taking on jobs as a reliable merchant. They already explained this to us! Okay, whatever.
Liberation movement refers here to the Palestinian Liberation Movement, a political movement formed in response to the conflict arising between the newly resettled Jewish people and the pre-existing Arab Palestinian residents, advocating freedom of the Palestinian people from Israeli rule. There has been a long recurring cycle of terrorism and revolt followed by periods of peace, but to this day, the issue remains fundamentally unresolved.
2008, right, people? So irrelevant now? I guess his role gave him a lot of freedom because unlike a grunt who simply fired guns, he was allowed to act as a sort of instructor. He had no... This is a flashback to before it was explained to us. He had no close ties within his organization, which was convenient for me. I'd taken up arms not because of any ethnic conflict, but for my own personal cause.
I'm being compensated for teaching you, but that doesn't make this some kind of formal contractual arrangement. Neither of us should waste the other's time. If I decide you're not suited for what I'm teaching, I'm calling the deal off.
Luckily for me, Siam ignored my unique background and upbringing and simply trained me to be a fighter, growing as an instructor along the way.
His feet are facing the wrong way. Good firearms will not limit your abilities. Automatic weapons act as equalizers for soldiers on the battlefield. If both sides have equal technology, then everyone is theoretically capable of the same things as everyone else. Conversely, if you have a gun that isn't up to the modern standards, you'll be weeded out first. The first thing you need to learn is the skill to tell whether the weapon in your hands is superior or inferior.
I'm with Chad. It looks like he's in Equestria. It looks like he's got hoofs. Guns. Oh my god. I've never read anything that this man has ever written before in my life, but even I can tell guns are simple, not nearly as complicated as people, is a classic line from this motherfucker. You just pull the trigger. My father had handled weapons occasionally, but never showed me how to use one. Political struggle was his preferred form of conflict, and in the end, it was that bias that defeated him. I took up guns to avoid repeating his mistake, but also the feel of a metal grip in my hand seemed to suit me. At least, that was how it always felt to me. I hate this shit of starting lines with at least comma.
Do we have to finish it?
Oh. Okay, I opened...
How long does this go on for?
I think we're like halfway through it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I opened the other VN that someone in Mousecord made that I thought that we might be able to get to read today. And it was so much better than this for the 3 screens that I read.
It's gonna have to be tomorrow now because this is taking.
Yeah,
forever.
we're gonna have to. We might have a long stream tomorrow if we want to play the Game Jam games. I'm so sorry. It's gonna be like 2 or 3 hours of those.
Don't forget that you're a woman. However superior your skills may be, you cannot. I just made you skip that paragraph. I'm sorry. You cannot change your physique. If you're facing multiple opponents with a pistol, shoot at the nearest target twice. Even if you don't hit, pivot with your knees and fire at the next enemy. Keep them all engaged. Don't let them get close.
Mastered the basics that first year. I say this not out of any excess pride or self-confidence, but I was measurably the best of the soldiers other than Siam himself. After that, Siam and I began working jobs together. Siam was against it at first, but I had the ability, and he at least had the objectivity to acknowledge that fact. I thought Joe just said that for a second. I also thought Joe just said that for a second. I thought we were doing a bit. I didn't realize he was reading.
Wow. Okay.
He was an exceptional teacher, and I was an even more exceptional student. I was an ideal subordinate, an inhuman combatant, willing to use whatever I deemed useful to get an edge. Oh my god, it's like she and Alphard are like foils of each other, and so that's why like in the main story it was ironic that like Alphard pretended to be her because they're like so similar, except like one is like chaotic good and one is chaotic evil. I had countless brushes with death out on the battlefield. The reality of war is that people die, regardless of their tech, their experience, their abilities. I ought to have accepted that reality when I lost my family, but it was the battlefield that made the truth completely clear. The society into which I'd been born seeks to assign value not just in monetary terms, but for individual dignity and even ideologies. Yeah, people die when they're killed for sure. But only death is truly impartial. I was able to survive through all of this largely thanks to Siam's aptitude. He wound up protecting me countless times when my inexperience put me in peril. His intervention was not out of any fondness for me, but rather a cool calculation in the interest of completing the mission. He knew I could be counted on. Never much to look at, he accrued even more scars in the course of rescuing his risk-prone student. There was almost no place that he hadn't been shot except somehow in the head. Maybe there was a trick to that. I'd wanted to ask him, Secret, just don't get shot in the head, Lamau.
He got dick shot? Holy fuck.
What do we I'd wanted to ask him secretly, but there was no allowance for questions while he was my shield. I could only make such small talk once his time as my protector had come to an end. We went in very different directions there. And even then, up until this very moment, there'd never been a good time to ask. I had just wound up believing that Siam would never die, that no matter how many times people opened fire on him, he simply wouldn't get hit, where it wouldn't really matter. That was all probably a delusion on my part, of course, but the fact was that he just didn't die. Of course, his heart has already died sometime before. Okay. Bullets couldn't kill someone who is already dead. Oh!
True.
I just went through that without even processing it. He deserved my trust. We were of the same breed, he and I. Siam would always have my back, no question.
Every once in a while, a truly exceptional soldier turns up. Superhuman. Keep up your mercenary career long enough, you'll run into one sooner or later.
For everyone who thinks that we're just afraid to be mean to shit and we were pulling our punches and being too lenient on Yeek, I would like to direct them to this fucking bullshit.
Oh no, you can't say that Yeek, OG Yeek is better than Fate Stay Night. You can't.
OG Yeek is better than Fate Stay Night. OG Yeek is better than Fate Stay Night. OG Yeek is better than Fate Stay Night. I'm saying it.
From my understanding, even the Yeek devs are going to be mad about that one.
OG Yeek is better than Fate Stay Night. OG Yeek is better than anything this person has ever written in his life. And Danganronpa. Okay. My training was complete. I was no longer a student, but a mercenary, and this is what Siam had to tell me? I responded with sarcasm. What was this, some Hollywood script? Siam had never really joked with me before.
No science fiction. This is as real as it gets. This ain't CE world. This is real as it gets. On the battlefield, individual gear and skills can only carry a soldier so far. Death comes for us all, equally. My turn could be next. After that, it might be you. You know? But in the midst of that sort of deadly equality, there are monsters who can overturn the balance.
Siam went on to tell a story of two soldiers.
Two soldiers.
One wielding a revolver and one an automatic handgun. The wildly anachronistic revolver was no match for the automatic. Thank you, Sebastian Phillipson, for subscribing right now at this moment for some reason. Thank you very much. Even disregarding magazine size, a higher rate of fire meant superior firepower, period. A machine pistol capable of firing 3-round bursts would turn the revolver user into Swiss cheese. Hop off,
Machine
King.
pistol typically refers to a handgun capable of automatic or semi-automatic fire, though frequently also denotes a weapon between the size of a pistol and a submachine gun. Because of their comparatively limited magazine capacity, such weapons are not, however, capable of the high volume of fire of a full-size machine gun. Famous models include the Beretta M93R and Glock 18. 3-round burst. Some modern automatic weapons are equipped with a switch that allows the option of firing 3 bullets each time the trigger is pulled. Compared to full auto mode, in which the weapon will fire continuously for as long as the trigger is held down, firing 3-round bursts allows for better conservation of ammunition and control of the weapon. It's not about the technical limitations of the revolver versus the auto. It's about our awareness of those limitations, and at the same time, about our own limits as soldiers.
Siam went on, talking about how similar weapons could equalize the ability of soldiers, and about those who had removed that collar from themselves and deviated from that equilibrium. For instance, the unparalleled gunfighter capable of rapid fire like that seen in a Hollywood Western, a type of character who'd actually existed. Experts who could fan the hammer, unloading 5 shots at a target in the span of a single second. Rodney, you can't say that on this stream. Of course, simple rapid fire alone wasn't worth fearing. It had to be accompanied by the skill to put it on target. Siam had probably just been trying to offer an explicit example of a time when exceptional human skill could surpass the capabilities of the available hardware. It had all seemed too fantastical, but he had been dead serious. Apparently, he'd run across such rule breakers in the past.
Born warmongers, patron saints of small arms, lucky souls, people with different physical capabilities than you or I, natural differences in physical prowess, sure, but also talents perfectly suited for war. Maestros of the battlefield, soldiers far outside the norm, who can accomplish things no single soldier should be able to. When you meet an enemy like that, it's like staring down a storm.
Still, even according to Siam, such supermen could only deal with 3 or 4 opponents within any given moment. So assuming you had 5 or more to attack them in that moment, there'd be no problem taking them down. I was relieved. He wasn't talking mere fiction, but he also wasn't just telling some joke. So then what was his story all about?
You're not a super person, but you are superb. Oh, for fuck's sake. And moreover, you know yourself. Still, that's all the more reason to be on your guard. Don't misjudge your body's limitations, and don't depend too much on your own skill. You are complete, so as long as you have a proper grasp of your own capabilities, you won't be defeated.
Thus did Siam acknowledge my ascendance to the status of a warrior. Oh, thank God, is that loop over? Oh my God, the loop of the same fucking 3 phrases. Fucking kill me. Okay. It was an achievement to be proud of, to be seen as his sole peer as a combatant, perhaps even his better. More than anything, the esteem I held for Siam was a reflection of the esteem he showed me. We were the same. That's why when the time came, I had scarred my left arm. I wanted a physical symbol of our connection. This whole thing was to explain why her left arm hurts? Oh! Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I don't share any walls with anyone. I'm fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's so fine.
Gonna catch a killer. Raincoat killer. Curse of Greenvale. Gonna.
I think we should take a break now.
killer.
I think we should take a break now. I need a break.
All right.
Let's do a quick break, 5 minutes.
Sure.
Do we really have to keep going?
It's your stream. What are you asking me for?
I'm not asking you. I'm looking at chat.
Okay.
Do we really have to keep going, chat? How long? How much more of it is there? It's not. Is it going to be 2 hours? That was the slow bit. I don't believe you. Is it going to be more than 2 hours? I don't want to read this for more than 2 more hours. I don't know. No way it's over 2 hours? Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay. 40 hours minimum? No! Okay, be right back.
No.
Oh, chat. I think this is genuinely the worst part of a visual novel I have had to read on stream this year. I don't think there was a single moment in the Sekimeya that I hated more than this, which I said on Discord over the break makes me realize why Godot made us read this.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, Godot must have made their point now, right? So
the art is nice. Yeah, the art is nice. I do like the art. The art is nice. Is it better or worse than Steins Gate? I have not read Steins Gate on stream, so immaterial. Steins Gate, when I tried to read it, I got like 4 hours in maybe, and I was really put off by all of like the setup where it's like weird otaku stuff. Like that had nothing to do with me and was written for an audience that was dramatically not me, and so I was really put off by it. It felt like I was like reading something completely alien to me, and so I just didn't want to continue having that experience. Yeah, it's otaku stuff for 10 plus hours. It's like it's a really big filter if you are not part of that culture at all. What is this clip? Oh god, I don't even remember what this clip. I'm clicking this clip before we continue because I don't remember what this clip is. All right. Yep.
Droning. Endless, boring, fucking droning.
Oh, this is the clip. This is the clip where I called it "Fate Stay Fuck." I'm just kidding. I said that I can't let them redeem visual novels because they'll redeem Fate Stay Fuck, and then we let Godot do it for free. Fascinating. All right. It's not even a otaku culture. It's like online memes at the time, so even people who like anime now wouldn't understand half the references. Yeah, I was just completely... So I tried to read Steins Gate at the point after I did the thing that I talked about before, where I didn't play any video games or except like some Final Fantasy 14, and I was not part of any online communities for like 8 years. I did like an internet detox, and then my brother really liked Steins Gate, and I was kind of interested in visual novels because I read Doki Doki Literature Club because even the normies knew about that, and I was like, oh, I'll try to read Steins Gate. My brother really likes it, and I got like 4 hours in, and I was like, what the fresh fuck is this? And then I was out. I was out. I have a running theory that the Type Moon, the Fate Author's Extended Universe wiki, is written by the Fate Author himself because the language is so obtuse. That'd be fun. Write your own wiki. Yeah, it's like those super isolated native tribes that get Coca-Cola airdropped to them. Yeah. Yep. It was exactly like that. I was like, what the fuck is this? Okay, anyway, you can read now.
Do I have to?
Do you want me to keep reading? I can just read for the rest of it if you want.
Nah, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, all right. Eat your veggies.
It's okay. Do you know that Slipknot song that goes, "I did my time and I went out"? Introductions were a simple affair. CM had no need to give his name. Kanan had no interest in the woman's, and the woman seemed satisfied with what she knew of the other two. Should I just call you CM and young lady then? The newcomer asked. CM shrugged. If you're okay with that, what name are you going by now? Yes, I suppose we'll need that to coordinate. How does Kanan work? Wait, what? Kanan couldn't suppress a sound of irritation. She tugged wordlessly on CM's coat, like a pouting cat, staking a claim to what it wanted for its own. We need to take like blank out of this man's hands. Do you want me to read Alphard now because you're reading the narration too? What do you mean? We don't know it's Alphard.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. Kanan 2. Do you want me to take Kanan 2's dialogue?
Yeah, you can have Kanan 1 and Kanan 2, and I will be CM. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, but that might pose a problem, CM replied.
I'm joking, the woman said. I'm actually going by Sadaka these days. Sadaka. sadaka. In Islam, this refers to the act of giving spontaneous voluntary charity to the needy. It is distinct from zakat, a form of obligatory almsgiving.
それじゃ
Now
そろそろ
then,
本
shall we
題に
get down to the matter at hand?
To defeat. Sadaka explained how the job would unfold. They'd wait until the train had traveled for an hour beyond the border before moving against their objective. Hopefully, they could finish the mission on an hour before their arrival in Amman. Kanan peered at Siam's face as he and Sadaka spoke. His color was, as always, blue. That shift earlier to an unluckier color, the cloudy whiteness of an unfamiliar stranger, had lasted only for a moment.
Our objective is in the freight car, number 3, Sadaka explained. 7 guards apiece are stationed in cars 2 and 4 to either side. It looks like 2 of the guards from car 4 leave to patrol the back end of the train at set intervals. And speak of the devil, we're going to have 1,500 seconds! I see it. I see the DNA. I see it.
Without even shifting her gaze, Kanan could confirm the presence of 2 soldiers moving through the car in which she sat. 2 blue blotches passing by, the color of alert escorts. A rending, inorganic blue, the color of fighters skilled in the use of the guns they carried. So there is magic. People who were this color usually rubbed Kanan the wrong way. Just being near them made her uncomfortable. Siam was a contradictory counterexample. So an example? Despite his Despite his dangerous hue, he eased her nerves. But whether the colors expressed themselves as painful or gentle didn't mean anything. The colors were merely colors. Whether warm or cold, everything was done neatly in simple colors, as if painted with run-of-the-mill materials.
The last car in the train is also a freight car, but everything in there is ordinary goods. If worse comes to worse, we could conceivably hold ourselves up in there, Sadaka said. Of course. If someone were to toss in a tear gas grenade or something, we'd be done for.
Let's try and stay away from any direct conflict, Siam said. The orders were to avoid both casualties and eyewitnesses.
Agreed. We infiltrate the freight car. The enemy won't know we were over here until the train arrives in Amman and we're already long gone. Over and done. Perfect.
Let me just confirm then, Siam replied. We've established that
we're locked in here for 12 hours and we're not able to, the alarms are set and we can't escape. Does that mean that we're not allowed to leave for 12 hours?
And every 2 hours, Godot tells us in chat there's only 2 hours left. Oh! We've established that they're transporting the weapon. Now our objective is to recover it and get out. Any changes to that?
None. You do your part and I'll do mine.
It's been just over 5 hours since they boarded the train. Can we see a flashback of them getting on? Kanan felt a sense of relief that at long last the action she'd been anticipating would finally commence. Oh, me too, buddy.
Only 2 hours in Fadium. No!
Their objective was to recover the parcel in the freight car toward the front section of the train. They would infiltrate the car without alerting the guards, acquire the payload, and then disembark from the train as if they were just normal passengers. Yeah, we know. Top priority was acquiring the item. Secrecy was secondary. If it turned out that they needed to take the payload by force and be given permission to initiate combat, violence was definitely on the table. If it came to that, if they were detected, they'd wind up in a 3-on-14 shootout aboard a train.
Okay, Kanan said, in English. I know what you and I are doing, Siam. What's her job, though? What is our sponsor even here? Why is our sponsor even here in the first place?
She's a code-breaking specialist. Ordinarily, they wouldn't have sent the sponsor personally, but time was of the essence. When the plan fell into place yesterday, she was the only operative available to make the rendezvous.
So they sent a codebreaker?
Don't be like that. She's an expert at what she does. This will be a good experience for you.
How not like you, Siam, Sadaka said. I guess the rumors about you going soft over some kid were true.
She's just causing me an epic amount of trouble. Why? Is that the sort of story that's been going around?
No.
我々が
We just
カナ
heard
ン
that
という
you'd picked
優
up
秀
some
な人材
extremely
を手に
capable
入れ
individual named
私もま
Kanan.
さかこ
I
んな
didn't
お
expect
嬢さん
she'd
と
be
は
like
思って
this
いな
young
かっ
lady
た
here, though. Well, I didn't know someone like you was our sponsor, Kanan replied. Not that we've seen much of you over the past 2 years.
それは違うな
You've got the wrong idea.
私は多くの
I'm
支
only
援者
one
の
of
うちの一
many
人
of your supporters.
指導
I'm
者
not a
じゃない
mentor. I don't have time to
大体
play an individual
一
part
紛争
in
に本腰を
every
入れる
little
ほど
scuffle.
そのくせ
But you've
そん
got
な
time to
仕事
show
に
up in
顔を出して
person
る
for a
じゃん
job like this?
別件で近くに
As
来
it
てるって
happens,
ね
I do,
その
Sadaka
ついでだ
replied.
よ
I was already nearby, dealing with
今
another
回はネ
matter.
タがネタだし
And given the
無視
details
す
of
るわ
this
けにもいかん
mission,
だろ
I couldn't simply ignore it.
すればよかった
I wish you had. Siam and I could handle
私
this
とシャ
on
ム
our
だけで
own.
十分
The enmity between the two had become like a steady rhythm driving along their conversation, like a train on a track. It did make them interesting to listen to, for better or for worse. Did
定
it?
か
What do you mean by
So,
another
big
matter,
info.
Sadaka? CM asked.
何か
Were you
問題
here
でも
because there was some problem?
ほう
Oh?
Kanan was intrigued. CM wasn't the kind of person to ask irrelevant questions. Had he twigged something that might affect the mission? Whatever the case, Sadaka smiled
プロジェ
pleasantly.
クトの一つに問題が出
An
てき
issue
た
cropped up in one of our
人材の
projects.
調査と
I've been looking into the
兵器の不具合
personnel
に似て
involved
る
along with a flaw in a
そ
weapon.
うだな例えば
Here's an example.
お前が
How would you
懐に
feel
飲ん
if
で
you
る
were dealing with a gun that you
殺傷能
expected
力
to be
が
quite
高い
lethal,
武器という
but which an
触れ込みだ
observer claimed had no effect whatsoever?
何それ
So that's supposed to mean you're not talking about a flaw there,
出した欠
Kanan
陥商
said.
品じゃないか
That would just be a completely defective piece of hardware.
あ
Yes,
その
young
通りだ
lady,
お嬢さん
exactly. When there's a defect in
今まで
something
信
you've
頼
always
していたも
trusted,
の
it
に煙
affects
し
that
してもいい
trust.
不安要素なん
You
だ
could
が
ignore it and hope it
取り
won't
除ける
cause you
なら取り
trouble,
除い
but
た
you're
方が
better
商
off
品に
ridding
なる
yourself of something that isn't up to snuff.
現地に行って問題点
When such a situation arises, I head on site, assess whatever problems there are, and recommend appropriate courses of action. It's a boring job. These days, I'm basically a maid, less a code breaker and more a risk breaker, you could say.
そう
I see.
偉そうに
So
して
you
る
act
け
all
ど
important, but that doesn't change the fact that you're just running errands
全くだ
through a battlefield. Yes.
Sadaka brushed aside Kanan's insult with an air of confidence. Kanan scowled. The woman was so sure of herself. She turned away and gazed out at the scenery outside, and then she realized the snack she'd been gnawing on was gone.
シャム
Xiam, Kanan hissed.
今日は多いな
Take it easy, Kanan, Sim
Don't
said.
mind.
I know you're under a lot of stress. Oh, I mean, the snack's still there, but okay.
Maybe it's like a
Xiam.
lollipop and she ate it all?
話の途中だが
Xiam, Sadaka interjected. Do you mind if I interrupt real quick?
簡潔に済むのなら
So long as you keep it quick.
Sure.
さっきから
So I
気になって
noticed that
い
your
たんだ
partner has been nibbling on something.
Mine
What is it?
will
Some
none.
kind of new snack?
そんなものだ
Is she gonna Sherlock that she ran out of snack and she's pretending to eat a stick? That's right. Want to try some? What are we doing? Without saying anything, Sadaka took one of the offered treats. She tore open the paper wrapper on one end and then stuck the contents between her teeth like a cigarette, just as Kanan had. Kanan watched her resentfully, knowing what she was tasting: a simple, unpretentious sweetness, the purity of concentrated sugar.
Godot says, this is one of Nasu's famous tricks. He makes a badass but makes them cute with some little habit. Okay. Sugar,
ただ
Sadaka
の砂
said.
糖じゃないか
Is that
これ
really all this is?
ああシュガースティックを固めたものだ
Yes, hardened sticks of sugar. They're dried and formed into shapes. We've become big fans ever since we found them at a market. Nowadays, they use injectors to shape them. The best ones come from Japan, I hear. Kanan focused on gnawing her own stick, not really listening to CM's explanation. There was a brief silence. Sadaka let out a sullen
変わった
sniff.
思考だな
You have strange tastes. You really like these things? Yeah, I like that there's nothing to get in the way of the flavor.
Sadaka raised an eyebrow dubiously. The time had come. They got up from their seats without a sound. Draped in their hoods, Kanan and Sadaka made their way through the train, doing their best to draw no attention. CM had put together a timeline. They should spend no more than 30 minutes at most on their infiltration. In addition to the soldiers stationed in the passenger cars, it was possible that the enemy also had lookouts disguised as normal passengers. Seat left open for too long might arouse one's suspicion, so he planned to sit there with his arms crossed for 30 minutes. The team needed to sneak into the freight car, obtain the payload, and return to their seats without a single minute wasted. CM was too tall and muscular to be well suited for infiltration. At least according to CM. He would hang back and act as the girl's rear guard, and if the operation was discovered, his task would be to secure an escape route for them.
最後尾に着いた
We're in position.
時計の合わせを
Sadaka called in on one of the tiny voice-activated radios that the three carried.
Synchronized watches.
She and Kanan prepared to make their way to the final objective in the freight car up ahead.
Oh, something's happening.
Despite-
Wait. Hold on.
Oh,
I'm sitting up.
okay.
Hold on, I'm sitting up.
All right. Okay,
Right.
I'm not.
Lock
Despite
in.
their clashing personalities, they moved almost like twins as they went about their work. It was evidence that their training had instilled them with similar
確
priorities.
認するが
Just so I'm clear on this, Sadaka said. All you're bringing is that Beretta and one spare
お前
magazine?
こそ
Yeah, hope you're okay with that. Yes, if it comes to a firefight, I'll let you handle shooting back. My job here is code breaking. As long as I have my PC and someone to cover me, I'm good.
Oh, me too. Both of them were going in with a minimal loadout. As a covert agent in enemy territory, that made Kanan uneasy, but then, if a fight did break out here, the mission was already a partial failure. The organization couldn't spare equipment for a team that only needed it if they fouled
お
things
嬢
up.
さんルート
You
の
checked
確
the
認
route?
ルートそのものは問題ない
The route's fine as long as you're fine. This isn't going to be
別の
desk
ロー
work.
ド専門外だ
Not
が
my specialty, but an acceptable level of risk.
それなり
This
に
isn't my
聞いた
first
お前は
rodeo. Oh
乗り
god, the
物に乗
music.
せるタイプ
What about you? You ready for
暴れ
this?
馬には慣れてるし
I've ridden my share of wild horses. Once I get on,
あんまり
I
な
don't fall off. I want to know what did they say that in Japanese? Is that an idiom or is that localized? Huh. Quite the swashbuckling little heroine, aren't you? Let's get this circus started. We had a lot of metaphors there really quickly.
I've read my fair share of fucking boring manga. Even when they get to the beach episode, I don't stop reading. What the fuck is this? The garb that the two girls wore under their cloaks was quite different from the norm for Middle Eastern women. Infiltration? Aside from the fact that one wore red and the other wore fucking hell and the other black, their outfits were rather similar. Are they? Both of them had dressed for maximum freedom of movement.
潜入経路に
She
問題は
has
ない
suspenders
行動
on.
を
No
開始
pro-
する
Okay.
No problems with the infiltration route, Sadaka reported. We're on the move.
With all the casual air of a traveler going for a stroll, and without any hesitation whatsoever, she headed for the outside of the train. Bum, bum,
No problems with the infiltration route. We're on the move.
bum. Call cut out. From here on, the team would retain radio silence except in cases of emergency. As the girls' backup, CM had to decide on a course of action. He could try making his way through the inside of the train, heading straight toward the sequestered freight car. It would make him obvious, but that would at least draw the guards' attention onto him for the time. He had no intention of trying to get into the freight car itself, of course. His goal would be simply to draw the guards' eyes. He could claim to be on his way to meet friends. The guards would be sure to intercept him and try to usher him away from the freight car. While that was going on, Kanan and Sadaka would hopefully be able to sneak inside. But it seemed that wasn't going to be an option. There were no ordinary passengers in the cars where the guards were posted. If the thing they were protecting was what CM thought it was, these guards would be good. Any unusual action he took would provoke them and only heighten their alertness. So is it a vial of
Yeah.
the disease?
It could be, although
Yeah.
is this before all of that? I don't know. When did you know what? Because when did the thing that they sent Osawa the pictures from happen? Because this could be related to that, right?
I don't think that they have. I don't think it's the vaccine. I think the virus must have been around for a while.
Yeah.
Was the virus also developed in a lab, or was it just the vaccine was developed in a lab? I can't remember.
I also can't remember. Oh wow, I forgot this was 428. I know, right?
He didn't want to do anything to complicate things for the girls. He decided that his best course of action was just to stay ready in case things went bottoms up. He checked the gun he'd hidden at his feet. Then, he pictured in his mind the guards in the nearest compartment, their builds, their gear, their positions. Veteran fighter though he was, he could think of no good way to make up for the sheer difference in numbers. In a fight, if a fight did break out, it would still be 1 against 7. To break through in any position held by soldiers who knew what they were doing, he'd have to completely abandon his own better judgment. And as I told Kanan earlier, superhumans could only go against like 4 or 5 other people. Like
Yeah,
7 is way
seriously.
more than that. You're just out. You're just done. Those who are willing to rise above themselves can overcome any stroke of luck. dictum. He was reminded of a story he'd been told as a student, a fable involving a board game. Life was represented by the board. There was a clear, defined endpoint. One proceeded toward that end, but dire pitfalls had been set up on the way to the goal. It was a valuable lesson. One shouldn't have a goal in life, or rather, one shouldn't think of the end as the goal. The proper way to live one's life was to realize it was already over. One must focus on the moment. Sure, this game was striving for the goal, for the end. That was just a way of rushing headlong toward one's death. The priorities were backwards. One shouldn't have a goal in life. One shouldn't seek meaning in oneself. To seek for why the fuck are we doing this right now? Is infiltration to seek proof that you'd live by achieving some hypothetical endpoint? That was a fool's game. Siam's ability to live without hunting for such proofs is one of the very few things on which he prided himself as a mercenary. Dude eats his favorite meal every day. Slipping his gun out of its hiding place, Siam narrowed his eyes slightly. Until now, he had been a lone soldier, put to use however his employers deemed necessary. He held no tenants, no opinions. He acknowledged that he was an instrument of war. He acknowledged that this was an age where such instruments were necessary. How many battlefields had he passed through? He could see no value in trying to sum up such experience with some complex ever-shifting philosophy. There were those who would wage war and those who would try to end it, and tools were necessary for both of those ends. That was all the justification a soldier required. Okay, when does he die? Warriors fought and then they die. Oh, there we go. There was no room for anything resembling a normal life. That's who they were. Demons, not men. To see him, to this mercenary, this was a simple fact. His watch showed that 6 minutes had passed, 24 minutes to go. By then, they would all know if they had failed or succeeded. Dun, dun. It was too long and yet too short, a gulf of time for him to fill with his own resulting rusting memories.
No! Not the triple flashback across different perspectives! No!
He'd been born into an age of enduring conflict. 1948, the First Arab-Israeli War, which started with the declaration of the establishment of the State of Israel.
First Arab-Israeli War. In response to the Israeli Declaration of Independence of 1948, the five nations of Lebanon, Syria, Transjordan, Iraq, and Egypt, later joined by Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and Morocco, declared war and marched on Palestine. Armistice disagreements were signed in 1949, with the ultimately triumphant Israel taking control of most of Palestine.
Over 800,000 displaced Arab refugees. Conflict between those who had formed their own nation at the end of their wandering and those who would now never be able to return to those lands. 1956, the tripartite aggression over the Suez Canal. Any attempts at negotiation or diplomacy were ineffective. The Middle Eastern hegemony shifted into the hands of two nations, further deepening the turmoil.
What are we playing? This is 428. Tripartite aggression. In 1956, Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser declared the nationalization of the Suez Canal. Opposing this move, the United Kingdom and France backed Israel in an invasion of the Sinai Peninsula, leading to a violent conflict with Egypt. In 1959, the United States and Soviet Union intervened, arranging a ceasefire.
And then, 1964, the Palestinian Liberation Organization was formed to retake its founder's rightful homeland, his homeland.
Palestinian Liberation Organization, an umbrella organization with the goal of the liberation of Palestine from Israeli control, abbreviated PLO. After Yasser Arafat, founder of the PLO's dominating faction, Fatah, became chairman, the organization took on the de facto role of the Palestinian government in exile. The Oslo Accords of 1993 saw governance centralized into the interim Palestinian National Authority. Following the death of Arafat in 2004, Mahmoud Abbas assumed the position of chairman of the PLO as well as president of the Palestinian National Authority. The peace process still ongoing.
4 years prior, he'd been born in a region west of the Jordan River. Like the other young men of faith who had thrown themselves into the liberation movement, he too had chosen a path of belief. But his beliefs were too rigid, too severe. He did not know or value compromise. He'd learned to focus on what he could accomplish as a soldier and strove to become one of the elite in order to end the fighting as soon as possible. He believed that this was the very best that he could do. The organization he joined in his teens was small, but it affiliated itself with the PLO and then joined up with Colonel Gaddafi's camp, which had provided its members the necessary soldiers' education.
Colonel Gaddafi, the former supreme leader of Libya, seizing power in a 1969 coup d'etat, He is perhaps best known for his radical anti-Western rhetoric during the 1970s and 1980s, as well as rumored backing of various terrorist groups. In the latter part of his life, his relationship with the West gradually improved. He played a leadership role in the formation of the African Union AU in 2002, becoming its chairman in 2009. Gaddafi was deposed and killed in 2011 by rebel forces in the Libyan civil war.
Infighting, however, gradually reduced the organization's numbers. He'd used the 82 Lebanon War as his opportunity to temporarily distance himself. Are you enjoying doing all this? To distance himself from the PLO and had thrown himself instead into the fighting in Afghanistan.
The Lebanon War, 1982 war in which Israeli forces invaded the neighboring country of Lebanon to retaliate against PLO forces present there. PLO leadership moved to Tunisia and a multinational force was installed in Lebanon, with the United States providing its core constituents.
That was when he'd acquired the name Siam. He'd acted as a military instructor for Islamic volunteer soldiers from Thailand. His students had bestowed upon him the former name of their kingdom.
Islamic volunteer soldiers. When the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan in 1979, Muslims from all over the world joined up as volunteer soldiers to fight the Soviets in the name of jihad. After the withdrawal of Soviet forces, these volunteer soldiers did not completely lose ties with one another. Some of them went on to form international networks such as Al-Qaeda. This is punishment to me for trashing the VN, to just talk shit about foreigners in like a shallow and insubstantial way. Now we get an entire history of Middle Eastern conflict.
Personally, I'm learning a lot.
That's good.
A new name. And when he accepted this new moniker, something that represented something other than himself, he had ceased to be the young man who'd sacrificed himself for his ideals. At the request of some former acquaintances, he'd returned to the PLO in 1990. Yet again, infighting had brought the organization to the brink of collapse, and he'd been tasked with helping to restructure it. He looks like Dojima here. It was around then that he'd reached his current standing. The sub-organization that he belonged to was in dire financial straits, and so to keep it solvent, its members had begun taking on mercenary contracts for covert ops from the PLO and Islamic extremist groups that were former affiliates. He'd been a soldier for over 30 years. Through all that time, he had fought, and he had survived. The fighting had honed him on every level. Much of it had been purely mercenary, to secure funding to keep his organization afloat, but he recognized that as being meaningful in its own way. In order to tip the balance in the fighting within their own country, his compatriots needed to encourage other nations to go for each other's throats. Accepting this as the evil that it was, they continued to wield the hammer of justice.
Just
like
laughing at the message, horrible vegetables in chat.
Horrible vegetables. Eventually he had seen so much that he no longer felt the evil, and then he no longer even felt the justice. Ever the consummate soldier, he was too grounded in harsh reality to deceive himself with flowery words or abstract ideas. Everything that he truly understood he'd come to realize while on the battlefield. And one thing had become completely clear: the fighting that raged through his homeland would not end during the lifetimes of his generation. His own existence was nothing more than a blip on the battle radar, a tiny detail in the midst of something vastly larger than himself. Bit by bit, his once rooted faith gave way to something more nihilistic. Times changed, and so did values. At some point, the human heart went on to change as well. His changed convictions left him alienated, and he reformed himself into a solitary soldier. Remember the story about this was a really sweet and sad about a hospital, and some kid died and
It
gave
was
the
so
heart to the other
good.
one?
It was so good. That story was so good.
Yeah. He longed for battle, yet felt no commitment to any particular conflict. And so, despite his legendary record in uniform, he became a mercenary outside the military establishment. His compatriots began to view him as nothing but a warmonger who fought without beliefs, and they were not so far from wrong. In that song, it's so very far from wrong. No longer a true partisan of any cause, what he was much harder to define. No, I think it's pretty easy. Ultimately, he was a jack of all trades. Recruit training, guarding VIPs, intelligence operations, subversive activities, he tackled them all. One thing led to another, until he arrived at the last major job he'd undertaken as a soldier. The theater was the Iraq War. There was a battle on the fringes, unrelated to the main conflict itself. And there, he'd found a girl who had lost everything, her kin and community, all victims of collateral damage. The tragedy that struck her had unfolded in a single day. When CM found her, a chance discovery as he was making his way through the area. Oh, so he wasn't a part of it. Okay, I was wrong. It was a miracle that she was even breathing. According to the reports, the entire population of the village had been annihilated. Friend or foe, there were no possible survivors, and yet CM had found one. He had taken on this war, and that included aiding any civilians once the fighting was over, even if he knew it was someone unlikely to last much longer than another day. Yet, in defiance of his expectations, the girl clung desperately to life. She pulled herself back from the brink of death, pieced her broken psyche back together, and declared that she wanted to live. Easier said than done. This child had no relatives, and all records of her family had been wiped out. In order for her to live, she would need to be reborn as a soldier. Okay, sure. No other option. Can't be a dentist. There probably isn't anyone around with the patience to train a complete novice. I wasn't qualified, but I wound up sticking with you. Perhaps because something fascinated him about this new responsibility, he took on the task. Guys turn 50 and suddenly just want to be a dad. To say that the girl wasn't soldier material would have been an understatement. On a scale of 1 to 10, she was less than 0. But that's not on the scale. Her personality was an issue. She was whimsical, unable to keep her emotions in check, and incapable of working as a part of a cohesive unit. Her general knowledge and awareness of local customs were also sadly lacking. She could read and write, but there was something fundamentally broken about how she processed information.
Thank God Nasu didn't write Leon the Professional. so fucking great.
She called the sun Blue. There we go. Alright, so Blue Sun. At first, Siam figured that she'd simply been taught the word blue to refer to what most people acknowledge as yellow. It wasn't long before he was disabused of this notion. The girl wasn't wrong. Everyone else was. The things she said weren't untrue from her perspective. To her, the sun did look blue. She was still able to distinguish the color of yellow from the color blue the same as anyone else, but she had a very peculiar condition, very rare but known to humankind for centuries. Synesthesia.
Wow.
She was just like us, except in how she perceived the world. Words would come to her as shapes, sounds as smells, moods as colors. I want to know how they tested that she sees blue as yellow. You can't do that.
I mean, I guess you could hold up something that's blue and say what color is this, and hold up something that's yellow and say what color is this, and then point at the sun and say look directly into this, and then write a side story for a visual novel.
But the colors relative that she's holding up, she wouldn't even know what they're called. Like, how do you determine? Like,
Yeah,
me and you might see blue as green, and we have no idea that everyone else sees it differently, right? You can't have that reference point. Is there a way you can do that? I don't fucking know.
I mean, there's a thing that's
you
collectively
just doing it now.
described as yellow, and a thing that's collectively described as blue, and you see which one she calls blue, or if it's both. You know what I mean?
It had isolated her within her own village and thereby saved her life. That isolation was also why she had no initial aptitude for soldiering. She struggled to work within an organization as those around her struggled to understand how she operated in a group environment. CM had no doubt she was the only soldier he'd ever trained who could make eye contact with another person and instantly understand where they fell short and what she could do to make up for it. Because it's synesthesia, it's just magic. Running her in a standard squad was almost impossibly difficult. CM soon found that he often needed to give his new novice his undivided attention. You still afraid of guns? In terms of trained reactions and physical skills, there was nothing more that he could teach her. She'd mastered shooting and all the fundamentals of his standard physical training. Okay. And yet she was still an astoundingly timid girl. Afraid of the battlefield, afraid of guns, afraid of the trigger. She even seemed afraid of loading a magazine. Every day, CM found himself thinking she wasn't cut out for this. But every day she threw herself back into the training, facing all the things she feared. Revenge, he began to suspect.
Godot isn't going to send 100 bits to apologize for this. Godot doesn't even sub to this channel. I gifted him a sub to my own channel.
Do. No doubt she wanted the ability to fight so that she could strike back at the nameless bunch who had taken her village and her family away from her. She wants to be like me, CM thought. She wanted to kill. No, she wanted the strength to be able to kill, and then immediately to put that killing behind her. You don't have to be afraid of guns, you know. You fear death because you've known safety. Leave the fear behind. You need to conquer your past, but you also can't forget that safety does exist in this world. She was still a respectable human being, not a soldier. He and she were cut from different cloth, but also the same cloth at the same time. Realizing that made him wonder if there was anything he could truly teach her. Sharpshooting is all about fundamentals, he said. Fire only at targets within range. Fire from cover, fire first. That's it. Easy to remember, but hard to pull off. Make it your own. Oh, and one other thing. If you do get into a gunfight, make sure the other guy never gets back up again. Yeah, you gotta burn the body, put some traps around them, yeah. They might necro up. She wanted it, that much was clear. And while she might never make much of a rank-and-file soldier, there were better things for her to do than learn regulations and squad tactics. She could survive best on her own. Away from the conventional battlefield, she began to achieve startling results on extreme solo missions. The more skilled her opponent, the more she rose to the challenge. She was a natural-born duelist. No, that wasn't quite right. The girl was an assassin. Siem had to admit that she improved each and every day. The almost daily change of pace was good for him, too, as a teacher. The only problem was the source of her motivation. You're still thinking about revenge, aren't you? She fell into her typical sullen silence, a scolded child, unwilling to tell a lie. Inwardly, Siem acknowledged his misstep in judgment. She might have the makings of the perfect assassin, but the assassin's life would never be a good fit for her. Good, he said. Hold on to your vengeance. Repay the insult to your people. But don't stop there. You're capable of much, much more. Don't become a machine stuck repeating the same motions. Take the easy way out. Give yourself over to hatred, and you'll die inside. Maybe there were no more physical skills to teach her, but he still needed to give this girl the mental training a warrior required to survive. Remember this, Kanan. Hatred for its own sake is meaningless. If your hatred isn't tempered by a sense of duty, you will be lost. That lesson, more an admonishment, was the one thing he'd held on to in the wake of his own disillusionment. His heart bore scars that would never heal. Revenge was a prize without reward, claiming it could break you if your heart was made of anything less than steel. And so, he told her to harden her heart into something that could not be broken. He only hoped it was enough. Even steel wore away over time, bit by bit.
Fucking Christ.
I think revenge is based, actually. I hate this anti-revenge kick that we're all on. I think revenge has its place. A year had passed since then, a year that felt like a day. Now, one thing in particular rose in his mind before this job, perhaps the first time ever. Kanan had asked him for something. She wanted a tattoo just like his. He'd had no choice but to agree. There had still been one day to go before the job, so they'd gotten it done on location before boarding the train. Is it the shitty fucking Life is Strange 2, Wolf? The tattoo, a snake, represented bad luck and loneliness to locals. She didn't care. She saw it in a kindred spirit, a creature driven by the same nothingness that fueled herself and Siem. The timid girl and the black snake. If he gave himself over to sentiment, he might have said that the black snake looked somewhat uncomfortable there, coiled on this arm of this girl bent on survival. So, is the tattoo different from the scar that she did, or is this the same thing, or?
Oh.
Wow. Okay. Really? They're going under the train.
I can start eating if you want.
Sure.
Kanan and Sadaka slithered okay, snakes, we fucking get it! Silently along the underside of the train, suspended just above the ties, hurtling past beneath them. The slightest mistake, and whoever made it would be instantly reduced to an unrecognizable smear of meat. Sadaka hissed, pick up the pace! Oh, I guess you can read her now that I'm doing the narration. She was taking point. Kanan silently complied. She concealed her foul mood, but not so well that Sadaka couldn't see it. Clearly, she didn't like their chosen route.
Isn't she a computer person? Would you have preferred the roof? Sadaka asked.
Kanan rolled her eyes. The roof is death, but you did lie. This is no circus. Fucking. Sadaka let out an appreciative chuckle. Had the little princess been expecting some more elegant means of reaching their target?
This doesn't suit you. I guess you'll just have to play King Kong next. You like the Empire State Building, yeah?
I don't know what you're talking about, Kanan said, but you're making fun of me, aren't you?
もちろん
Of course, shooting the breeze like this is so delightful. Normal small talk is just a bother, but when you can mouth off in a situation like this, you'll never be bored.
Kanan furrowed her brow. She might not ever find it in herself to like Sadaka, but it did seem that they shared a very quirky sense of humor. The doors to the freight car were shut with combination locks. It seemed like an outdated technology for protecting the classified material the car was carrying. Evidently, the enemy had been forced to make use of what they had available. By the way, Godot said that this is an inoculation technique to ensure that neither of us ever is tempted to stream anything by Nasu, no matter how much we're pressured to. Is it working for you?
Okay.
It's working for me.
Okay.
It's working for me so much.
I believe in vaccines, yeah.
It's working for me so much. Sadaka quickly punched in a numerical sequence and the lock opened. She had acquired the code sequence before arriving on the train. Due diligence for a code breaker. Vaccines wear off. We'll just have to reread this once a year, I guess.
I'm sorry. Is finding out the code and knowing it before you come here, is that code breaking? That just sounds like just
No.
knowing the code for the door to me.
That's knowing the code. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
守りは扉のロックだけか
What? That's their security?
Sadaka said as they stepped into the car.
I was expecting a crowd inside. Either they're really confident or complete idiots. Or it's a trap.
This is more like an inoculation, and someone said more like a lethal injection.
Oof.
The break-in had been disappointingly easy. They surveyed the freight car's interior, still anticipating a further challenge. The space was divided into two compartments. One was sealed and held the item they were after, while the other, in which they now stood, housed a console room for managing the first.
監視窓から確認できるな
Can you see it through the observation window? Sadaka said. That's what we're after. In that case there, the object itself is small. It was made at Fort Detrick. Apparently Mossad struck a secret deal with the US Biological Warfare Experimentation Unit deployed in Iraq and got them to hand it over to the Israelis. Fort Detrick, a United States Army installation in Frederick, Maryland. Maryland? How do you say that? Maryland?
Fort Detrick, I think I've heard this out loud before.
Is Detrick? Okay.
I'm not sure.
The 5 square kilometer grounds are dotted with various biological and medical research and development facilities. The name is sometimes used to refer specifically to the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, USAMRID, a key institution in the U.S. efforts to protect against naturally occurring microbes and diseases as well as biological weapons. Based on what I was told, it'll be in something the size of a briefcase. The attaché case.
Kanan mused. So we just bust the door down and smash open the case?
I was advised not to break anything, so we go in like we belong here, open the case, and go out and get out before anyone's the wiser. You just sit tight. Your part of the job assumed there'd be guards. The rest of this is my area of expertise.
You can work that console?
いや持参している
I brought my own, but what a
しかし
mess.
なんだな
The thing that's craziest to me, Mouse, is people can
頭が痛い。
read things like this and fill up reading club
こ
with
の無
discussions
造
on
作に
it.
放り出
It's
されたケーブル
unaccountable
何の笑い
to
話
me.
だ
Sadaka
どうやって
scowled
入
at
る
the
か楽
slapdash
しみに
array
して
of
いる私がバ
electronics.
カみたいだどこぞのネッ
Talk
トカ
about
フェ
a
だここは
headache. Look at all these exposed cables. Is this someone's idea of a joke? I was looking forward to a challenge, but this is low budget internet cafe level.
Sadaka grumbled as she hooked up her laptop. The security here was laughable, even considering how much of a rush the enemy had been in to arrange this weapon transfer. It looked like she'd need to do little more than input the password the sheik had given her into the terminal.
まったくなんて危機感のなさだ信じられない
It's like they're not worried about counterintelligence at all. Are the Israelis seriously this lax? You know, Israeli IT engineers are supposed to be better than this. How could this level of idiot strike a deal with the US military? Or are both sides this dim-witted?
うるさいな
Come now, Kanan
お前
murmured.
ペンテ
You
ィア
like
ム
the
M とか大
Pentium
好きだろ
Pentium M, don't you?
A CPU released by the Intel Corporation, originally developed in Israel. Its design focused on power conservation for use in laptop computers. Its compact size and brand appeal making it popular in many countries, including Japan. Why the fuck are you? How could I not? Israeli engineers are the coolest. What the fuck are we doing? Oh.
Kanan frowned. She might be loath to admit it. Loading. But their opinions really were very similar.
Oh yeah, she also loves the Pentium M. My favorite CPU.
I'm sorry, I just saw this the suspender strap
Yeah.
It's normal for it to be a single one in the back, but it's this or Higurashi. I would take Higurashi. The PC booted up. Sadaka logged into the terminal and entered the password. She worked with a skill and alacrity that would have made any codebreaker proud.
I would take this. By the time you get to the hacking stage, the job is practically over, she said. The days of having to decrypt things on site are largely in the past. Quite frankly, there's no better way to break through security than social hacking.
I would say that like 60% of Higurashi is a better experience than this. I take those odds. And the rest of it is at least on par. Social hacking, Kanan asked. What's that?
Sort of like detective work, getting information in ways other than relying on computer know-how and programming techniques. Both these characters feel like they're completely different in this scene. Nobody knows more about the security of a site than the people that are responsible for it, so negotiate with them, run surveillance on them, even root through their trash, Sadaka explained. There were only 3 people involved with security on this job, so it was a breeze. Normally for something with this level of secrecy, I need keys from 10 or more people, and hey, let me have one of those sugar things. I need something to put in my mouth.
I'm always saying this. Kanan frowned, but handed her a sugar stick. Choo-choo. She's so chinchilla coated. Yeah, give her an apple stick. So then why did they call you a code breaker? Kanan asked. Aren't you basically just an on-site troubleshooter like me?
What are you talking about? Sadaka asked.
My point is simply that people are easier to hack. She continued working at the keyboard as she spoke.
Ideally, that'd be how you get all of what you need, but that's not doable in practice. Besides, social hacking is all about plugging in numbers too. You're just wasting your time researching someone's emotions, personality, and history if you don't find a way to turn the results into numerical form. When you're done, you arrange the info you've gotten, and the way to derive, say, a password becomes self-evident.
She'd unlocked the 3rd layer of security as she spoke. There was the access password, an infrared scanner lock, and then a lock linked up to the wheels of the train that prevented the compartment door from being opened while the train was in motion.
Alright, that's done, she said. See, the thing we're after is still a prototype, so I can log in under one of the researchers' names. Then I can use the research lead's account to give me admin rights, and... Nani?
Sorry. Something occurred. Not So Neato has redeemed a wheel game with Seen It Twilight from the Nintendo Wii, a movie trivia video game developed by Screen Life Games about Twilight.
You'll be so good at that.
I will be so fucking good at that. Thank you, Not So Neat. Actual goated wheel redeem. Maybe we'll just elevate it to a stream game and not even bother with the wheel, but I'll put it in the wheel for now. We might just fucking do that. Do you wanna we can do it in the back half of a Yeek stream. We can
Sure. See if I can get any of them right.
That'd be pretty fun, actually. You might have just run the streams. We'll never be spinning the wheel again. It was all a farce to sink your coins. Yeah, maybe. Just pivot right now. Yep. We could just put it on now. Put it on in the corner like Subway Surfers. Okay. All right. Is something the matter? Kanan asked.
They've changed the passcode. I tried the 3 highest priority ones I had, but none of them worked. How arrogant that she is that she thinks that they changed it instead of that she just didn't have any of them right?
I just messaged my brother that I was reading my first Nasu visual novel and I needed him to understand fuck this bullshit. How has he read Fate?
Let's know what he says.
I will. What does this mean here? 1 hour remaining, Kanan asked.
Means passcode input has been locked out for another hour. Even if any of the other passwords I have are valid, the system won't even let me enter them anymore. They
were running out of time. Already 15 minutes had passed. since they'd begun to operation. 1 hour remaining, says Godot. Is it true? Allowing for 5 minutes to get back to Siam's car. They only had 10 minutes or so left to work.
They often change the codes before loading. Damn it, loading. I should have known they'd mess up their update schedule along with everything else. Classic.
If it helps, this is the worst thing I've ever seen by Nasu. I've never read a VN by Nasu. I was recommended Mohoyo by people and said it was good, so I don't know. Maybe
the people
maybe
that make Genshin Impact?
No, Mahoyo, not Mihoyo. Witch on the Holy Night.
Okay.
It's sitting around and talking, but good this time. That's what people say. Maybe I'll read it out of morbid curiosity. This is much worse than Mahoyo. I'll believe you. Is there anything else we can try?
Maybe, Sadaka said. Since we can't get access with the passcode, we could try sending the unlock sequence directly to the lock itself. No, that's impossible. The sequence itself is encrypted and stored in a program, so there's no way for us to get it.
Kanan murmured. Can you open the program itself?
I can, but there wouldn't be any point.
You know what, chat? I saw someone in Discord mentioned emotional support site. We're just gonna have him on for the rest of the stream. It's free today.
Cool.
If she had a line there, I skipped it. So just go to Don't You Get It.
Humor me, I'm curious. Which places would be real quick? Kanan thinks that she can just suddenly be a better hacker than what the fuck Feynman. Don't you get it? You can't get the sequence from the string of numbers in there. Well, we could if we had the time, but that'd be days of work. Is she gonna use her color magic to see the real code? No.
This must be the sequence here, Kanan said. 189AC45558938E58E8888312B C3 C367AB29. Give that a try.
The hell?
Glaive says, I want to say this is largely considered Nasu's worst work. This part was infamous even before 428 was localized. That said, I've never read any of his work, not even this, so I can't confirm if he's actually written anything good. Thank you, Glaive. Did that work? If it did, I get to have what's inside. Sadaka swallowed wordlessly. She should have been happy. The first stage of her job was finished, after all. Still.
Synesthesia, she said. I read about it in the report. Is that how you did that just now? That's not what. Okay, whatever. Okay, alright. I'm so cool. I have it now because I'm seeing red.
I knew someone with synesthesia, and they used to like me sending them things that I wrote because they said it tasted good. Think about that. It's just a different way of understanding things. I can see what colors the numbers and letters are.
That's your explanation? You just see things differently? You're telling me that you intuited that code just by seeing how all the numbers looked?
Synesthesia. A curious condition found in people all over the world to varying degrees. It was defined as the tendency to experience the stimulation of one sense with additional perceptions in one or more other senses. Human beings have 5 senses. Thank you so much for explaining this. Sight, hearing, taste, touch, smell. People who process 2 or more of these individual senses simultaneously are known as synesthetes. Letters could have colors. Crazy that we're putting text that would have been in the tips just in the text proper. Yep. Sounds might have shapes. A word might taste sweet or sour. There were many variations, each a unique way to perceive the world. The condition was not generally an impairment. The letter's color could have real meaning. There was a reason that each sound had its particular shape. Synesthetes picked up on this additional sensory information, not intellectually, but intuitively. I'm sorry, we're saying that people with synesthesia are sensing patterns in the universe that everybody else just can't understand? What the fuck are we? This is fucking stupid. Okay.
They can taste intent.
It went beyond vision and hearing simply working as a combined sense. It created a new form of perception in its own right. The senses themselves didn't literally fuse into
great
one.
Research for the VN I want to do.
Just so you understand
how smell crime.
Just so you understand how much of an industry darling Natsu is, not only did this not tank his credit as a writer, this was expanded into an anime. Oh my god. For synesthete, their 5 senses could complement each other reciprocally. For instance, visual information. You literally just said. For instance, visual information might also be processed as sound and then combined with direct auditory input. Visual cues that were also seen through the other senses could radically increase the seer's ability to comprehend what they were perceiving. Somebody said there are roughly 2 hours left of the story. I want you to be aware. Whatever. A typical image on a page serves as a good example. The ordinary person perceives such an image solely through the sense of sight. A single input, a single level of perception. A synesthete, however, might perceive the same image with one or more additional senses as well. Information obtained this way is analyzed by the brain, the secondary perceptions complementing and deepening the information provided by the primary sense. The human brain, however, cannot fully grasp such perceptions on a logical level. If Godot did an Ace Attorney bit, I'm going to be mad though. In the end, the beneficiary of such experiences simply knows what has been perceived without knowing the reason why. It is akin to the experiences of a newborn child. The child has not yet learned language, and so it struggles to grasp its mother's intent when she speaks. An entity without intellect exerts all of its physical self to learn of its surroundings. The nascent brain has not yet separated the language cortex and the visual cortex. In an infant, both function as the same thing. Once these features do become separate, knowledge as we know it first comes into play. We're doing baby geniuses now. The organization of knowledge in different regions of the cerebral cortex efficiently reduces certain burdens on the brain, but at the cost of reducing sensory acuity. Seeing the big picture, understanding the details simply by feeling, not following an ordered thought process, but arriving at its conclusion in a single step. Such possibilities might include picking out the meaning of a sequence of digits that appears meaningless at first glance. For one who did not know intellectually what part of a tree was the leaves and what part was the trunk, it would still be possible to tell them apart based on their different colors, their different shapes. The simplification of things, the condensation of stories, instinctually understanding solutions without having to follow some process of derivation, this was how a synesthete like Kanan perceived the world.
I'm fucking bored now. I'm bored, Henry. So even if you don't know what some code or message is trying to express, the colors or shapes will let you interpret it anyway? Sadaka asked.
The only characters from 428 in the Kanan anime, other than the ones in this chapter, are Maria Osawa and fucking Minori Kawa. That's right. Yeah, it's like how when you look at a whole sentence, you can sort of tell which parts are important and which parts aren't. When I'm reading things out loud, even if it's for a visual novel, if I'm saying like incorrect, like confidently explained, radically incorrect statements that sound like real science, I get really fucking uncomfortable. Like, I don't like having to read things out loud with my human voice that sound like a fucking right-wing grift. It makes me really upset. Okay, anyway, if the text as a whole contained some story, if the programmer's intent was there in the cipher, she could pick up on it in those colors and flavors, feel the touch of that meaning on her skin. Because of her very nature, Kanan could look at a sequence of unknown information and immediately sense which parts were important. Megakiko says, if you see this message is highlighted, you have synesthesia, according to this VN. She had learned to accept that she couldn't understand the why behind it. I've only been able to do this.
Did you know that before color TV, people dreamed in black and white? Did you know that when Persona 5 gave me this fact, the chat argued with me for 10 minutes that it was true?
I'm highlighted, Henry now. I like the chat has correctly identified that I am just so checked out that I'm not even looking at chat unless they highlight their messages or do an at me, because that was absolutely true. I'm looking now. I've only been able to do this since about 2 years ago, though, she said. Before that, I could only feel things in my skin. But now I can do the same with sounds and smells, which lets me see better than before.
Well, they say synesthesia is something you're born with, Sadaka said, wasting precious minutes of the time that they have before fucking whatever the guys at CM has to come and rescue them if they're injured for too long. So did some kind of accident or treatment make yours stronger? You know, such as...
The fact that we've only lost like 10 viewers in this segment is unreal to me. That's fucked.
I don't even have the viewers on. I don't even know.
Her faculties hadn't improved through random happenstance. Perhaps when she was on the brink of death, some of her bodily functions had broken in order to keep her alive and had somehow changed while she recovered. They say, is this you? This is you.
I feel like this and Yeek and also some other shit that we played on stream really goes to prove that there's a huge portion of people online that have never really experienced anything truly good or truly bad when it comes to writing, and they live in this like weird like bubble of their own where like the extreme good side is like Persona 4 and the extreme bad side is Yeek. You know what I mean? It's like you don't know how far off in either direction that it goes, man. You don't know. True colors, yeah, I can see it. I can see the true colors, yeah. They say creatures with unusual tactile acuity pick up information on their surroundings through waves. Are your perceptions something like that?
There was I was talking to people the other day. There was a Reddit thread recently. I don't know if it was recent. I saw someone post a recap of it recently, but it was a guy who like discovered Moby Dick because he thought it, like he just picked it up, and he was like, it blew his mind. He was like, "Bros, did you know Moby Dick is so fucking funny?" Like he was like, can you like this book is so fucking funny. Like it's really good. Like this classic of literature is actually so good. And everyone was like, "Yeah? We knew that." Like but I feel like it's not even just online. Like it's not like even just like just online people. Like online people have their own brand where it's like Persona 4 and down the line. But like I feel like even people in like like non-online people, like the peak they've like peak for them is like Percy Jackson or something, and then like the worst thing they've ever read is like, I don't know, Court of Thorn and Roses. Like so like they're living in like the book talk wavelength, and then like only rarely are there books in that area that like will transcend that. Like sometimes there are standout ones, but like popular literature that exists in that middle spectrum like is all that some people read, and some people don't even read that. So it's, I don't know.
No, I was waiting for you to finish because I didn't want to interrupt you, and then George Washington stole it. Yeah, I blame high school English classes. Like,
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
they teach it in such a horrible way. Like Shakespeare is really good, but like you fucking like teach that in class, and it's like, first of all, you shouldn't be reading it. You should be watching it. You should be seeing it performed. Yeah. And you just like it's so fucking boring, and you can't even really understand it. You need like notes on every single side to understand it at that age. Like it's fucking irritating.
Yeah, poetry too. Poetry, I strongly believe is meant to be read aloud. Like a lot of time it does stuff on the page. I think you need both for the experience. But like nobody in my high school ever read a poem out loud to me. And poems are all about like rhythm and movement in the language. And I feel like because you don't have that, like you miss out on vital parts of what makes poetry good, or what makes stage plays good, because you don't have the blocking, you don't have the way that they're interacting with each other. Like I feel like the richness of some of these media like just don't get taught. Boulder says if sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was gonna say I really like Cummings when it was like things on the page really matter. That's really cool to me, but that's the exception, not the rule. Almost everything needs to be read aloud. I would say most prose also needs to be read aloud, like we are doing right now. I think it also benefits. Sorry.
Boulder says, if I was any more generous, I'd assume the synesthesia bit being overly verbose was an intentional choice to make you feel like you've got synesthesia by burying the intent of the text into an avalanche of words like an unending well of simile, which you have to extract the meaning as if it was buried under a pile of... Thank you, Boulder! I think Natsu could not conceive of writing a character outside of a magical setting at this point and had to contrive a way. That's a good point, yeah. Have they told you how characters like exchange magical power in Fate yet, Joe? Alright, don't worry about it.
Fucking?
Yeah.
Okay.
They say creatures with unusual. Did we read this out loud already? I don't remember.
I did. You're on
sort of, maybe. Yeah. I'm not really sure, but I can see my surroundings almost as if they're made of waves when I want to.
So then, you can tell what I'm doing now? Sadaka asked.
Yeah, I can see the scent of you shrugging your shoulders.
I can see the scent.
She can hear the vision.
God, I was gonna say it. God damn. So that's what using your whole body to perceive things is like.
The girl had eyes pointing in every direction. She was a veritable sensory prodigy. She had no blind spots. Her ears and nose, her tactile sensations saw on every side at once.
She's fucking daredevil. It's quite a gift you have, Sadaka said. Like a sixth sense the rest of us lost somewhere along the way in exchange for intellect.
Maybe it wasn't so remarkable after all. It was something all human creatures had once possessed, an early gift taken away from them by the serpent of primal knowledge. Progress, not regression, had cost mankind this capability. Sometimes true evolution necessitated the loss of some superior power in order for a species to thrive. Humans had grown more complex through language, culture, and thought, the only creatures on Earth to distance themselves from their animal nature. And what is it? What was it they had lost? The trick of knowing only answers it'll look, to receive an answer without thinking. That was nothing more than the abandonment of thought.
あ
You're a primitive, basically.
Excuse me? Sadaka smirked inwardly at the thought. It's true. It's Octopath Zero is better than this for the 4 hours that I played it. The girl was such a simple creature. No wonder Siam's edge had dulled from having to deal with this.
I'm sorry. She just proved to you that she basically is psychic and just intuit things in
Yep.
addition to just being a normal human, and you're concluded that she's beneath you, not above?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
Sadaka, Sadis.
The sudden sound of the radio snapped her back to attention. They had under 5 minutes left to
問題
go.
ない
Oh,
少しばかり
they
予
did
定
waste all
が
that
狂った
time.
が
Mm.
No
お嬢さん
problems.
の
Things
おか
went
げ
a
で
little
解
bit
決した
awry, but the young lady here managed to resolve it.
急げ
Roger
こち
that.
らも
Try to
この
hurry.
辺が怪しい
The guards have started harassing
上にいる
passengers
乗
here.
客たちが
Something
始ま
about a
る
spy.
スパイ
We've
容
got
疑
2
です
minute stops. Thought we had 5.
こっちではいつも
Huh, same
の
as
こ
ever
とだよ
then, Sadaka
了解
replied.
リンチが始まる前には戻る
We'll be back before the firing squad lines up. Do you even have 2 minutes to get from under the train, even
や
if you
はり
left
携帯
right
できる
now?
形だった
Okay.
な
She stared at the briefcase-like container in the open compartment.
It really is
中に
portable
物がある
then.
のは
All right,
端
are we
末
going
か
to
ら
have
確
an
認済み
Indiana
だ
Jones moment right now?
お嬢さんかさばるがそ
I've
の
already
ケースごと
confirmed the
運んでく
contents
れ
via the terminal. I know it's unwieldy, but would you mind carrying that case, young lady? And whatever you do, do not open it, no matter what. One misstep and every living thing for miles around
な
dies.
んだって
I choose death, Pichetto. Wait, what? Keenan said.
シャム聞き
Wait,
忘れ
what?
てた
Wait, what?
今回の
Wait,
Wait,
獲物は
what?
何
Wait, what? Siam, she radioed. I forgot to ask. What are we acquiring
現
here?
在最も小さく
One of the smallest, most sinister weapons in the
Sorry, I
world.
can't look at that sentence formation and not think about it. Okay, whatever. Okay, all right. There was a brief silence, but Kanan already knew what his words implied. A chill ran up her spine.
I'm glad that you also have that infection now too. Yeah.
Did you
Yep.
see the stream title? She could feel
I
the
didn't. What's the stream title?
the stream title.
Yeah.
Presciently.
Yeah, the most awful, most tragic stream series conclusion in all of it. Yeah. Okay.
Am I wrong?
Oh no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. No.
She could feel the latent threat before her now.
シャムこれは
Siam, this is
米国疾病予防
A
課
Oh, yeah, there
virus
you go.
designated risk group 4 by the American CDC, their highest risk rating. Secret experiments were carried out to disseminate and infect people with it in order to demonstrate its lethality, and then its generic code was tweaked to increase its efficacy as a bioweapon. They call it UAProto.
秘密が刻んだ
Abbreviation of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, a multidisciplinary research institution under the jurisdiction of the United States Department of Health and Human Services, HHS. Headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, it is known as one of the world's foremost organizations in the field of virus and infectious agent research.
or it was. That was it. That was the name of that fragment of hell that had brought ruin to her life 2 years earlier. No!
What do you mean?
A microscopic demon released by mankind. It was the year 2000. Fuck off! A retrovirus awoke in the Drakensberg region of South Africa. Fuck me.
Retrovirus, a type of virus that reads enacted and uses reverse transcriptase in order to copy its own RNA. Put more simply, it uses the cells of other organisms to make copies of itself. Because the retrovirus genome is made of RNA, this series is Metal Gear, are thought to be more unstable and prone to sudden mutations than DNA viruses. A mountain range in South Africa that takes its name from the Afrikaans word for the Mountains of Dragons. Part of the range forms the national border of the Kingdom of Lesotho? The highest peak at 3,842 meters is Thabana Lithuaniana, which means beautiful little mountain in the Sethusom language. Oh, that's nice.
That is nice. Beautiful little mountain. Deforestation carried out in the name of advancing national development unleashed the pathogen upon the land, rapidly infecting a local village. The virus's combination of a high lethality rate and a high infection rate wiped out the entire village in a matter of days. The South African government carried out radical sterilization procedures, burning down the forests in a several kilometer radius. Luckily, the virus was still vulnerable and the sterilization effort proved successful, until 3 years later when agents from another nation collected samples of the virus from the same woodlands and began research on military applications. They improved the virus and successfully created a weaponized prototype. The demon awoke. I don't mind this section because it gives us context for the main story. but this is the only section that's given us context for the main story. They chose a village already engulfed in the flames of war as a test site. Under cover of the conflict in Iraq, the weapon makers carried out their experiment. The virus was unleashed, and the village vanished. The lethality rate was over 90%, the infection rate and survivability of the pathogen both exceptionally high. This was the tiny demon, invisible to the naked eye, that had taken everything from the young girl called Kanan. After that, there were rumors of further development. The improved form of the virus was given the name Ua, and the last of the prototype that had destroyed that nameless Middle Eastern village was frozen. Yes, frozen. Not disposed of, not eradicated. The weapon was difficult to use, but those who possessed it still felt there was value, even in the inferior prototype. Furthermore, it represented a great deal of research money. Which meant whoever it might be, should a buyer emerge, they would sell. Kanan had no words. Why was this thing here now? She felt nothing, no grief, rage, or despair. She simply thought calmly, someone is still alive who's willing to use this weapon. That includes the soldiers who are here to protect it.
Hey, young lady.
I know. Right now we need to get this case to Siam. She spoke, she moved mechanically, removing the case from its compartment. Whatever free will she'd possessed a moment before had vanished. Sadaka watched her, satisfied. Boulder, I've got enough to read without reading all that. I'm sorry. Then both girls stiffened with alarm. A message appeared on the monitor. Case connection broken. Security breach possible. If disconnection is unresolved after 60 seconds, alert broadcast will commence. You didn't disable the alarms? Kanan snarled.
Complain later. We'll never get it now. Reconnected in time. Call CM now.
Call was brief and the conclusion was clear. The parameters of the job had changed. Fight was unavoidable. They would need to strike first. Great. So they just didn't disable the alarms so he could write a fight scene. Okay, whatever. Siam,
Just listen. I'll neutralize the guards in your car. While I do, keep pressure on the ones up front. Once I've secured the rear, I'll give you the signal to fall back.
It's sad I'd get what he was going for with the structure, but he's so bad at the execution, I prefer he didn't write this at all. Yeah, like, I wouldn't mind technically the structure of the story, like what he is going for here, but the way that it is done is very unpleasant. For the time being, Kanan and Sadaka were trapped.
It has taken the time of like literally like 2 movies in order to get through what in most movies would be the first 10 minutes.
Yeah. There were 7 hostiles available ahead of them and 7 more behind. All the girls could do now was sit up in the freight car to buy themselves time. And yet... ... I think this calls for a more aggressive solution.
Kanan, wait.
That alarm was not worse than the Kingdom Hearts low HP noise to me, but maybe to some people. She cut the connection. Her eyes gleamed with menace. This was no time for hesitation. This was time for battle.
14, by the way. You alone, Sadako's incredulous. Are you out of your mind? Having confidence in your skills is one thing, but be realistic. There are 7 soldiers out there, and the most you can do is 5.
I know that, but these guys aren't as good as Siam. Kanan was all action. Except when we take a break for exposition. There was no room for emotion. She'd analyzed her problem and now she was going to solve it.
Can't have you dying on me, Sadaka said. You're a very valuable asset to this organization, and oh, never mind.
It was clear that conversation wasn't going to be a thing right now. The gleam in Kanan's eyes was that of a beast on the hunt. Give me the case, I'll get it to Siam. I'm used to working with him. If we can catch the guards in a pincer attack, we can end this quickly. Kanan paused. Near as she could see, Sadaka's words didn't have the color of a lie. She was a codebreaker, forced by the situation to fight. All right, she said. Try not to drop it, and just be careful not to get in Siam's way. Sorry, I read your lines.
That's alright.
Oh, here's another sound.
Yeah, I'm just pausing for no reason whatsoever. Same goes for you. Don't try to prove anything out there. If things get dicey, get out. What?
She could smell combat. The sound of the wheels and the color of the wind were now both a frigid blue. Why is it always blue? It's never another color. Honestly, Kanan murmured to herself, if it was going to come to this, what did we even need her for anyway? What did we even need any of this story for anyway, Kanan? Sadaka's color bothered her far more than that of the forthcoming slaughter. Forthcoming slaughter.
Right then. Siam murmured.
The car had devolved into chaos. Guards barked out orders forbidding anyone to leave their seats. They brandished their guns as they interrogated one traveler after another. The passengers were quaking with fear. While the train was passing through a country, the local government held police authority on board. The soldiers bullying the passengers were Jordanian, Siam could tell, having come aboard during the freight car rearrangement. The stream has entered its second day. I fucking know it has. He counted them among the 14 hostiles. It was only a matter of time before they realized Kanan and Sadaka were no longer in their seats.
Guess it's time to get started.
Rip to the Vienna I wanted to read from the game jam. Siam let out a sigh of resignation.
Hey, you there, back in your seat. I used to have a trench coat like this.
Really?
Dude, I think I still have it somewhere.
Now things are getting interesting.
Like fucking like
You don't wear
15 years. Dude,
Siam walked wordlessly toward the front of the train. It was clear that wherever he went, death would follow. The other passengers scrambled toward the back of the car. No, Mouse, we've been warning that for the past hour. I've been busy. No chance for another surprise attack this time. These soldiers were already ready for combat. They'd pull the trigger as soon as they had a target. It was 1 against 6 now. If he played this by the book, Siam wouldn't stand a chance. Rule 1 was always shoot from cover. Dictum, number 1. It was the first lesson he taught his students. Thing was.
rules were made to be broken.
I need a second.
Holy shit. He's using FMJ.
I need a second. So much for playing it by the book. Fastening the top button on his custom bulletproof coat, he strode forward. I am a wall. Walls feel no pain.
On top of the train.
How far are we into
could smell the wall. It was blue.
How far are we into the less than 2 hours now? An hour and a half. He opened the door. Bullets ricocheted all around. He cased his enemies, assessed their firepower. He might get injured, but he was confident he wouldn't go down. Right now, there were only 2 guards in the dining car ahead. Time to improvise.
Oh my god, I hate this. Barging in on dinner like this? Where are my manners?
His innards were hurting, his bones creaked, but he fought to keep his aim steady. He had some internal bleeding, but nothing he couldn't power through. Oh my god.
Sorry, never was housebroken.
He took another step forward. Reckless maybe, but if he didn't deal with these before reinforcements came, well, no point worrying about that now. Not when there were people left to kill. And just like that, he was down to 3.
Bulletproof thing under his clothes that we just can't see? Like, I don't understand.
He's gotten shot everywhere already once, so he just doesn't care. The worst was yet to come, and his body would bear the brunt of it. Still, Siam was unafraid. He was dead from the beginning. We fucking know! A walking corpse. We got it! He traded his courage, his passion for an emptiness without fear. You told us!
But he also loved sugar sticks.
Kanan's heart beat in time with the blaring alarm, but her mind was clear. With mechanical coolness, she considered her orders and the time she had available to carry them out. She inferred the positions of her 7 targets, assessed the potential for a strategy that could overcome 7-to-1 odds, and picked her moment. This she did by instinct. Kanan didn't need to think. She let the hard soles of her shoes slap down on the roof of the train car as she ran. That should get their attention.
Up top! Oh, she's dead.
I see. No, she's not.
They're heading for the engine. Cut them off.
The soldiers sprang into action. One of the gangway doors opened. As the leading guard stepped through, a red-clad figure flashed into view on the roof of the adjacent car, her hair streaming in the wind as the train raced along at 80 kilometers an hour.
So the plan all along was for I can't remember the other girl's name, was to fuck up the thing. So Sadaka planned to fuck it up on purpose, so the alarm went off, she could still get it, and the other 2 would die in the fight, I'm guessing. So that's why after she didn't plan on synesthesia. So after that happened, she just had to stall for time and just have a yap sesh so the time ticked down, so this would happen anyway?
Yeah, I guess so. And because Kanan can't read her color or whatever, she couldn't tell that she was lying about the briefcase. or whatever.
Yeah. Does she have like anti-synesthesia?
I know. Yeah, she has fucking. She's shielded.
Okay.
She has fucking. Anyway, she's gonna disappear with
because
the thing.
her synesthesia lets her read intent, and Alphard never knows intent.
Yeah,
It's
because
chaos.
she's chaos. Yeah. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
She
even
fired
though she clearly
twice.
has a plan. It's chaos. Yeah. Okay.
Her trigger control was flawless. Aided by the lightweight slide and short recoil operation of her Beretta. 1 instant, 2 targets, right between the eyes. All right.
Trigger control is the ability to precisely manipulate firearms trigger early, essentially and simple moves takes control skill to break the shock cleanly and exclude service follow shock techniques instead of shooting accurately at speed. Short recoil operations target is used in most auto loading pistols as well as machine guns and mech guns use recoil generator weapons hard to quickly load next turn in the position we don't need to watch the video. Let's keep going.
It should have been 3. The strike should have worked. But she only got 2. It failed. She'd missed her shot at improving her odds to 4 to 1. Or maybe instead of blaming herself, she owed her enemy some respect. They moved well. At this rate, failure was just a matter of time. She didn't have the firepower to go up against 5 well-armed opponents head-on. At the moment, they were on equal footing, both sides cowering under cover. She'd never be able to pick them off one by one. But sooner or later, the soldiers would realize that they could lay down enough suppressive fire to force her to stay down while some rushed her position. And if she tried to rush them instead, the instant she emerged from behind her seat, she fell victim to a hail of bullets. Kanan sighed. For the moment, it was a stalemate. She couldn't see the enemy, and they couldn't see her. Then she heard one of the soldiers.
No capture necessary. Just eliminate. Cover me.
Guards were using hand signals, but Kanan could perceive them as sounds.
そこ
There.
What?
The vibration of the guard's movements, the sound of breathing, the scent of gun. If I had synesthesia, I would be so fucking pissed off reading this. The scent of gunpowder, that was enough. They weren't on equal footing anymore. Her 5 heightened senses melded into a single potent awareness. Jeez, the enemy was on her turf now. The angle of the floor and walls, the strength and positioning of the wooden seats, the humidity of the air, subtle cues of friction and impact, there was nothing she could not detect.
Wait, hold on. It's okay. Battler isn't in this scene.
Her synesthetic perception precisely mapped the interior of the car inside her mind, showing her everything she might need to know. This was no vague impression or rough calculation. She had innate grasp of the exact spatial relationships of everything on this limited battlefield. Now all she had to do was wait for the approaching enemy soldier to reveal the last bit of information she needed.
Man down. How the hell did she shoot him from there?
This is such a fucking gambit by Godot. I cannot believe what Godot has done here. Sorry, I just stun locked for a second. She could feel the guards confused. A full year of building up goodwill with me, leading up to this. This is giving me the same vibes as all the shows that use autism as a superpower. Yeah, it's exactly the same kind of vibes. She could feel the guard's confusion. Her snapshot shouldn't have landed, yet it had caught the advancing soldier right between the eyes. The survivors were breathing raggedly now, even their lungs betraying their alarm. The unexpected counterattack brought bewilderment and then a rush of fear. Still, Kanan knew that if she simply tried the brute force approach and charged the enemy position, she'd only provoke them into bringing their full firepower to bear. That would limit her options. She needed to modify the parameters of the fight first. Kanan was outgunned. She wasn't going to be able to change that. She might be able to drop one more of them with another quick shot, but then she'd only wind up getting overrun. She had one. At this rate, do what Airbag does and read it silently in your head while talking about completely unrelated things. Harder to do with a duo stream, I think.
Can't she just see through walls? Isn't she basically Daredevil with her synesthesia powers? Just fucking shoot through the benches, Lamayo. You know where they are. You can smell it. Like, just go.
She could abandon cover, go for broke. Shit, that wouldn't be as cool as this, though. She'd need to drop 4 targets in the span of a single breath, or she'd be done for. Had that raspy laugh in hers, or the enemy's. Guard's leader took aim at Kanan's forehead, his finger on the trigger.
Huh?
She picked up the dead man's gun, not for ammo. To carry out the plan she'd envisioned, she knew she needed something more than her Beretta.
What are you doing? Shoot her!
The leader of the guards cried out. The subsequent barrage was too uncontrolled to be called suppressing fire. Really a tip
So
here?
by gunfire intended to prevent the enemy from moving, frequently used when the opponent is behind cover. It can be an effective means of gaining a tactical advantage by forcing a foot to remain in a given position.
The 4 men fired wildly, trying in vain to follow Kanan's nigh-inhuman movements. Kanan sped away. She could read the ripples of the air, could even predict the movements of the soldiers' muscles, the angle of their gun barrels, the trajectories of their shots. But she knew she couldn't hope to dodge every bullet. By the way, before this gunfight started, they had already mentioned suppressing fire, so they could have put the tip for suppressing fire before the action sequence without interrupting themselves and gutting their own pacing. Just saying.
Oh, good criticism.
So before the storm could yeah?
The tooltip makes you feel like you're being suppressed from continuing, and you're being suppressed by the tooltip, like the fire is suppressing the character.
My god.
It's postmodern.
Ryukishi has done it again. So before the storm could strike, she dived out the door of the car.
Before the storm could strike, we did Life is Strange. It was fucking terrible.
Does that mean the text is gunfire attacking me? Yes. It's meant to be bad. Okay, well, I mean, the fighting is the best written part of this, so at least we're living up to that expectation. Oof. She let out a soft...
Read Fate Stay Night.
Yeah, and yeah. She let out a soft sigh as her combined senses became distinct once more.
Are the sex scenes when they trade powers this descriptive?
I don't know. You'd have to dig up one of the old versions before they took it out. She needed to neutralize 4 targets in the span of a single breath, and that was precisely what she'd done. See, look at that, she said. Now that's what I call a circus. Ah, cha-cha-cha. She landed with a flourish back inside the train car. They said, oh boy, Joe, you'd have a laugh. Oh boy. She had cleared out all the soldiers stationed in the forward compartment. They'd successfully recovered the payload and wiped out the enemy force. Now her task was to evacuate ASAP. I have an opinion about writing such scenes, but I can't share it on my own stream, which is classic. She wanted to check in with Siam, but knew she shouldn't risk breaking radio silence without knowing the situation on his end. He probably doesn't need me to bail him out anyway. She wanted to rush to him, but knew Siam would be disappointed in her if she did. And now that she'd made it forward of the secure freight compartment, doubling back to the rear of the train only to have to come forward again would be a waste of time. Maybe I should head for the engine and stop the train. With their cover blown, they certainly couldn't go to Amman. She and Siam would need to get off the train en route and conceal their whereabouts. Probably the sooner the better. Do you think Siam knew that Sadaka was going to sabotage the plan? Was he in on it? Did he betray her? Like everyone betrays her?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
The scent shifted. She heard sharp footsteps. She spun around, ready to fire.
Finally. Oh, finally.
Bless you.
Holy
there was a
shit.
rustling of clothes, and a new sensation crashed against her skin.
New sensation.
Questionably true fact in chat, Nasu started as a book writer and got into VNs because a publisher he pitched to requested he cut 50 pages from a 400-page manuscript, and Nasu refused to cut anything. Unclear if true or not. Believable. No one in chat knows if it's true. Sadaka's arrival had helped put an end to the gunfight in the rear troop compartment. She caught 2 of the guards in a pincer attack, and before her last enemy had a chance to regroup, Siam had managed to gun him down.
Reckless as ever, Siam. You know, at your age, you really need to stop letting yourself get shot.
Sadaka strolled over to him. Only after confirming that all the guards had been neutralized did Siam finally let his mindset shift from combat readiness to simple high alert.
I only did as much as was necessary, he said. I knew you'd show up. I wanted to give them an obvious target so they'd leave their rear exposed.
The tension between them eased. It had been years since they'd been alone in the same room together.
Still, that strategy isn't like you, Sadaka said. Why didn't you fall back to the next car? That's what you should have done. A tactical retreat. Keep them disrupted and on the move.
Siam considered. Maybe it really hadn't been necessary to make this car into the battleground. If it had accomplished one thing, it was allowing the fleeing passengers a chance to make it to safety.
Don't tell me you've finally grown a conscience, Sadaka said, as if she'd read his mind. I'm just thinking about our employer. With our cover blown, the enemy might have been able to ID us. Had to do what I could to make sure you guys wouldn't get a bad reputation with the Liberation Front. If you say so, Sadaka said. So, this was all over the UA, which means this little spate of bloodshed is on the Israelis for trying to get their hands on some weaponized virus, and we're just meting out punishment to the thieves. I suppose is a good thing if you say so, but it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. How so? Neither of us like wasted effort. And look at all the trouble I've put you through.
Oh my god, it's... it's a gun.
さて、2つ断っておくよ。
I don't even understand what just happened. Someone tried to shoot them from behind. He turned around and shot, and then she stabbed him in the back.
An evil accordion is playing, so presumably she betrayed him. Yeah.
Okay. All right, CM. I'm going to tell you two things. First, I'm going to be taking this case.
Oh my
Second, I'm
God.
not going to leave anyone alive to know about it. No witnesses, including you.
Oh my god, I'm so surprised. Gunfire and screams echoed from the back of the train. Someone was mercilessly gunning down the passengers who'd fled there for safety. Yeah, no way, I can't believe this betrayal out of nowhere.
The Liberation Front only sent 2 covert operatives. I brought more. That's who you're hearing going to work back there. And after you risk yourself to protect those people too. Oh, so she's like cartoonishly evil. Okay. You're betraying the front, CM rasps. It's not betrayal. The Liberation Front was simply a patron to me. I was just doing Sadaka, really. Well, now the fundamentalists have been beaten at their own armed conflict game. I'd say it's high time we cut ties. One who believes absolutely in a particular religious doctrine used to be referred to as Islamic fundamentalists. Sorry, Islamic fundamentalists. These include radical anti-American and anti-Israeli factions who are repeatedly coming to armed conflict with the Israeli military.
The slaughter continued. Several passengers who hadn't managed to flee to the rear of the train still cowered, trembling in the car where Siam had battled the soldiers. Survival that would take an ironic turn when the butchers doing their work farther down the train reached this car.
This doesn't make sense, Siam said. If the Liberation Front gets this bioweapon, they'll become the danger that you've always wanted them to be. Indeed. If I hand this over to the Palestinians, the Israelis won't be able to stand by quietly. But your side is outgunned, and ultimately you'd be forced to break the seal on this thing to even up the odds. And I can't have that. After all, I'm the one who prompted the US military to sell it off in the first place.
Siam let out a hoarse gasp.
Missing speech mark. What I want is rumors, Sadaka continued. Dangerous rumors. A biological weapon the US military was getting rid of, stolen mid-transport in a raid in Jordanian territory. Was the transport arranged by Israeli hardliners? Was the raid carried out by the PLO? Who got their hands on the virus? No one will be sure of the truth. Tensions will rise. That's all I'm after. War is never good. A toy like this needs to be reserved for those who know how to use it properly.
War is never good.
This was all a political farce, and an especially poor one at that. Neither the side transporting the— oh no, this is you.
This is all a political farce, and an especially poor one at that. Neither the side transporting the weapon nor the side attempting to steal it would know where it had gone. Suspicion would beget suspicion, plunging the Middle East further into chaos.
Because it needs help for that. Do the Israelis not know about this? CMS? Was the UA prototype deal some hardliners? Wait, what? Was the UA prototype deal some hardliners working independent? Okay, I get it. Okay. That's right. The desperate flailing of some old fools who were backed into a corner. Their leaders must be in a mad rush right now, knowing that their own people have been trying to bring some lethal poison into their house without consulting them. Of course, for them, all this was for the good of Israel. What was it you always said? Faith can be a real nuisance.
Siam felt a dark cloud pass behind his eyes. This operation had been doomed to failure from the start. The Liberation Front had been played like an ood. Key people had been handed the information they wanted, like they wanted it. After that, greed and anticipation had ensured that they'd acted predictably. Seeking only chaos and confusion, the instigator had used one of the oldest tricks in the book.
One who controls and dispenses information in order to achieve political or military goals. A skillfully executed agitation can sometimes be more effective than deploying a major force. Both military and political organizations around the world regularly employ such methods. So we die, and the Liberation Front fails to acquire the weapon. Is that the idea? CM said. There's no need for this. You want to fan the flames of confrontation? Even without a third party pouring on more gas, the fires here aren't going to go out. You're right. Accomplishing that much wouldn't require my direct intervention, but I have other reasons for getting personally involved. In this case, the UA getting control of UA and getting rid of you. Our fates are connected, CM. You blame yourself for not stopping the UA experiment 2 years ago. I knew you'd take the bait this time if you knew the virus was involved. And if anyone was going to be able to get rid of you, it was going to be me, right? Though I must admit, you're stupider than I gave you credit for. So this is all a scheme to protect your secrets, CM said, and I'm an obstacle to concealing the existence of the weaponized UA? Yes. Though I didn't decide that just now, I'd been thinking about getting rid of you since the very beginning. The very beginning. I only learned about Ua 2 years ago. We've known each other for 4. True, but you know too much about me. Not my birthplace. I don't care about that. You know what kind of soldier I am.
I was having a thought. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? A Clive Barker book. Have you ever read Clive Barker? It's exactly like this. I think Nasu was inspired by Clive Barker.
I don't think I read a Clive Barker book. Maybe.
It's like this. Siam stared at Sadaka through a haze of pain. Any secret weapon becomes less effective once its true capabilities are known. When she sees herself as a weapon, she'll kill me to maintain her effectiveness.
Sounds like I underestimated your need for privacy, he said. So once you're done with me, Kanan's next. She is. I know that she's an Ua survivor. She poses the same problem you do. And she survived a viral weapon with a 100% lethality rate. Why and how is she still alive? She'd be able to provide some valuable data. Oh, okay.
When she'd first arrived on the train, Sadaka had said something cryptic about looking into personnel and looking into a flaw with a weapon. Now it was clear that what she'd meant was that she wanted to gather information. About what?
See, earlier I wrote something and it had a different meaning, and I want you to know that it had a different meaning, so I'm going to clarify right now that I had a different meaning when I wrote that back then. Aren't you impressed? Oh, fucking hell. Sorry.
Now it was clear that what she'd meant was that she wanted to gather information about an Ua survivor and how the weapon had affected her. From the start, this job had been about nothing more than getting the most she could out of Ua.
So, you want to use the virus, and you wanted to personally examine the one person who survived it? Siam asked. Is that really all there is to this? That's it, Sadaka said. I'd hoped to be able to bring her back as a live specimen, but oh well. She's a little too exceptional. She wouldn't make for a very convenient sample. She's too caught up in hatred, and now she's going to die in vain.
Sadaka's radio crackled to life. The rear section is now secured, a masculine voice declared. Should we prepare to withdraw once we're done with the cleanup?
Negative. Hold off on that for now. Our people in the forward section are late for the rendezvous. Contact the helicopter and let them know.
The sound of gunfire told of more passengers being cut down.
Helicopter, Siam croaked. Ah, indeed, that's right. This train's going to be derailed, and I sure don't plan on walking home. The Israelis aren't incompetent. I plan on getting out of here as fast as I can.
She'd been very thorough. In all likelihood, she'd planted explosives. Further along the track, that would have been much simpler than tampering with the train directly. Crash might not completely destroy the train, but it would be enough to eliminate any remaining passengers. If the engine wasn't stopped before it was derailed, there would be no hope of saving anyone who remained alive on board.
So anyone at all involved with Ua, the people who helped you steal it, even anyone who happened to be on board this train, they're all going to die. Thorough, if a bit excessive, Siam said. But can you actually pull it off? Don't tell me you're still counting on your little girl.
Sadaka sneered. It was a crueler, colder expression than any Siam had ever seen before.
She's of no use to me. I thought she might have some promise at first, but her hatred of the virus has made her lose control of herself. It's compromised her abilities. It's disappointing, really. All your efforts wasted. That's where you're wrong, Siam said.
He was dying, but his voice was firm. In the back of his mind, there was a whisper. Sadaka had sent some of her men to the engine compartment. Why hadn't they returned?
It's crazy that we're still in a flashback. We are still in a flashback, aren't we?
We are still in a flashback.
Oh, fuck.
So we're gonna go back to the airport, which you should be used to. Trained for this.
Yeah. Aren't we still in the flashback from the flashback that when she met Maria?
No, this is the main flashback.
Okay.
This is
just what are you trying to say?
Wait, are we? Are we still too deep? Are we?
I don't know anymore.
I don't know anymore either.
Nothing special, just the obvious. People who know fear don't act out of hatred. Kanan, she's not like you or me.
The chill between them became acute. She lifted up her gun, taking aim at Siam's forehead. Her expression said it all. This man before her had fallen from grace, and her disappointment had turned deadly.
Let me just make one thing clear. I'm not like you, she
それが
said.
正しい
You're right, because you know what you are.
Gay. For one fleeting moment, their old connection was renewed. He spoke. She listened, saying nothing as she had often done so long ago.
気が変わった。
I've changed my mind, Sadaka said. I think I am going to finish you off.
なぜ初めから頭を打た
Why
なか
didn't you
っ
just
た
shoot me in the head to begin
ジン
with?
クスだよ。今までお前
Because
は
of the
何度も被弾
jinx.
したが、
You've been shot so many
不思議
times,
と
yet
ただ
by
の
some
一度も
miracle, you've never taken a
頭に
bullet
当
to
た
the
ったこ
head.
とは
Her voice was hollow as if she'd already put this all to an end. She raised her
不思議
gun.
でもなんでもない頭を打たれなかったからこうし
It's
て
not a
生きてい
miracle,
る
he said. Not getting shot in the head is just
お前も
why I'm still
ただの
alive.
兵士だか
You
ら
and I, we're both just ordinary soldiers.
うん。知っ
I
て
know
る。
that, Sadaka replied.
Kedo
It's
ma,
just, well, it's just this
私に
image I
とって
have of
そういう
you.
イメージ。
That's all.
Siam! Kanan came charging from the adjacent car. In the heat of her fury, she fired wildly, but still managed to knock the gun from Sadaka's hand. Sadaka instantly retreated. She sensed instinctively to her chagrin that she couldn't defeat her young rival now. Under the circumstances, this was prey she wasn't ready to hunt. Sadaka clicked her tongue, dismayed at being outfaced by such an impulsive attack. The girl had been so calm and collected before. Somehow she'd been transformed into a creature of pure emotion, a warrior undefeated, and clearly beyond Sadaka's capabilities.
I have a question.
Yeah?
So she in one movement did a cartwheel, picked up an assault rifle, used it to mow down a whole entire thing of guards, as we're seeing right now, recapped, and she just ran into another train car, had the drop on them, fired I don't know how many times, and she didn't manage to fucking hit her at all?
Check out this one.
Okay.
We're in her flashback, so how does she know what that fucking conversation was about?
Oh, it's like the movie The Perfect Storm. Have you seen the movie The Perfect Storm?
No.
Oh, I got so mad at the movie The Perfect Storm. So The Perfect Storm is a true story, okay? It says at the beginning it's a true story, all right? And spoilers for Perfect Storm. So they leave on a boat to go out fishing in the Perfect Storm because it's just the money is too good. And at the end of the boat trip, they all die on the boat. No one gets back.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how do they know what happened on the boat then? How is it a true story? I was like, someone has to survive because we've been on the boat for like an hour and a half.
They've got a black box on the boat.
So we must know something that happened. I was so angry.
Synesthesia smelled the entire conversation. Oh shit, you're right.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Speaking of which, the scent shifted. She heard sharp footsteps. She spun around, ready to fire her gun. There was a rustling of clothes, and a new sensation crashed against her skin. A volley of bullets whizzed right past her face. Whiz. But how? A chill ran down her spine. There were enemies other than the soldiers on board this train. This one was dressed as a train engineer. Shaking off a premonition of disaster, she pursued this new foe as he retreated toward the front of the train. Right now, she needed to stop the engine. She followed the enemy who'd shot at her all the way into the driver's cab. But who was driving train?
Oh. Okay.
Whoever the fake engineer was, he was defiant to the last, finally collapsing without a word. Looking around the cab, Kanan saw the murdered bodies of the real engineers, as well as a smashed control panel, which was now clearly useless. If this guy was wrecking the train, Kanan thought, he must not have been in league with the soldiers protecting it. And if there was some third party that they hadn't been aware of, Kanan broke into a sprint. If she'd had a better understanding of how the train functioned, she might have found some way to stop it by force by destroying something in the engine room.
Why
She had
didn't her synesthesia powers let her see that?
She had no time. We have no time to ponder such things now, Joe. The streams been going on for so fucking long. Her instincts spurred her into motion. The priorities of the situation had changed. As she raced back toward where she'd left Siam and Sadaka, she reflected that she hadn't liked this job from the start. Something about this train just felt wrong, and its mottled colors had boded ill from the beginning. Bitch, you should have written it smelled fishy. Fuck you, Nasu. Siam! She ran as fast as she could. The sight of her previous battle and everything beyond reeked of the thick stench of death. Her dread of what she would find was almost overwhelming as she headed into the compartment that had held the second group of soldiers. All at once, she saw pure, excruciating red. Violent emotion surged through her as she cut loose with a wild barrage.
That was
Kingdom
10
Hearts.
shots.
Kingdom Hearts finale after this will hit so fucking hard. Oh my god. We're doing the Kingdom Hearts finale tomorrow. Violent emotion surged through her as she cut loose with a wild barrage. It was the first time since she'd first picked up a gun that she'd fired without certainty that she'd hit her mark. The bullets found their marks and several of Sadaka's men fell dead, but how many moments had this bought Siam? Sadaka had vanished toward the rear of the train, carrying the case with her. Kanan didn't even consider following her. Instead, dumbstruck, she dropped to her knees beside her mentor. Her mind couldn't process the situation. Just like a newly hatched chick, Siam told her with the faintest of smiles.
Kanan.
No. She shook her head, not wanting to hear what he would say.
I am Dick Shot. Taking my death wound. You can see that.
His voice was calm. She stared at him, silently pleading. No. She kept shaking her head slowly, inwardly imploring him not to die, but unable to put her plea into words. Siam stirred. His consciousness was fading from blood loss, but the face before him was one he recognized. He shook himself back to awareness, recalling the young girl he'd found 2 years before. The memory hardly seemed real. These days of mundane, everyday life hadn't really been his to live.
Kanan, you need to accept this.
No, I can't. I won't! She knelt, still shaking her head, as Siam calmly told her what had happened. Sadaka had betrayed them. She had stabbed him and had stolen the case with the bioweapon. The train would soon be derailed and destroyed. The train crew and passengers had been murdered, that there might be still a few alive. They'd failed miserably and the situation was only getting worse. Sadaka was getting away. I don't care about Sadaka, Kanan wailed. We need to get you medical attention. If we can just stop the bleeding, we can still...
That'd be a waste of time. There are other things you need to do. Open your eyes, Kanan. There is nothing special about this. Me and her, we're soldiers. Nothing more. Soldiers toss away their humanity. Soldiers get shot. Did I ever teach you to seek some meaning in that?
No, you're wrong! You're not like her, Siam! I don't know what she's like and I don't want to know, but you're different. You're a good person. What the fuck? No, he's not. Maybe you can be cold, but you're not a monster like her. Yes, he is. He had no response to that. Wasn't he a monster? Well, perhaps not. He had recovered enough emotion to feel guilt at what she said, at least. Though that hardly made him human.
You need to focus, Kanan. Assess the situation and form a plan of action. Remember, the job is to get that case back, stop this train, and eradicate the Uwa virus.
It wasn't fair. He knew how to press her buttons, eradicate the Uwa virus, the very words that would transform Kanan from girl to soldier.
Kanan, tell me, what happened at the head of the train?
I took down all the guards. The engineer was one of that woman's companions, and he wrecked the control panel. So now we can't use it to stop the train. We'll have to destroy the engine room itself, or maybe use the brakes on each of the individual cars.
Were there any other survivors?
Nobody ahead of the secure freight car. The only ones alive are you and me.
Good. I'll stop the train. You go after her. No discussion.
Kanan held her breath. Leaving Siam here, wounded as he was tantamount to letting him die. And why should he worry about stopping the train when they were the only passengers still alive? Kanan couldn't imagine leaving him to spending his final moments alone.
Kanan, look around. How many survivors?
The soldier's edge wiped away her sentimentality.
Tell me, Kanan, how many are there?
She lifted her downcast eyes. In all their time together, he had never once relied on her exceptional nature. He'd never shunned her for being different, always accepted her together with her curse, her gift. Now he needed her help. My brother says, I am deeply sorry. The only part of his universe that I have at least mostly enjoyed, Fate Zero, was written by a different guy, Gen Utabochi. I think Nasuverse stuff has interesting interpretations of history that make cool things to read about on a wiki page, but watching the story play out is not fun. Thank you, anime brother.
Thank you,
There are
anime brother.
3, she said, gazing around, reading the colors of the fallen. Only 3 people are alive.
Only 3?
Yes, only 3. Amidst the sea of blood that surrounded them, 3 of the passengers still clung to life.
Not worth it. Let's just go.
Yes, that's right, she said. She doubted they had any chance of survival. Even with medical care, probably none of them would make it. But that wasn't how Siam saw things or how he wanted her to see it. Can we take a break and then have 2 hours of flashbacks to all 3 of those people to see their lives? No, she corrected herself. There are 3 whole people we can save. I'm gonna need 3 more people to save the train. The funniest part of the Fate series is all the best works in it are written by people other than Nasu. Fair enough. At that, he nodded, and maybe, just a little, he smiled.
I'll handle the train. I'll undo the coupling so that we're able to apply the brakes. I'm pretty sure I've got enough strength to pull that off. Your job is going to be a bit more difficult.
I know, but I'll be right back. Her voice, her emotions under control at last. She was the consummate warrior now, just like he'd trained her to be.
I'm getting the vibe that this guy absolutely does not need to die. Like, there's just like he could probably just leave. You were victimized. Your past stolen from you by war. She was defeated. Her past swallowed up by power struggles beyond her control. Your past as warriors began in similar places, but you have walked them in different ways.
Thanks, man, because we just needed someone to fucking explain it to us after the outfits and the fucking origin stories and the positioning them across from each other on the train. We just had to fucking put the subtext in the text because visual novels just can't fucking trust their readers at any goddamn point in their fucking lives, no matter who fucking writes them. Sorry.
Okay, before you go, let me tell you about this experiment they did with molecules, protons going through a fucking double slit experiment, and they split up when they go through, and you were one, you went through one slit and she went through the other, and now you're going to meet on the other side. This is it's all been about it wasn't protons, wasn't it? What the fuck was it? Electron? I don't fucking know. Baldur will know if he's still awake.
Siam's gun slid from his hand.
Photons.
Yeah. It was photons.
I'm sorry.
It seemed in that moment like a symbol of his life. A heart of fuck off. I'm sorry. Like, it's not like I need everything to be in subtext. I don't need every fucking thing I read to be a mystery. But like, when you've already put indicators in the text and the visuals and the blocking, like, why do we have to have this extended exposition of your themes? Like, for 5 minutes, trust your readers. On the flip side, if you're just going to explain what they are, why put all that other shit in and waste my time? You know what I mean? Like, it's just fucking... Anyway, it seemed in that moment like a symbol of his life, a hard and deadly weapon, a killer of many, now abandoned. It's not only is putting it in text, but it's also a metaphor. I know!
Soldiers born in destruction make hatred into a weapon, Siam said. That's what made her and me so empty inside. The hatred just burns inside until all else is burned out. You remember what I told you?
We can't trust a fate reader. It's an Ouroboros of a problem, because if all of these people are we're in the middle, all of the people in the middle band, right? This middle band of people reading nothing really good or nothing really bad. If they continue, if the media that they consume continues to fucking feed them all of this stuff like pigs at a trough, like if we're just going to fucking spoon feed people, metaphor is like this too, by the way. It's why I don't like it. Like if we're just good, that was what my big metaphor crash out was about, is if people exist in this middle band and you just fucking spoon feed them everything and they never learn how to read into things. Like, you know, these people, the fans talk about this thing endlessly. Like, some of them would stumble onto how to intuit themes at some point, presumably. I'm sure that some people with degrees like mine or whatever, or training like mine, you don't need a fucking degree. Like, I'm sure some people are just naturally good at it. Like I'm sure some people in that community would do that. Like, this community could self-educate on how to read things like this, but instead we're perpetuating a cycle of low media literacy by just having the, like, you underestimate your readers and then you give them shit and then they don't ever learn how to read things that aren't shit. Like, it's just like fucking, it's just, I just like don't even know what to do with it. Like, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. And then when you let's bring geek into it, and then with those same people, when you hand them something that doesn't do that, they're like, oh, it's pretentious. It's like, no, it's not. Like, that's like that's like I'm sorry, we triggered the metaphor meltdown. That's so bad. Nasu made me trigger the metaphor meltdown. That's so bad. Okay.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Okay. I do. You said that hatred Hatred must never be used as a means of fighting back. Even if the power it gave you let you destroy your opponent, if you cultivated such power, it would destroy you too in the end.
Well done, he thought.
Perhaps he really had managed to pass on all that he could.
I'm hungry.
His lips, me too! I was supposed to make food like 3 hours ago! His lips curled into the ghost of a smile. He'd once said that death was the great equalizer. What? Is this where Ryukishi got that? No!
No.
That it came the same for everyone, no matter who they were. Now Siam's time had come, and Kanan realized with a sudden and surprising calm that she'd accepted it.
My last request, he said. Don't let Sadaka get away, and save whatever lives you can.
Don't say it's not, lol. You don't know. Oh, okay. Then you did. Then you do know. Okay. Yes, good fortune to you, Siam. There was no grieving. They simply parted ways, each reflecting on the past 2 years and needing nothing more than that. Okay. Sadaka stood atop the train. We did see a note that was clearly written post 2011. So if the whole thing was added after 2011, I could be right.
You know what? We never went back and found what the Achi line was in that story.
The scenery, a uniform brown for much of the journey, was now dotted with green in places. They were drawing close to their destination, the destination she had chosen, and hopefully the fucking end of this shit show. Very shortly, the train's usefulness would come to an end.
We're 3 hours into this. It's going to take less than 2 hours.
There were less than 2 minutes to go before the rendezvous with the Black Hawk.
Black Hawk, an assault helicopter manufactured by Sikorsky Aircraft, first saw combat with the U.S. Army during the invasion of Grenada in 1983, and in more recent years has seen service in the Iraq War. It is used by over 20 nation states, including Japan, Australia, Egypt, and Israel.
Sadaka carried the case in her left hand, handcuffed to her wrist, and gripped her gun with a tip in her right.
Gun. The FN Fate Stay Knight 5.7, a semi-automatic pistol produced by Belgian manufacturer FN Herstal, uses 5.7 by 28mm cartridge with high penetration power, typically sold only to law enforcement and military agencies. However, there are less powerful versions that have been made available to the civilian market. Gun.
The preparations had been flawless. The helicopter pilot was highly skilled. He would lower a ladder to her at her position, and she would simply ride it right on up. She'd accomplished most of what she'd wanted, and now her retreat would be swift. She should have been wholly pleased with the situation, and yet she was wholly dissatisfied. Of course, that would have been the case regardless of the result she'd obtained. It was not in her nature to ever be content, only by striking out at the world around her could she even keep herself sane, and now her thirst for vengeance was worse than ever. I feel like I felt at the end of the Sekimea stream when we were going through the thing again and we just kept reading and we kept reading, and it was like a sunk cost fallacy, even though I wanted to be done like 2 hours earlier, and I was like ready to fucking McLose it. I feel like that now. I do.
Do you want to go get a McFlurry after this?
No.
And here she comes.
A girlish silhouette appeared on the roof of the... What?
I just skipped that whole paragraph. I just hit enter like I read the whole page.
A girlish silhouette appeared on the roof of the train not far away, and Sadaka felt her thirst change to a hunger. Okay, man. Time to go a-hunting. She more than had the upper hand here. If she were to go down, the case would fall down with her, and if the case were damaged, the Uwa virus would very likely be released. Which meant that the little lady couldn't shoot at her until she got the case away, whereas Sadaka was free to unload on her as much as she wanted. The kill was certain to be hers. How could she help but smile? She'd stolen the Uwa, stirred up both sides of an international conflict, and would soon eliminate the last witness to her scheme. It had been quite some time since she'd last scored such a coup.
I suppose I owe the little lady a little thanks for contributing to my success.
Her target was 3 cars away. Knowing her pistol's effective range, Sadaka gave herself an 80% chance of hitting. If Kanan had been 1 car closer, it would have been 100%. And since it wasn't like the girl could fly, she had no hope of escaping certain death. Kaboom! Sadaka aimed at the train car's roof just in front of Kanan's feet. Time for a little intimidation. Let's show this upstart what real skill looks like. She needs to understand that a step closer to me is a step into certain death.
どこまで踊
All
れる
right,
かな
little lady. Let's see how
Gorgeous.
well you dance.
Siam, so really? Siam struggled to his feet. He had a
How
final
is
job
this
to do.
still going? Isn't she just gonna escape? And it's like, and that's
Yeah.
Alfred. Is it not Alfred? Maybe it's like a different one. Like there's no way this is resolved. How is this still fucking like?
There
You
was-
can just have the ending of this just be implied and just go back to the. Oh my fucking god.
There were 6 meters and a door between him and the coupling that linked this car to the next. Easy enough under ordinary circumstances. Once he undid the coupling, the automatic air brake would kick in and stop the rear section of the train.
Automatic air brake. A steel Pokemon. A style of brake used by railway cars that utilizes air pressure. All of the train cars include sections of a brake pipe linked to each other down the center of the train's undercarriage. Brakes on the cars are structured so that they activate when air is removed from the pipe. If two cars become separated, this releases the air, causing the brakes to kick in automatically.
The distance seemed vast. How much time was it going to take him to do something as simple as waking up in the morning and washing his face? It was altogether too long and treacherous a journey that would use up all that remained of his life.
So, they still haven't disappeared on me.
Muddied memories played in his mind like scenes from an old movie.
Oh, what the fuck?
There was a time when I saw hope in a girl who made nihilism her reason to live. After that, I found hope in another girl's weakness as she clung to her desire to live. The hope Sadaka brought had been like opium, a drug he took to coax himself into thinking his actions were for the best. Somehow at the time, he'd never realized this mistake. And then there was Kanan, a victim of war. She'd given him a kind of hope that brought all his own pain sharply into focus. Even at death's door, she thought nothing of dying, only wanting to live a life of meaning. Opium, says Megagiko, thank you. He had no doubt now which kind of hope was the better one, but he still remembered both, just as he remembered the faith that had driven him long before he met either girl. That was decades ago now. How naive he had been, an unsophisticated firebrand clinging to blind belief. I am losing my voice.
Do you want me to take over?
No, it's okay. 3 wounded passengers, 3 people to save. The thought drove him on. 2 years earlier, he'd been unable to save anyone. He had been nothing but a killer. Did that make him a hypocrite now? Perhaps, but if
Yes.
so, for once, he could accept his own hypocrisy. Sion blinked. His eyesight was failing. Maybe it was the light of truth that had blinded him. Fuck you. He was paying at last for the sin of casting aside his beliefs so long ago.
Oh.
Did he have the stamina to keep going? Of course he did. He trained himself to find new reserves of strength when it mattered most. War was always like this. After the mind and body had given out, a true soldier could forge onward in spirit alone, like a spirit of the dead. It had been a long time since he'd taken a job that tipped the scales back toward the living. Of course, he'd always told himself that he killed so that he and others might live. Mercy and slaughter stemmed from the same behavioral principle, the struggle for self-preservation. Still, a soldier's deeds seemed to slip inevitably toward the negative end of the spectrum. He remembered how the long slide had started, the motives that had driven him to take up arms and pushed him further and further into the void. I will lose my life now. I will lose this emptiness. At long last, my balance will return to 0. Welcome, Errol. It is still going.
1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, it all returns to 0.
Another memory. Before they'd boarded the train, the girl had begged him for a special boon. Just when had that happened exactly? You're such a liar, Siam. You said it wasn't going to hurt at all. I had no idea it was going to be this painful. Perhaps at the time, Siam had simply forgotten how painful it was. He'd been good at that after all. He asked her if the pain from her new tattoo would impair her for the upcoming job, and she shook her head. I mean, yeah, it does hurt, Kanan said, but it makes me happy, and that makes me better at what I do. The girl's skills really did change based on her emotions. Her good moods were rare, but when she was happy, her abilities were remarkable indeed. A tattoo was a small price to pay for that. The girl was quite probably the strangest person he'd ever known. No second skin, 0 out of 10. Really, this tattoo is gonna heal like shit, actually. Meeting her was an honor for him, in a way. Even while her training made her into a soldier, she never truly let go of her feelings. Maybe she'd been a free spirit the whole time, or maybe her feelings were what helped her through in part. It didn't matter which it was. This shows that we're family, Siam. For as long as I have it, I'll never forget what you've taught me. Remembering it now, he felt a vague sense of fulfillment. For a monster, he'd done a pretty good job.
I haven't felt this much despair reading something since Steins Gate. I'm so unhappy right now.
I'm sorry. Can I?
Oh my god.
Can I like pay you? Like, can I do something to make it up to you for having to do you want to leave and I'll just read the rest myself? Like, this is my stream. You don't have to be here.
No.
You don't have to commit to this.
I'm not unhappy like with the stream experience. I'm unhappy with the content. Like this is really bad. Holy shit.
Kiddo wants to know if you would like to teach me chess. Give him 100 bits. Do you want me to give you 100? But I'll give you at least
No.
100 bits tomorrow. Don't worry.
Never, ever, ever teaching you anything. No.
Shit has been cooking so long there isn't even ash yet. Welcome, Caps. Thank you, Large Primate, for donating 100 bits to say I can do something to make things better. A question for you and Joe. Do you think Uchikoshi did a better job with prosopagnosia in 999 than Nasu did here with synesthesia? I think Uchikoshi did a better job. Yeah, I think Uchikoshi did a better job. We don't have to make that a long distraction. Mouse, can you hire Joe so he reminds you to never listen to Godot? Godot is going to have to farm a lot of good well back with game recommendations. The two girls stood 30 meters apart. The train was going 120 kilometers an hour. How fast would the bullet have to go in order to... No! The two girls stood 30 meters apart. Kanan had stopped her advance just at the edge of the third car. Sadako waited, silent.
Major. It's super effective.
Her rival could never hit her from there. Kanan took one more step. One more and the real fun would start.
You're actually pretty good at math, I should say.
Thank you. I did just present you a whole bunch of math earlier. The curtain had risen on the final act of the drama. The violent drone of a helicopter sounded in the distance. In a matter of moments, the chopper would arrive. The chopper! Lowering the ladder, Sadako would then ascend in triumph. Boy, I hope they don't draw out these few moments into 20 minutes.
What are you waiting for? She called out. Don't tell me you came up here just to watch me go. I thought you were sworn to destroy the virus.
Her challenge was a hiss upon the wind. Okay, we get the fucking snake thing. Kanan glared. She knew she could reach her enemy in 5 seconds or less, but Sadako would need only one of those seconds to aim and fire. Kanan would be killed 5 times over if she charged. It was a risk she couldn't afford to take. She couldn't hope to win. Not under these conditions. What did you say?
5 to 1 again.
5 to 1.
5 to 1.
You really think I'd just let you go? Kanan called back. Don't be a fool. Sadaka's taunt had stung her nerves. Her rival's voice was like a jagged claw, a filthy talon scratching at her temples. Kanan ground her teeth in frustration. She had no fear of charging in without a plan, but that wasn't going to work this time. That would give too much of an edge to her opponent. They're not even going to fight, are they? They're gonna drop the ladder and they're not even going to fight.
Do you think so? God, I hope so. It'd be over faster.
Yeah. Go ahead.
This is such a letdown, Sadaka said. But no matter whatever you do, I'll be able to put the contents of this case to good use. Did you know, young lady, that this Ua is a flawed weapon? More a negotiation tool than anything I'd actually use. And why is that, you ask? Because it's too powerful.
The ladder.
I'm 5 train cars away. I can't hear you. What the fuck did you say? And a helicopter.
3 train cars away. Excuse you. They told us like 8 times.
Sorry.
The ladder swayed down from the helicopter above. Sadaka could make her escape in a moment if she chose. And yet she hesitated, savoring Kanan's defeat.
The fact is, it's too early to use the virus as a weapon, she said. It'll take the world's top researchers 2 years at least to fully understand what they're up against. Then, the 428 Shibuya Scramble will have happened. We'll have some real value in my catalog. A pity you won't be there to see that. Your deaths here are really going to accomplish nothing. Don't worry. I'll make sure the Ua reaches its full potential. No one may care that it took your parents from you, but one day this weapon will make a grand name for itself. And then, I'm going to make a killing.
Just shoot! Kanan fought back a wave of nausea. Ferocious colors danced before her eyes. Bark all you want, she said. It's not going to happen. She heard a dull clang from somewhere ahead and felt a faint shudder through her feet. The train began to slow. Strength filled her limbs. She shifted her posture, ready to spring into action.
I guess I didn't need to provoke you, Sadaka sneered.
She could see it in Kanan's eyes. The girl was ready to run right to her death. Everything was falling into place. The bleak scenery was opening out into a fertile landscape. Kanan was about to die. One step forward and there would be a resounding gunshot. But instead of moving, Kanan spoke. Your name. What is it, really? Sadaka smiled inwardly. So that's what's been gnawing at her.
No way!
Whoa!
Alphard, she said.
It was all worth it!
CM wanted his promised land, but all he was able to make me into is just another terrorist.
Fuck. Okay. You need to know here that Kanan is the promised land.
I thought it was outer heaven.
And at her words, the race began!
Huh?
Sadaka Alphard stared in surprise. The instant that she realized her first shot had missed, she pulled the trigger again. This time her eyes went wide with shock. How could I miss at this range? The red-clad figure sped along the train car roof, zigzagging as she moved like a bolt of lightning. On she came, heedless of the death in the air around her. There was no doubt about it. The girl was dodging bullets. For a master markswoman like Alphard, it was a nightmare come to life. No, this is ridiculous. It can't be. What Kanan was doing simply shouldn't be possible. Just before each shot, she would change her trajectory unpredictably, shifting out of the bullet's path. Evasive movement was a standard tactic, but knowing precisely when and where to dodge, that required an inhuman ability to predict the future. It's like she can practically see the bullets! Yoshikyu, know why she can see? That simply wasn't possible, was it? Alphard's mind raced. She fought a rising wave of panic. The girl had almost reached her now, but Alphard still held one advantage, the case in her left hand. The girl would have to go for the case before attacking her directly. Alphard would just have to kill her before that. It was simple. Just pull the trigger, Lamel. And yet, she'd begun to doubt that she could hit Kanan. She struggled to comprehend what she was up against, her mind recoiling as she began to understand the full extent of this demon's powers. You don't really think I can see the bullets, do you? Her voice was like the whispers of the devil himself speaking what was in Alphard's mind. She fixed her opponents with a victorious stare. I see your hatred. She can see my emotions? My god! Of course! This girl could discern emotions like they were colors. She wasn't looking at the bullets or even at Alphard's movements. She was reading her enemy's expectations. She could tell exactly when Alphard believed that she would hit her mark, exactly when she would fire, and that was precisely when she'd dodge aside. So long as a foe had human emotions, this girl could predict what that foe would do an instant before it happened.
Oh, so it's just a QTE?
That's right, she's a bit of an empath. This was it. Kanan was all confident. She was closing in for the kill.
Of course, Alfred laughed.
The only way to ruin her enemy's predictions was to do something wholly unpredictable. Huh? As Alfred hurled the case from the train, Kanan instinctively launched after it. Bye! Ugh. Realizing she'd been baited even as she was tumbling through the air, Kanan clutched the case to her chest and rolled to face her foe, reflexively bringing her gun to bear. Bullets whizzed in both directions. For an instant, the two combatants seemed suspended in a kind of distorted balance, two neutral opposites in opposition. One who could sense emotions and one who could eliminate them. Like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object.
I love it. I didn't understand what they were doing until this moment, so I like this. Yeah, it's good.
Well, by all rights, they should have been evenly matched, but Kanan's own emotions tipped the scale in her favor. Alphard had let herself get too drawn in, so she had forced herself to swallow her hatred for a moment and fired as the girl as if at a simple obstacle. She would find a color of determination that Kanan could not see. And yet, even those shots failed to strike home. Even with her hatred suppressed, her intentions could be read. She would need to discard her hate, to divorce even her will to win from her actions. Only then would she be able to slay this super person.
Wait, how is she reading and dodging while she's falling through the air?
But the girl's bullets also failed to hit, twisting through the air. She's twisting. She's twisty. Fighting to keep hold of the case, she couldn't aim with perfect accuracy. Throwing away the bioweapon had been a split-second decision on Alphard's part. She hadn't spared an iota of consideration for the thousands who might die if the case broke open. Kanan trembled as an evil chill ran down her spine at the sight of Alphard standing on the train. There she saw not another woman, but an angel of death, inorganic destruction made flesh. End of flashback? No, not end of flashback. She rolled as she struck the ground, safeguarding the case with her body. The impact scattered her senses. She struggled to remain conscious as she bounced along, focusing on protecting her precious burden. If it broke open now, everything she and Siam had done would be for nothing.
Case is empty. Decoy.
Decoy. As last, she slid to a stop and lay there, panting with exertion. She checked the case before she checked herself for injuries. I did it! The case was intact. Next, following standard protocol, she began assessing her own scrapes and bruises. The train!
She should drink the sample inside.
Why?
She's immune.
Oh, yeah, good point. Good point. The grating screech of brakes filled the air. The wheels threw up a shower of sparks along the rails as the train receded. Already, the last battlefield they had shared was withdrawing into the unreachable. Siam. There was no sadness. They had already made their farewells. Instead, she felt a grim contentment and a steely pride. Anyone with her abilities could have handled the challenges she'd faced, but Siam had been on the brink of death, and yet he had succeeded at a task that would have been difficult for anyone. He'd finished things as he had lived, a trustworthy soldier to the very end. We're still in the flashback? She had failed to retrieve the Uwa virus. The train had been stopped and her test subject had gotten away. I should have let you read a long time ago. I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you want me to read?
Yeah, can you?
She had failed to retrieve the Uwa virus. The train had been stopped and her test subject had gotten away. Never had she been so defeated. She had killed CM and stoked the flames of conflict between two opposing camps, but those achievements didn't change the fact that the operation had been a failure. To be denied a single objective was, to her, a crushing loss. Failing on 3 counts was intolerable. Alpha, it's too dangerous to stay here. You need to give the order to withdraw. One of her subordinates was calling out from behind her, but her attention remained focused on the point on the ground far behind and below. It was over. The U in that case was, after all, only an old prototype. She had other options. There was a pharmaceutical firm already performing research on a superior form of the virus. There was no need to stay and risk capture for the sake of the virus. Take us down, she said. I want to make sure he's dead. But it was hard to take her eyes off the girl. The girl was crawling along the bare earth beside the track, a bitter reminder of failure. Her thoughts shifted back to Siam. The man had fallen from grace. In the 11th hour, he seemed to have embraced that saying from the old Quran that for whoever so killeth a human being, it shall be as if he had killed all mankind.
Quran, the central religious text of Islam, consisting of 114 chapters, also frequently romanized as Quran in English. It is the most important source for Islamic law, taken as the revelations of Allah to the Prophet Muhammad, compiled by his companions after his death.
He'd refused to continue being a tool to that very end. Destroying him was no betrayal. She'd never regarded him as kin. Her decision to eliminate him had been motivated by the simple fact that he'd been in her way. After all, as he said himself, "You're right, because you know what you are." She smiled darkly as she recalled his words. "You're strong. You obtained a kind of perfection. You don't know failure. You can accomplish incredible things all on your own. But that magnificence is like a sterile room with nothing remaining within." Oh, I thought it was gay. He was right. Yet he failed to understand that there'd never been anything there to begin with. She was an empty shell with no false dignity to protect. She'd never had anything to lose but flesh and blood. Siam should have recognized this. The man was himself a broken being. Alfred had never really been alive, and now he was being broken. Alfred, you're unstoppable. But if instead of striving for some empty goal, you could find something that truly matters to you, then you could be so much more. It was laughable, really. Conflict was what mattered to her. That was her driving force. She lost her. Was this before or after she blew up Jack Stanley's brother?
Oh, God.
At a university.
Know. I think after. I think Jack Stanley was like 4 years before the events of the visual novel, and this is 2 years before, maybe?
Okay.
I don't remember.
She lost her family and discarded her past, retaining only what enabled her to survive. The ashes of her former self were scattered across the world. Every weakness burned away in the crucible of conflict. She couldn't imagine anything but hatred for the rest of humankind. Now her eyes were like fire as she stared down at the girl below. Kanan might still be in range of the right kind of weapon. Hey, do we have any automatic rifles on board? Negative. There was no mention of rifles in our orders. Sorry. I see. Never mind. Looks like this is your lucky day, little lady.
Do you want me to read this guy?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Alphard, our ground support intercepted a transmission from Amman Air Traffic Control. A recon chopter has been dispatched from the Badia. We're out of time. You have to give the order to withdraw from the operations area.
Fine. Pull out. Head west. The helicopter circled around and headed westward, passing directly over the girl beside the tracks. As it did, Alfred and Kanan exchanged a silent stare.
Boss, you should get that looked at.
Yes, of course. Down below, Kanan continued to stare, seeing in her foe a dark reflection of her.
I'm so done with it. I'm so done with it. Like, I'm just so done with it. Like, it's just so hacky. Like, I would rather be reading fan fiction. Fan fiction is better.
Oh god, it keeps going. Did you hit enter yet? It keeps going. Their origins were so similar. Two serpents born from the same twisted nest, guided by the same mentor, and yet they had followed very different paths. They had no familial ties, yet they were sisters all the same, bound by a fate thicker than any blood. Brother! Kanan didn't take her eyes off of the helicopter until it just disappeared over the horizon. Her hatred was a potent force.
Mine too.
Even stronger now was her sense of duty. Duty. She would stop that terrorist. The girl who had possessed no goals had finally found a sense of determination born within her.
We're done. We're done. We're done. We're out of it. We're out of the flashback. We're done.
And then Maria, after hearing all this, goes, but can you teach me how to fight? And also, here's how you get this yarn out of some string pattern. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin our descent. Please ensure that your seatbelt is fastened and that any electronic devices have been powered off.
Kanan stirred. Her eyes slowly drifted open. A long dream receded. She'd been on the ground within the hour. She'd be on the ground. Once the plane had landed, she would disembark by a different route than the other passengers, then board a helicopter that would be waiting for her on the runway. She stretched and resettled, steeling her resolve. After the mission in Jordan, she had gone on to learn of a certain distinguished family wiped out in a political conflict, and how its sole surviving daughter had been trained as a mercenary. So was it just pure luck that she ended up meeting the daughter of the research scientist that was working on the Ua virus then? Seems like it's just, there's no link there, it's just coincidence. But that was a story from the past. It wasn't her story anymore. Right now, she just needed to head to Shibuya, save Maria, and put a stop to the serpent's actions. And then she just didn't.
And then it ended. And then
April 28th, 7:57 p.m.
428. 428.
How did Alfred disable Kanan without killing her?
Maria.
She resisted the urge to hurry to her destination. Taking out her cell phone, she dialed up Maria's
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay, it's worth it to look at it just so you can see anime with real Maria.
Do you want to look at it now? Do you want to do that now? Should we look at it now?
No, I just mean just the jump point. It's worth it just to hit enter on it, just to see. Yeah, she knew it was a pointless act. Surely Maria would be unable to answer the phone. Still, she couldn't resist the urge to try.
Huh? What?
Incredibly, the call connected. Kanan gasped as she'd seen a ghost.
Maria?
A sound of sobbing came through the receiver.
Maria, is that really you?
She didn't actually need to ask. Kanan could tell just from the sound of the breathing that it was Maria on the line because it was blue. She felt a rush of joy. She wasn't too late after all.
Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness.
Maria's voice was happy. Her tears were tears of joy. Kanan let out a strained laugh, feeling that their positions had been strangely reversed. Maria had been concerned for her well-being. She heard in her happy sobs the sound of a dear friend who had somehow survived a very long and harrowing day. Maria proceeded to put Kanan on the phone with a man named Jack Stanley, a U.S. operative who had helped to keep Maria safe.
Not
10
even
minutes
Jack
of hurried
is gonna
conversation.
save this,
He brought her up to speed on the situation. The people of Shibuya had managed to stop the Ua virus from running rampant through their city. But there was one worrisome detail.
The CIA took Alfred into custody?
Oh, it is you. I'm sorry. It was Stanley's superior, Gordon, who had escorted Alfred away. Kanan recognized the name. She was certain that Gordon was one of the Serpent's collaborators.
They're extraditing her to the U.S., Kanan asked, unofficially with no due process?
She was appalled at the naivete of the Japanese police. They hadn't arrested the terrorist. They had merely taken her into custody. Thanks to Gordon's intervention, Alfred's whereabouts were now unknown. It would be extremely difficult to track her down.
Still, I bought myself an hour this morning that she wasn't expecting.
What? I'm sorry. Was the plan that Alfred did was like hack into her account and maniacally switch her flights so she got on the wrong plane or something? Like, what do you mean? She allowed herself a cautious smile. If Gordon was acting on his own, he'd have to use the airport. She probably had about 30 minutes left to act. For an ordinary person, that would be a hopeless situation. But Kanan wasn't an ordinary person. At a facility with this many people, this many colors, the color of danger would stand out clear as day.
All right, she said once Maria was back on the line. Leave the rest to me. Once this is all over, I'll head right over to see you.
She hung up the phone. Her anxious pacing had ceased, stilled by her steely determination to confront her enemy at last. Oh, do we have 15 minutes left of the fight scene at the airport that we only...
Going around pretending that she's me?
What an outrageous deception. Something had changed in the serpent. She was toying with her far more than usual.
All right, if that's how she's going to do things, I'll just have to pay her back in full.
It went against Kanan's own sensibilities, but trickery seemed like the perfect tactic to use against these foes. Maria and her companions had been played like puppets. It was time to return the favor. The sound of propeller blades cut the air. Voices were barely audible beneath the roar as the craft prepared for takeoff.
Oh, excuse me, miss? Might you be Miss Kanan?
The agent, obviously a last-minute deployment, looked like a nervous wreck. His scent was startlingly harmless. He hardly seemed suited for the job.
That's right. Are we ready to go? Yes, of course. I just, I'm ready to fly, miss. Is this your first time doing this sort of thing? Yes, my first mission. Thank you, miss.
She decided to ignore his bumbling. Her first impulse was just to kick this dolt, but obviously that wouldn't do. Since befriending Maria, she'd become far less inclined to casually strike out at fools who got in her way.
Do you have my firearms ready? She asked. Right, the guns. They've been prepared for you, of course, but, how do I put this?
Kanan stared at him.
Is there a problem? She asked. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to say. The situation, you see, just a little earlier. I heard that it was all cleanly resolved.
She held her tongue, all part of the act.
Resolved?
It seemed best to feign ignorance just to be on the safe side. This man's color was trustworthy enough, but the hue of the copter pilot on standby was harder to read. An unsightly blue, proof that he'd had contact with a killer.
Why is it always blue?
Because she's red.
Oh my god.
Better play dumb. She couldn't risk blowing this golden opportunity. Oh, now it's gold.
I'm sorry, but would you mind explaining? She asked. Of course, just please don't be mad, okay?
The man explained the situation profusely, apologetic all the while. He told her about the panic that had been falling in Shibuya. It took him 5 hours to say it. He had to switch lines a lot. The existence of Shibuya had been exposed. Alfred had been taken in by the CIA, and Maria Saw was now under police protection.
I see. Well then. Yeah, so I guess this whole journey was pretty much a wasted trip for you, Miss Kanan.
He was a man of far too many words. That's what a fucking rich coming from you, bro. No matter, she could understand his unease. From his perspective, she was an uninvited guest. To the good agent here, she was a meddler trying to usurp the CIA's rightful target. To the helicopter pilot, she was simply a nuisance who'd arrived a few minutes ahead of schedule. But the fact was that they were the ones who had no part to play on this stage. No, not if her plan was going to work anyhow. Maria and the others had slipped through Alfred's fangs, unexpectedly providing Kanan with one last chance. Now it's up to her to seize it. Looks like Shibuya really was a forfeit for you terrorists. Sorry, you should have read that. She shrugged off a momentary twinge of self-doubt. Maria had survived so far without Kanan's help, but it did seem a bit outrageous for her to get involved now. And this novice agent was right about one thing. Her initial plan for the trip had in fact been a total waste, but she still felt her excitement for what lay ahead. Perhaps she'd secretly been hoping it would come down to a single desperate encounter all along. Another moment when fate took a strange twist and everything changed. Like that hectic day, or night, on which she first met Maria.
Absolutely not. No, I don't care. I don't care how much faffing around we did. I was told that it wouldn't be more than 2 hours. We did not do 45 minutes of fucking around. I'm done. I'm dropping this. I'm done. I'm not doing it. We were lied to and I'm fucking done. Who was it who said it was 2 hours? Godot. I do think it was 30 minutes of fucking, but I'm down to drop. If it was 30 minutes of fucking around, then we would be done right now. We wouldn't be going into a flashback that has a whole fight scene after it. There's no way. I don't think there is a fight scene. What do you think?
Do you want me to just speed read through the Rex like Solus? Just done. I can do it. I'll just read everything, and then we technically finish it.
Just fucking go for
all right.
it.
She guessed her mind back to their first encounter. Here we go.
それじゃあサディック
That unexpected brightness. Let's be friends, Siddiqui. How about this? It felt like so long ago. She'd seen this wayward stranger, a comforting color, a hue that felt inexplicably familiar. And suddenly, after all this time, she realized why. Sure, all right. How strange that she'd never realized before. Maria shone with the same color as Kanan's older sister. No wonder she triggered so many memories of youth. Kanan had been isolated as a child, spending more and more time alone with her peculiar senses. Yet she had remained close to her family. It was their warmth that had tied her strange self to her strange self to the world around her. Maria didn't literally resemble her lost sister, but she had brought her warm color back into Kanan's life. There in the prop wash of the waiting helicopter, Kanan giggled despite herself. She felt ridiculous for only realizing something like this now, but she was glad that it happened nonetheless. Huh? Are you okay, ma'am? The novice agent stared at her in confusion. Kanan nodded reassuringly. Maria was safe for now, but she still had one last job to do. I came here to save my friend, but since she's okay, I guess this will just be a regular visit. Kanan took the gun she'd been provided, then flashed the agent a girlish smile.
それに
And really, isn't that so much better? Turning away from the hired chopper, she headed for the main concourse like an ordinary tourist. Because now she was. Still going. Her long journey was over now. She had finally found something stronger than hatred. Isn't that right, Siam? The parting seemed ages ago now, but she'd lived up to the training he had given her to be a warrior, to live for something greater than revenge. That training had gotten her to where she was now. She would not be something hollow like the serpent. She would hold her head high, strive to meet Siam's ideal, and fight for her future. We have one last game to play, Alfred, my old rival. Let's see which of us snakes will survive in the end. She had come to protect Maria, the friend who showed her how to hope again. Now it was time for a final showdown. It was time to make that hope a reality.
Okay. All right.
Is this the end? Is this the end? Is it?
All right.
Flashback?
Okay, it would have been funnier if we quit 5 minutes before the end, though, because I was so mad about the flashback. It would have been way funnier if that happened. Right? Thanks
Really
from
funny.
Dawn
Yeah.
for 1,000 bits to say, hey Mouse, hey Joe, thanks for finishing 428, Glorp. Dawn has had that message typed into chat for like 2 hours.
Do you know, apparently I quit Steins Gate 5 minutes before it gets good?
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Dude.
Writer Kanoko Nasu, you motherfucking piece of fucking... Well, that poisoned my entire experience with this visual novel. Not really. The rest of it I still feel the same way about, but wow. That was deeply unpleasant. I don't know what else to say about what we just did. The first one was nice.
First one was nice.
Can't believe you cried while reading this or something out of anger. No. Thank you, Double Jumper, for 100 bits to say you were strong. Thank you.
I think that this could be taught in a class to demonstrate what poor pacing can do to something.
Yeah.
And also when you do some work in order to imply things that are going on in the story and then just undermine your own efforts by just deliberately just stating it like over and over and over again.
That was the,
and also not just pacing, repetition of just like basic facts as well. Yeah.
Like I wasn't putting on a bit for chat. Like that actually upsets me whenever people do that. Like that was a legitimate crash out about just the absolute failure of writing that is this thing of re-explaining and then making explicit everything. It is why I crashed out about Metaphor. Like I cannot stand it. I cannot stand it.
Metaphors like this, really?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I want to know what happens if you try to use the jump point.
Okay.
Does it put you into the main story? You don't need to do it. I'm just gonna see if I can get there.
Well, if you're doing it, chat needs to see it too. So we're
hold on. Let me do an F2 inside here and see if it's even possible.
Okay.
I don't think you can.
Semi-related. What's your longest stream time? 10 hours and 7 minutes or something. And our longest stream time in this particular moment is 6 hours and 51 minutes.
It's been 7 hours? Are you fucking kidding?
It has been 7 hours, yeah. It's
what the fuck?
It might jump you and then jump you back. I don't think I dared doing the Canaan one. It wasn't worth the risk. Yeah, it's not letting me hit F2 on this, so I can't do it.
You can't open it in this. Okay, so you just can't go back and do it. Okay, that's
how will the Fate Super
crazy.
Pack recover from this? They won't.
Yeah, I've Alt F forward. I'm going
I've
to
also
Steam.
Alt F forward. Okay.
Right click, uninstall Shibuya Scramble. Okay.
Oh, what a good idea.
Okay. All
That's
right.
it. By the way, to cap it all off, the achievements on Steam for that are bugged. So when you get the solitary Snurpin achievement, it says finish the.
Yeah,
that's what it says. That's
Yep.
what it says. That's what it says. You don't think you really liked that? Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Well, fucking nobody is around to raid, except someone who I don't want to raid. We're not playing Peak. We're leaving. Well, I don't know how long. Now I'm afraid that Kingdom Hearts is going to take 25 hours tomorrow. But if not, we'll try to do some of the Game Jam games. I don't think we'll be able to do all of them. We can decide whether we want to do the Game Jam games or I don't know, fucking just do Peak tomorrow instead after Kingdom Hearts. I don't know. Anyway, in case you guys, yeah, we're gonna raid Shenpai. Yeah, I mean today. Yeah, I mean today. I mean 15 hours from now or whatever. That's right. Okay. So so I'm gonna do Kingdom Hearts tomorrow. If Joe wants to be here for me finishing Kingdom Hearts, he can be, but you don't have to be. These are your days off. I would like it if you came though.
I should be here. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. I'm like I'm like in a fugue state or something right now.
It's okay.
Mouse is live if you need a raid. No, thank you. No, thank you, Mouse. Well, I liked the rest of 428. I liked the first side story. I did not like this, but we had a big journey together. It seemed like chat enjoyed it because somehow we didn't lose that many people. So thanks, chat, for sticking around. And
thank you,
and
chat.
We'll see you later.
Thank
yeah.
you.
And if you don't,
thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you for listening. And if you don't watch our streams in the next couple of days, hey, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. All right, we're gonna raid Shenpai. I'm changed after this. I hope this wasn't my Life is Strange 2. All right. But if it was, it's all right. Bye-bye. Goodbye for the last time, VOD watchers.